Chapter 1278. Seeing that the people behind were getting closer and closer, Ninth Elder also nodded. That's good. Young master, you must protect yourself well. If you can't stop them, don't fight them head on. The Palace of Gods of War can't do without you. Don't worry, Lin Xian said with a smile. At this moment, the people behind were still flying over quickly, surrounding Lin Xian and the others. The three Ninth Heaven Venerables were like three mountains standing in front. More than 28 Heaven Venerables and dozens of Seventh Heaven Venerables formed a thick encirclement. Ha ha! Lin Xian, I've finally caught you. Let's see how you're going to die this time. An extremely arrogant voice traveled over. After this voice, Duanli, Shunhe, and Shinyuan quickly flew over. Among them, Duanli had a smug expression, while Shunhe and Shunhe had sinister expressions, glaring at Lin Xian. Brat, today is the day you die. I won't let you die so easily. I'll let you know the consequences of offending us. Shunhe and Shunhe were like demons, their voices filled with boundless killing intent. Meanwhile, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The previous time was just a small punishment. I didn't think that you guys would still not repent. This time, you guys came to die on your own accord. Don't blame me. Die. Are you an idiot? There are so many people. Do you think you can kill me? Shunhe was sinister. This time, we've sent Ninth Heaven Elders. Believe it or not, they can crush you to death with one finger. At the side, Duanli also sneered. Lin Xian, stop struggling. If you want to die a quick death, I advise you to kneel down obediently and kowtow 10,000 times to us, then hand over the secret recipe of the longevity pill. I can let you die a quick death. Otherwise, you'll know the taste of hell. A group of people surrounded Lin Xian, laughing arrogantly. They didn't attack immediately. Instead, they played with him like a cat playing with a mouse. You're too ignorant. Do you really think Ninth Heaven Venerables can save your lives? Lin Xian sneered as his gaze swept past Duanli, Chunhe, and Chun Yuan. Feeling Lin Xian's gaze, the three of them couldn't help but tremble. However, they soon began to laugh wildly. What an idiot! Do you really think you're invincible? Not even a Ninth Heaven Venerable was worthy of his attention. Who do you think you are? You're just a 7th level Venerable. Shunhe cursed loudly, his expression agitated. However, in the next moment he screamed, his eyes filled with fear. This was because a ball of black flames suddenly rose from his body and instantly enveloped his entire body. Damn it, Scram! Shunhe was furious. He was an 8th level Venerable after all, so the power he could unleash was extremely terrifying. However, he could not extinguish the black flames at all. It was only at this moment that Shunhe was truly terrified. He quickly shouted, "Elder, save me!" Not only Shunhe, but everyone else was stunned. This was because they had not seen anyone make a move at all. However, Shunhe had suddenly burst into flames just like that. This was really too strange. However, they also knew that it was most likely only Lin Xian and the others who had made a move. Hence, for a moment, most of them glared fiercely at Lin Xian and the others, wanting to see through them. Meanwhile, the Ninth Heaven Elder of the Shen family also made a move swiftly. Countless rays of light flew out from his palm and turned into water dragons that quickly pounced on Shunhe, wanting to extinguish the black flames. However, before the water dragons reached him, Shunhe screamed tragically and was burned to ashes. Seeing the scene, everyone's scalps went numb. Their expressions were filled with fear. This was too terrifying. An 8th level Venerable had been burned to ashes in an instant. Moreover, what shocked them even more was that they still couldn't see how the other party had made a move. For a moment, Duanli and Qinyuan both looked at Lin Xian with fear. Just now, they had mocked and ridiculed the other party with Shunhe. However, in the blink of an eye, Shunhe had died. The impact of this on them was really too great. When they thought of Lin Xian's previous words, they were filled with fear. Could it be that even a ninth-level venerable really couldn't protect them? The expressions of the 3 ninth-level venerables also darkened, especially the 2 ninth-level venerables from the Shen family. Their expressions were abnormally furious. A young master of their family had been killed right in front of their eyes. Moreover, the 2 of them didn't even have time to help. This was a slap to their faces. What made them even more shocked and furious was that they didn't even see who had made the move. However, based on their instincts, they knew that it should be that person called Lin Xian who had made the move. Don't hesitate anymore. Let's make a move. We must kill them here today. The 3 ninth-level venerables discussed with each other. Then they quickly attacked. 2 of the 9th-level venerables flew toward the 9th elder. Meanwhile, the 9th-level venerable, who had shot out the water dragons, previously was staring at Lin Xian. Young master, be careful, the 9th elder reminded. Then he charged toward the 2 9th-level venerables and unleashed his powerful battle strength. Lin Xian nodded slightly. His expression was extremely solemn. After all, this was his first time fighting against a 9th-level venerables. In front, the water dragon venerable stared at Lin Xian and the others. He sneered and then pressed out with a finger. Instantly, the finger became as big as a mountain. It descended from the void and enveloped Lin Xian, Shen Jingqiu, and Yu Fei. That terrifying power caused everyone's expression to change. That finger could easily kill any 8th celestial layer supremacy. Yu Fei was extremely nervous. Shen Jingqiu also looked uneasy. She gripped the corner of her clothes tightly. Lin Xian also quickly attacked. He raised his hand and shot out the 1,000-beast cauldron. The black little ding floated above Shen Jingqiu and Yu Fei. It released a black light that enveloped the 2 of them. On the other hand, Lin Xian let out a long roar. His entire body released violent lightning. Then he threw a punch toward the sky. The lightning fist lit up the surroundings. It was extremely fierce, and it quickly blasted toward the heavenly pillar-like finger. Humph! You overestimate yourself. When Duan Li and the others saw this scene, they sneered. The water dragon venerable sneered. There was a difference of 2 levels between the 2 of them. How could Lin Xian block his attack? Boom! An earth-shattering sound was heard. The heavenly pillar-like finger stopped in midair. It couldn't continue descending because it was blocked by a lightning fist. This fist was naturally from Lin Xian. What? This is impossible. How could he block the attack of a 9th-level venerable? Everyone was going crazy. They couldn't believe it. The water dragon venerable's pupils constricted. Then his expression became ferocious. He sneered and increased the strength of his finger. Then he pressed down again. Bam, 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 bam. The air exploded. Terrifying energy spread in all directions. The lightning fist below also exploded completely. It turned into countless lightning dragons and quickly bombarded the finger, causing an extremely violent explosion. In the end, the heavenly pillar-like finger was blown to pieces. Lin Xian also took 5 steps back. How could this be? That guy is not injured. Chapter 1279. That was a 9th heaven supremacy. Every one of them was a peerless powerhouse, while the other party was only a 7th heaven supremacy. There was a difference of 2 realms between them. However, they could not accept the fact that the battle between the 2 parties had turned out like this. Lin Xian took 5 steps back and stabilized himself. Then he laughed loudly. Is this the power of a 9th heaven? It's not that impressive. If you have any tricks up your sleeve, just use them. His battle intent was high, and he was like an unsheathed sword. On the other side, the 2 9th heaven supremacies who were fighting with the 9th elder were also shocked. They did not expect such a situation to happen. Kill, kill him, kill him, Duanli shouted crazily. He had a bad feeling about this. Therefore, he ordered the eighth heaven supremacies around him to attack. He did not believe that they could not kill a seventh heaven supremacy. With so many people, the water dragon supremacy was shocked. He was a ninth heaven supremacy, but he could not do anything to a seventh heaven brat. If news of this got out, he would lose face. Therefore, in the next moment, he charged toward Lin Xian like a bolt of lightning. Behind him was an empty sea. 9 water dragons were formed in the sea, baring their fangs and brandishing their claws. Then, the 9 water dragons quickly soared into the sky and charged toward Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body flashed, and he instantly disappeared from the spot. In the next moment, the 9 water dragons soared and charged toward the void where he was standing. Instantly, the void exploded. Big Brother Lin Xian, watch out! When Shen Jingqiu saw this, she was so scared that her face turned pale. However, when she saw Lin Xian dodge, she sent another mouthful of water at him. Roar! The 9 water dragons roared and tore the sky apart. One of the water dragons waved its huge dragon tail and swept it toward Shen Jingqiu and Yu Fei. This attack was extremely powerful. If they were hit, the 2 of them would probably die immediately. Clang! However, this terrifying attack hit the black light screen and made a deafening sound. However, it did not break the light screen. The huge rebounding force even sent the dragon tail flying. What? It didn't break. This time, even the venerable water dragon was shocked. Originally, he wanted to kill Lin Xian's 2 companions to vent the hatred in his heart, but he didn't expect that the small black cauldron would be so powerful. The protection it formed was so strong that even his terrifying attack couldn't break it. This kid was actually so strange. However, the venerable water dragon did not give up. He controlled 8 water dragons to besiege Lin Xian, while the remaining water dragon bombarded the black light screen again. However, Lin Xian was not worried. That was because that was the 10,000 Beast Cauldron, a complete Earth-tier treasure. It was not something that a 9th Heaven Venerable could blast open. Without any worries, Lin Xian pulled out the Lone Star sword from his back and charged at the 8 water dragons. He moved like a bolt of lightning and arrived in front of one of the water dragons in an instant. The Lone Star sword in his hand slashed down. The sword light flashed, creating an ear-piercing explosion in the void. The powerful force caused the entire void to tremble. With a slash of the sword, the water dragon let out a mournful howl. Its body split from the middle and fell to the sides. Plop! Its huge body smashed into the void, instantly stirring up countless violent winds. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's figure disappeared again, flying toward another water dragon. All of this happened in an instant. Hence, when everyone reacted, they discovered that one of the water dragons had already disappeared into the void. This scene made Duan Li and Xin Yuan extremely nervous. They roared crazily and summoned many 8th Heaven Venerables to protect them. This was because they discovered that they had really underestimated Lin Xian's battle prowess. He could even break through the attack of a 9th Heaven Venerable so easily. He was really too terrifying. The venerable water dragon roared angrily. He didn't expect that the other party would break through one of his water dragons. Instantly, his expression became extremely gloomy. However, in the next moment, his pupils constricted violently, and he shouted, "You're courting death." As he spoke, his body moved hundreds of meters horizontally. A huge void crack appeared where he was originally standing. That terrifying sword light made the venerable water dragon's eyelids twitch wildly. Damn it, really damn it. A mere 7th Heaven Venerable actually dared to attack him. However, what shocked him even more was that the other party's battle prowess was really too strong. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that a seventh heaven venerable could unleash a battle prowess that wasn't inferior to his. He didn't know that Lin Xian possessed the great dragon sword soul and had recently comprehended the 3 sword scars of the Iron Sword Monarch. It could be said that his battle prowess was extremely powerful. Sword light flashed, and Lin Xian's figure appeared at the side. His expression was incredibly serious when he saw that his attack had missed. This was because he realized that the senses of a 9th heaven venerable tier cultivator were really too sharp. Furthermore, his speed was not inferior to his own. As expected of a true peerless powerhouse, he was indeed incomparably powerful, far from what an 8th heaven venerable could compare to. However, since the other party dared to kill him, only death awaited him. Lin Xian held the lone star sword in his hand and shouted, "Stars!" Instantly, countless sword lights soared into the sky, turning into stars one after another that floated in the void. Then, they quickly blasted towards the venerable water dragon. Water dragon, monstrous water suppression. The venerable water dragon waved his hand, and immediately 8 water dragons circled around each other. The dragons opened their mouths and spat out endless seawater, forming a huge wave that blocked all the stars. Boom, boom, boom. The waves collided with the stars, erupting with an unparalleled energy that caused the entire world to tremble. Luckily, he blocked it. When Duanli, Shen Yuan, and the rest saw this scene from afar, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. They were afraid that the venerable water dragon couldn't block it. However, now it seemed that Lin Xian wasn't that heaven-defying. He could only contend with a 9th heaven venerable. He can't be so powerful. He must have consumed some elixir, or used some secret technique to be able to contend with a 9th heaven venerable. The 2 of them didn't believe that this was Lin Xian's true battle prowess. At the side, Shen Yuan also nodded desperately. Let's wait and see. As time passes, he will definitely lose. The 2 of them looked gloomy as they nervously watched the situation in front of them. However, soon, their expressions changed drastically, and their eyes were filled with fear. This was because they realized that Lin Xian was flying towards them. Damn it, stop him. Go, go, don't let him come over. Duanli and Shen Yuan both shouted crazily, their expressions extremely nervous. The 2 of them knew that Lin Xian was now comparable to a 9th heaven venerable. He wasn't someone that they could fight against. Instantly, the 8th heaven venerables around them received the order and quickly charged towards Lin Xian. They naturally knew how powerful Lin Xian was, so they wouldn't engage in close combat with him. Instead, they opened up a distance and used their advantage in numbers to suppress him. Fire Phoenix facing the sky, Lightning Snake Fist, Sky Splitting Strike. In an instant, dozens of 8th heaven venerables launched fierce attacks, and countless energy blasted forward rapidly. Dozens of 8th heaven venerables attacked, and the momentum was even more terrifying than a 9th heaven venerable. Chapter 1280. Buffed. A sword light slashed the huge flaming phoenix apart, and a figure appeared in front of everyone. What? He's fine. Everyone was stunned. They saw Lin Xian walk out of the endless sea of energy flames unscathed, and their scalps went numb. In the distance, the venerable water dragon was also furious. He was so angry that his entire body was trembling. With a long roar, his entire body was like a blue bolt of lightning as he charged over at high speed. However, Lin Xian was faster than him. Using the illusory demon steps, a pair of wind and thunder wings appeared on his back. Lin Xian turned into a bolt of wind and thunder. He was extremely fast. He clenched his fists, and the power of thunder and fire surged, forming a sword of ice and thunder and a sword of flame. Wherever he passed, thunder and lightning spread, and a sea of fire overflowed. The terrifying sword cut through all the attacks. In an instant, he arrived beside Duan Li and Xin Yuan. Immediately, Duan Li and Xin Yuan's scalps went numb. They were so scared that they almost peed their pants. "Kid, I want you dead." Xin Yuan counterattacked crazily. He pounced at Lin Xian like a wild beast. Duan Li was more sinister. He detonated a half-Earth-ranked treasure and flew into the distance to seek protection. Lin Xian flew quickly and dodged the explosion of the half-Earth-ranked treasure. Xin Yuan was not so lucky. Half of his body was smashed, and he was only left with half a life. The 8th level venerables who came to help were also sent flying by the energy wave of the explosion. They could not get close at all. The venerable water dragon roared ferociously. He did not expect that in such a short period of time, one of the 2 young masters of the Shun family was dead, and the other was crippled. He would not be able to explain this when he returned. With a roar, he quickly pounced at Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian did not intend to let Xin Yuan go. After dodging the explosion, he quickly waved his sword. Meteor slash. A sword light flashed past like a meteor. It was extremely dazzling and quickly slashed through Xin Yuan's body. Blood sprayed and a head flew. Xin Yuan's corpse quickly fell and smashed into the ground from the void. "No." Seeing this scene, the venerable water dragon roared madly, but it couldn't change anything. "Brat, I'm going to tear you to pieces." The venerable water dragon roared. Together with the 8 water dragons, he launched a crazy attack. However, Lin Xian dodged all of them. When the surrounding people saw this scene, their scalps went numb, and they did not dare to resist. Duan Li's face was also filled with fear. He had almost died at the other party's hands, but fortunately he had escaped. "Elder, save me." Duan Li flew towards the Duan clan's 9th heaven elder. Lin Xian looked at the fleeing figure. He snorted coldly. A black flame flashed in his eyes. Black flame, martial spirit, devouring spirit, within Lin Xian's eyes. 2 balls of black flames quickly surged out. In the next moment, the fleeing Duan Li let out a frantic scream. Countless black flames surged out from his body and quickly burned. "Impossible! I won't die. How could I possibly die?" Duan Li cried out madly, his eyes filled with terror and unwillingness. He had clearly escaped, but why was he still burning? He did not know that the black flames were Lin Xian's black flame martial spirit, and it was the origin source flame of the heavenly netherbird. It was extremely mysterious, and it was not something that an 8th heaven honorable could resist. In endless unwillingness and regret, Duan Li was burned to ashes. In the end, nothing was left. When the crowd saw this scene, they all felt a chill in their hearts. Was this young man a human or a ghost? He was actually so terrifying. Not only could he resist a 9th heaven honorable, but he could also kill an 8th heaven honorable with a raise of his hand. This was really too terrifying. At that moment, everyone had the urge to escape. However, how could Lin Xian let them go? He quickly shuttled through the crowd like a wolf in a flock of sheep. Every time he attacked, someone would die. Behind him, the venerable water dragon was extremely frantic. He realized that he could not catch up to Lin Xian at all. "All of you, come over." In the end, he roared and gathered the remaining martial artists to gather around him. This was because only by his side could they survive. The others had no way of surviving against Lin Xian. Immediately, those martial artists rushed towards the venerable water dragon as if they had gone crazy. "You're too naive. I've said that 9th heaven honorable can't protect you at all." Lin Xian's red lotus armor quickly surged out of his body. Then he flew towards the venerable water dragon. Seeing this, the venerable water dragon was overjoyed. He did not expect Lin Xian to actually dare to walk into his trap. Previously, he could not catch up to Lin Xian and could not use his full strength at all. However, now he had no more scruples. This was because those Eighth Heaven Honorable were already under his protection. As long as Lin Xian dared to look for him, he was absolutely confident that he could kill him. Indeed, Lin Xian was charging over. Water Dragon Bullet. In the next moment, the venerable Water Dragon waved his fist and punched out. Countless light balls the size of houses condensed and filled the entire void. They flew towards Lin Xian quickly. Sky Rock Seal, Golden Sword. Lin Xian formed a seal with his fingers, and a sky rock flew out from between his fingers. Instantly, it filled the entire void. Its huge body emitted countless rays of light and formed 108,000 golden swords that pierced forward. In an instant, those blue light balls were pierced through by the golden swords. Not only that, the sky rock's huge, sharp claws grabbed the water dragons in the air, as if it was going to crush them. 8 dragons soaring to the sky. The venerable water dragon retreated and quickly dodged the attack of the sharp claws. Then he commanded the 8 water dragons to pounce on the huge sky rock. The 8 water dragons were like 8 heavenly swords. They were extremely blue and released the power of the Deceiver sect. In an instant, the sky rock was sent flying. Sky rock slays the dragon. On the other side, Lin Xian channeled his powerful spiritual energy and poured it into the sky rock's shadow in the sky. Suddenly, the golden sky rock roared and released a powerful force. Its wings flapped like heavenly blades and instantly cut 2 water dragons in half. It waved its golden claws and crushed a water dragon under its feet. In an instant, only 5 of the 8 water dragons were left. However, the 5 water dragons devoured the corpses of the other 3 water dragons and became even bigger. Each of them bared their fangs and brandished their claws as they rushed over quickly. The dragon claws waved and directly grabbed the sky rock's body, tearing a huge crack in it. The other water dragons circled around, as if they wanted to strangle the entire sky. In the distance, the venerable water dragon snorted and commanded the 5 water dragons to completely cover the sky rock's body. Kid, compared to me, you're still too inexperienced. Lin Xian snorted and thought, it's too early for you to say that. Sky rock transformation. Fuse. With a roar, the huge sky rock in the sky once again emitted countless rays of light and blasted the 5 dragons away. Then it circled down and rushed to Lin Xian's arm and completely fused with Lin Xian's right arm. Let me show you what a real dragon slayer is. Chapter 12:81. You're courting death. I'll kill you too. The venerable water dragon roared. 5 dragons sealing the sky. Attack. In the sky, 5 water dragons circled around each other, forming a giant dragon diagram that pressed down on Lin Xian. The terrifying pressure caused the entire sky to darken. Lin Xian, on the other hand, brandished his arms. His palms were like the heavenly rock, extremely ferocious. He reached out his palm and grabbed one of the water dragons. Then he pulled hard, and the water dragon was broken into 2 halves. Not only that, Lin Xian let out a long howl and threw a punch at the 5 dragons diagram. Instantly, a hole was punched in the blue dragon diagram. Fortunately, the water dragons were formed by spiritual power. Otherwise, the punch would definitely cause the sky to be dyed red with blood. Even so, the scene was extremely terrifying. A giant hole suddenly appeared in the dark sky. It looked extremely ferocious. The venerable water dragon's face turned ugly when he saw this. However, it was not over yet. Lin Xian used the heavenly rock divine fist in his right hand, while a dazzling sword chi surged in his left hand like a golden divine sword. With a slash of his sword, the terrifying sword chi ruthlessly slashed the 5 dragon picture, immediately cutting it in half. The 5 dragons were all cut apart, wailing as they turned into spirit chi. From the beginning until now, the venerable water dragon had been suppressed, which made it difficult for him to be confident. Now that Lin Xian had slashed the 5 dragons diagram, the venerable water dragon was even more shocked. Not only that, but the 2 ninth heaven supremacies who were fighting with the 9th elder in the distance were also shocked. They realized that a 9th heaven supremacy could not suppress Lin Xian at all. This was completely different from what they had expected. Previously, they thought that Lin Xian was only a 7th heaven supremacy and that any 9th heaven supremacy could kill him. However, it seemed that this was not the case at all. Lin Xian's strength was completely beyond their imagination. Even the venerable water dragon was suppressed. Although the venerable water dragon was only a venerable in the early stage of the 9th heaven, not everyone could suppress him, let alone a 7th heaven warrior. However, at this moment, a long howl came from afar. Terrifying energy surged over like a mountain torrent. What? Another 9th level venerable? The 9th elder's expression was ugly, and Lin Xian also frowned. However, the venerable water dragon and the others were indeed ecstatic, and they even let out ecstatic cries. Ha ha ha! The heavens are really helping me. Brat, let's see how you die this time. The venerable water dragon laughed sinisterly. He had been too aggrieved before. Now, the 2 ninth heaven venerables could definitely kill the other party. Humph! Lin Xian humphed coldly. He could also sense the urgency of the situation, so he planned to use his ultimate technique to cripple a 9th heaven venerable tier first. Bending his finger, Lin Xian aimed at the venerable water dragon and growled. Void, shattering finger. A ray of finger radiance shot towards the venerable water dragon at lightning speed. The venerable water dragon's eyelids twitched wildly. He didn't see the attack, but his instincts as a cultivator made him feel danger. Therefore, he subconsciously moved to the side. Pooh! A ray of finger light that was like a flood dragon slammed into his left arm, instantly creating a transparent hole. The venerable water dragon was in pain, and his expression was extremely ugly. This was because the finger had almost pierced through his heart. If he hadn't taken a step back, he would probably be dead now. Damn brat. He actually has such a terrifying martial technique. The venerable water dragon's face darkened. He swore that he would definitely kill the other party. Lin Xian also sighed. As expected of a 9th level venerable, he could even dodge this. He didn't attack again, because the 9th level venerable in the distance had already arrived. Whoosh! A figure descended. This was a middle-aged cultivator. His expression was cold, and his aura was icy cold. Duan Ao. Your family's Duan Li has already been killed by this brat, the venerable water dragon said. Boom. Hearing this, the venerable called Duan Ao's face darkened, and his aura suddenly exploded. What did you say? Duan Ao's voice was a little ferocious. Soon, the venerable water dragon recounted what had happened. After knowing the truth, Duan Ao's face was extremely gloomy. He stared at Lin Xian. Brat, go to hell. Duan Ao's arm shook, and a purple spear appeared in the void. Then, the spear vibrated and charged towards Lin Xian. Boom. The spear radiance was like a dragon, and as thick as a mountain, piercing towards Lin Xian. On the other hand, Lin Xian stretched out his heavenly rock palm and grabbed in front of him. This scene was extremely shocking. A 7th level martial artist had actually grabbed the attack of a 9th level venerable with his bare hands. This was too unbelievable. Duan Ao hadn't been there before, so he didn't know about Lin Xian's battle. When he saw this scene, he immediately sneered. You overestimate yourself. However, he soon frowned because he realized that his spear had been grabbed by the other party. But how was this possible? He was a 9th level venerable. Just the pressure of this spear alone could kill a 7th level venerable. But now, the other party had actually grabbed his spear. Damn it, what's going on? Duan Ao's face was extremely ugly. The venerable water dragon's face was also ugly. I forgot to tell you that this brat has the battle power of a 9th level. What? How is this possible? Duan Ao was shocked. He really couldn't believe that a 7th level venerable had the battle power of a 9th level venerable. However, he soon believed it. On the opposite side, Lin Xian grabbed the purple spear with one hand, then roared angrily. He shook his arm and immediately lifted the spear. On the other side, Duan Ao was also mentioned. What? Duan Ao was going crazy. He felt as if he was dreaming and couldn't believe it at all. Boom. In the next moment, he was thrown out by Lin Xian. He only came to his senses when he hit the ground. Everything was real. This is even more rubbish. It's not even as good as the previous one. Lin Xian shook his head. Brat, you die. Duan Ao stood up from the ground with a murderous aura. Previously, he was only shocked, so he didn't fight back. Otherwise, how could he lose to a brat? With a roar, Duan Ao held the spear again and charged forward. Clang, clang, clang. The spear shadows filled the sky, but they were all blocked by Lin Xian's sword. The more Duan Ao fought, the more frightened he became. At this moment, the venerable water dragon rushed over from behind. He couldn't wait any longer. He had to kill this brat. Brother Lin Xian, Brother Xian. Seeing this, Shen Jingqiu and Yu Fei were worried. The two of them were protected by the 1,000-beast cauldron and were very safe. However, Lin Xian was in danger now. Young master. In the distance, the 9th elder was also anxious and wanted to rush over. Where are you going? Your opponent is us. The two 9th level venerables sneered. Although the two of them were only in the early stage of the 9th heaven, the two of them together were enough to hold back the 9th elder, who was in the middle stage of the 9th heaven. Lin Xian was indeed at a disadvantage against the two of them. Not only that, he was in a very dangerous situation. Fortunately, he had the Red Lotus armor. Otherwise, he would have been seriously injured. Clang, clang, clang. Countless attacks landed on the Red Lotus armor, making earth-shattering sounds. Lin Xian's body kept retreating. Ha ha, brat, you're dead. Chapter 1282. Ha ha, kid, you're dead meat. No matter how strong you are, you're no match for the two of us. The venerable water dragon and Duan Ao sneered as they looked at Lin Xian as if they were looking at a dead man. The two venerables' auras were powerful enough to crush everything. Hence, they didn't care about Lin Xian at all. Lin Xian roared as he felt the terrifying aura. His black hair fluttered, and he was like a god of war, unstoppable. In the next instant, the great dragon sword soul in his body circulated rapidly and let out a ferocious dragon roar. A green jade-like dragon-shaped sword chi appeared in front of him. Once the dragon-shaped sword shadow appeared, it exploded with a terrifying aura. The entire space was cut into dozens of pieces. The 8th heaven venerables in the distance were trembling, and many of them fell from the sky. Duan Ao and the venerable water dragon's expressions also changed because the aftershock hit them and made a thunderous sound. This was too shocking. That was just the aftershock, and it already had such a terrifying aura. The defensive energy shields on their bodies were cut open. D****. What is this thing? Their expressions were very ugly. As 9th heaven venerables, they were far superior to 8th heaven venerables in terms of strength, speed, and defense. In other words, cultivators below 9th heaven venerables couldn't break their defense at all. However, a 7th heaven venerables had just used a sword shadow, and the aftershock had cut open their defense. This was like a myth. D****. This kid is too strange. Hurry up and kill him. We can't let him attack. Duan Ao and the venerable water dragon were shocked. They quickly attacked, not giving Lin Xian any chance. The two of them were like lightning, releasing powerful auras. They even used their martial souls to attack Lin Xian. 1 second. They only needed 1 second to kill the other party. However, Lin Xian was faster than them. In an instant, Lin Xian grabbed the dragon-shaped sword shadow in front of him and quickly swung it. Suddenly, a dragon-shaped sword chi slashed out quickly, and the entire space became distorted. This sword caused the entire world to lose its color. All the 8th Heaven Venerables trembled, unable to resist. Even the 9th Heaven Venerate's body stiffened. Duan Ao and the Venerable Water Dragon were the first to bear the brunt. The spiritual power in their bodies was almost condensed, and they could not resist this aura at all. No, the two of them were terrified. They knew that it was impossible for them to block this sword chi with their own strength, so they decided to flee. However, they had underestimated the dragon-shaped sword chi. Just as they thought of running away, the sword chi had already slashed down in front of them. Puff! 2 blood-curdling screams rang out as blood splattered everywhere. A 1,000-meter-long crack appeared in the void. Among them, Duan Ao had one of his arms chopped off, and the Venerable Water Dragon was even more unlucky. He was directly split in half and couldn't be more dead. A single sword strike had killed one 9th level Venerable and injured the other. This was really too shocking. The world was silent. Everyone's minds were blank. They didn't dare to imagine. After an unknown period of time, a martial artist screamed, "Run!" Instantly, the 8th level Venerables fled in all directions. As for the family mission, they could go to hell. Duan Ao's face was also filled with fear. He was covered in cold sweat as he clutched the wound on his broken arm. He found it hard to imagine that a 7th level martial artist could actually unleash such a terrifying sword strike. He had almost lost his life. Run. Now, he didn't dare to fight at all. He only had one thought in his mind, and that was to leave this place quickly. Of course, that was what he did. Duan Ao's body swayed, and he used all his strength to transform into a ray of bloodlight and quickly fled into the distance. Seeing this, Lin Xian frowned. However, he had just unleashed the dragon sword soul and used up a lot of energy. Now, his face was pale, and his spiritual power was not flowing smoothly. However, he still unleashed his black flame, martial soul. In his eyes, 2 black flames spun strangely and flew forward quickly. In the next moment, Duan Ao, who was running away, screamed. However, he was a 9th level Venerable after all. He didn't die immediately, and the black flames didn't extinguish. In an instant, Duan Ao's body was burning, and he was anxious as he quickly fled into the sky. In the end, all the martial artists on Lin Xian's side fled. Only the 2 9th level Venerables who were fighting with 9th Elder were left. Lin Xian's face was pale. He took a deep breath and turned to stare at them. Suddenly, their eyelids twitched, and they felt extremely uneasy. They didn't feel this way even when facing the powerful 9th Elder. Go! Go quickly! The two of them didn't dare to stay at all and quickly rushed into the sky. They had no choice. They had seen the scene of Venerable Water Dragon being killed. It was like cutting tofu, and 9th level Venerables couldn't resist at all. The two of them weren't much stronger than Venerable Water Dragon, so they weren't confident at all that they could resist this sword strike. The best way now was naturally to escape. Seeing the 2 9th level Venerables escape, 9th Elder heaved a sigh of relief. However, he then looked at Lin Xian in shock. "Young master, no need to ask. That's my sword soul." Lin Xian only mentioned it and didn't go into detail. However, the 9th Elder's heart was filled with shock. Sword soul. Young master sword soul is actually so powerful. He's only at the 7th level of the martial heaven. He couldn't help but be shocked. A martial artist's martial soul was usually related to their cultivation. He had never heard of a 7th-level venerable's martial soul being so powerful that even a 9th-level venerable couldn't resist it. However, today he finally saw it for himself. Lin Xian took out a few pills to recover his spiritual power and quickly consumed them. Then he waved his hand and kept the 1,000-beast cauldron. Big brother Lin Xian, big brother Xian, are you okay? Shen Jingqiu and Yu Fei quickly flew over. The two of them were very worried. I'm fine. I'm not injured. I just used up a lot of energy, Lin Xian said. Let's hurry up and leave. The Duan family probably won't only send these people. It'll be difficult if more experts come. Although he had the great dragon sword soul, he could only fight against 2 9th-level venerables. He couldn't do anything more. The three of them nodded and didn't say anything else. They soared into the sky and quickly left this place. Lin Xian's guess was right. The Duan family didn't just send these people. When they found out that Lin Xian had the longevity pill, they sent out an extremely powerful team. There were more than 10 9th-level venerables, and even one peak 9th-level existence. Such a team was extremely terrifying. It could be said that no one below the king realm could fight against them. However, the Palace of Gods of War and the Immortal Martial Academy weren't to be trifled with either. They sent out cultivators of a similar level to stop the Duan family. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't encounter too many obstacles on his journey. Finally, he returned to the Immortal Martial Academy. When they arrived at the Immortal Martial Academy, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 1283. But fortunately, they left safely. After returning to the Immortal Martial Academy, Lin Xian arranged for everyone to rest. He also quickly slept, then immediately got up to study the 3 sword scars left behind by the Iron Sword King. His current strength was strong enough to fight against 2 9th-level venerables, but in his opinion, it was still not enough, because the Duan clan was too strong, an existence equivalent to a king clan. Facing such an enemy, he could not relax. Therefore, he had to increase his strength as much as possible. After 2 days, Lin Xian adjusted his condition to the peak, then went into seclusion to comprehend the 3 sword scars. At this moment, there were still 7 days before the auction began. He had to comprehend the 3 sword scars in these 7 days. Time flowed, and in the blink of an eye, it was the day of the auction. The day before, Lin Xian came out of seclusion, his aura unusually sharp. In these few days, he relied on his strong comprehension ability to forcefully comprehend the 3 sword scars left behind by the Iron Sword King. Now his strength had increased again, and the great dragon sword spirit had also recovered. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Xian brought Shen Jingqiu and the rest to the Immortal Martial Auction. The Immortal Martial Auction was unusually busy. During this period of time, it was managed by the 10th Elder, Wang Li, and the other disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion. Brother Li, can we succeed in this auction? Yeah. Do the 2 items that Brother Xian took out really have such heaven-defying effects? Many disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were nervous because the effects of the Buren old-time tea and the longevity pill were too heaven-defying. Until now, they felt like they were dreaming. Don't worry. When has Brother Xian ever made a mistake? Since he took out these 2 items, they must have the legendary effects. Wang Li encouraged many disciples, but to be honest, he did not have much confidence in his heart, because all the information he knew was from rumors. He had never seen the real Buren old-time tea and the longevity pill. The only thing he could do now was to do his best to prepare for the auction. Half a day later, Lin Xian brought Shen Jingqiu and the rest to the Immortal Martial Auction. Brother Xian, Wang Li, and the others were excited. Lin Xian looked at these people and nodded with a smile. All of you have worked hard. When the auction is over, I will give everyone double the amount of elixir resources. Thank you, Brother Xian. The group of Dragon Sword Pavilion disciples cheered. They normally enjoyed more resources than the other powers, and now that Lin Xian was giving them double the amount, how could they not be happy? Looking at the excited crowd, Lin Xian was also in a good mood, so he quickly walked into the auction house. Young master, you're here. As soon as they entered the auction hall, the 10th elder hurried over. I heard that those people from the Duan clan made a move midway. Young master, are you injured? It's fine. Those guys can't hurt me. How are your preparations? Lin Xian asked. Everything is ready. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded, then instructed again. The standards of our auction this time are very high, so we have to screen the people who come to the auction. There are two main bases for my judgment. First, only core elders or sect leaders of 6th rank sects and above can enter. Second, if your personal wealth reaches 10 billion spiritual stones, you can also enter. These two conditions were too shocking. One had to know that no auction had set such rules before. However, this auction was different. Whether it was old-time tea or the longevity elixir, they were all heaven-defying divine items. Ordinary warriors didn't have the wealth to buy them, and only the top warriors had the chance to buy them. That was why Lin Xian had set such a standard. Moreover, the main purpose of this auction was to rope in these top powers and make it easier for both sides to cooperate. Setting a threshold was right, eliminating unnecessary trouble, and making the entire auction safer. It could be said that it was killing two birds with one stone. Oh, right. Have the invitations been sent out? They've been sent out, Wang Li quickly said. Very good. When those people with invitations come, you must invite them to the VIP room. Also, don't let anyone from the Duan clan in. If you find them, break their legs and throw them out. Yes, Brother Xian. After giving these instructions, Lin Xian took Shin Jingqiu to the back to rest. However, not long after, Wang Li ran over to report. Brother Xian, Blue Ice City's Shin Lingchuan and Master Shin are here. Oh, they're here so early. Take me to them quickly. Lin Xian stood up. Beside him, Shin Jingqiu also cheered. Daddy is here? Lin Xian and Shin Jingqiu walked outside and quickly saw Shin Lingchuan and his wife, as well as Shin Xiaqi. Dad, Mom. Shin Jingqiu ran over happily. Sister. The family was reunited. Lin Xian also laughed and said, Uncle Shin, Annie Shin, why are you here so early? I had no choice. Your old-time tea is too magical. And recently there was news about the longevity elixir, so I had to come early. Oh, right. Is the news about the longevity elixir true? Can it really defy fate? It's basically true. As for the specifics, you'll know when you meet the Sword Venerable. Lin Xian knew that these big shots did not dare to believe it at the moment, but when the Sword Venerable arrived, everyone would believe it. All right, then I'll wait for your good news. Shin Lingchuan smiled. Uncle Shin, this way, please. I've already prepared rooms for you. Accompany your parents. Lin Xian let Wang Li bring Shin Lingchuan and his family into VIP room number 1. After Shin Lingchuan arrived, the martial artists from the other big powers also arrived one after another. Suddenly, the entire Windy City was filled with all kinds of ancient beasts, spiritual boats, and war chariots. These were not ordinary beasts or war chariots, but extremely precious treasures. Usually, one would not be able to see even one of them, but now there were countless rare beasts and ancient war chariots. Perhaps only the immortal martial auction could create such a grand scene. The big shots arrived one after another, and it was unusually lively. Wang Li and the rest were about to go crazy. Although these big shots had restrained their auras, they were still very terrifying. They received them carefully, afraid that they would anger them. But soon, Wang Li and the rest knew what it meant to be strong, and their confidence increased significantly. At first, someone was making a scene. It was a 9th level honorable, and he was not from any big power. He was just a lone cultivator, and he had a bad reputation. He belonged to the demonic sect. That person was called Monk Shui. He was bald, but his aura was vigorous. He carried a white bone club on his back, and his killing intent was overwhelming. Just because a disciple of the Dragon Sword Pavilion was a little slow in receiving him, he was angry and injured the disciple. Humph, what immortal martial auction. If you anger your grandfather, I'll tear this place down. Chapter 1284. Although Wang Li and the rest were furious, the difference in cultivation was too great. They were no match for the 9 honorables. Therefore, the atmosphere was awkward. The experts from the major forces looked on, with flickering eyes. No one dared to make a move because this was a matter of the celestial martial auction. If the other party couldn't even handle such a small matter, there was no need for the old-time tea and longevity pills to be auctioned. Seeing that no one dared to step forward, Monk Blood became even more arrogant. Hurry up and tell that Lin Xian to come out. Tell him to give me 100 servings of old-time tea and longevity pills, and I'll let you go. You're courting death. The disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were furious when they heard that. Some of them even wanted to rush forward. However, they were all stopped by Wang Li and Dongfang Xiong. Don't be rash. The other party is a peerless expert. If you rush forward, you'll only be courting death. You might even become a joke. Go and inform the 9th and 10th elders. The disciples nodded and quickly retreated. You want to leave? Where are you going? Stay here for me. Monk Blood sneered. He then stretched out a huge palm and grabbed in front of him. Suddenly, the terrifying palm was like a mountain covering everyone. Wang Li and the rest changed their expressions. Many of them even felt numb. This aura was not something they could withstand. Just as they were about to be smashed into a bloody mist, a sword radiance flew out from the auction house. The sword radiance was like a rainbow. It flew out from the auction house quickly and slashed at the huge palm. Suddenly, the huge palm was cut in half like a piece of tofu. Ah! Monk Blood screamed and quickly retracted his hand. His eyes were filled with fear and viciousness. He did not expect someone to be able to cut his hand in half. However, this was not the end. After the sword radiance cut his hand, it flew towards him quickly. Damn it! Get lost! Monk Blood was furious. He waved his arm and 18 palm shadows flew out. They joined together and blasted forward quickly, trying to destroy the sword radiance. Poof! Poof! However, it was all in vain. The sword radiance was extremely sharp. It pierced through the 18 palm shadows and cut off Monk Blood's head. His head fell to the ground, and his eyes were filled with terror. Even until his death, he did not believe that someone could kill him with a single move. The surrounding crowd was also in an uproar. Wang Li and the other disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were completely stupefied, while the experts of the major powers had grave expressions on their faces. That was a 9th heaven venerable tier, an existence that was as powerful as them. However, he had actually been killed by a single sword strike from someone else. This was really shocking. Who is it that possesses such terrifying strength? At that moment, everyone's eyes were on the auction. Humph, if you dare to behave atrociously at the auction. Only death awaits you. An old voice rang out with a sharp aura, following which the void flickered and a figure appeared before everyone. Sword Venerable. Seeing that figure, everyone was shocked because they realized that the figure was the sword sovereign whose name shook the entire continent. No wonder this was the case. Most likely, only Chung Chung would be able to kill a 9th heaven venerable with a single sword strike. It was rumored that the sword venerable did not have much lifespan left. He only had 1 month left. But now, it seemed that the other party was full of vitality, and didn't look like he was dying at all. It seemed that the rumor of the longevity pill was true. Everyone was excited. They realized that the longevity pill was really too miraculous. Among them, many elders who didn't have much lifespan left clenched their fists. This time, no matter what price they had to pay, they had to obtain the longevity pill. With the Sword Venerable's appearance, the others naturally didn't dare to act rashly. Even the Ninth Heaven Venerables became cautious. Wang Li and the others gathered their men and quickly carried Xue Shang's corpse away. They also cleared the path. Soon, the bloodstains on the ground were washed clean. Only a faint smell of blood remained in the air. Seeing that no one dared to act rashly, Wang Li and the others heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they straightened their backs. This was because no one dared to act presumptuously in front of the auction. Things went very smoothly. Lin Xian also nodded slightly regarding Xue Shang's matter. Now, there were some things that didn't require him to do at all to deter those who had bad intentions. It seemed that the effects of the longevity pill were better than expected. Brother Xian, Yu Fei walked over quickly. What's the matter? The Duan clan is here. Yu Fei's expression was a little heavy. Those people are really shameless. They chased after us previously, and now they dare to come out. How despicable. With our relationship, I don't think the other party will send anyone important. They must have sent some small fries to investigate the situation. Don't bother about them. Just break their legs and throw them out. Don't worry, Brother Xian. I know what to do. Yu Fei was excited at the thought of throwing the Duan clan out. You rascal. I haven't seen you for a few days, and you've become more impressive? In the VIP room, Murong Qingcheng was wearing a long dress. She rolled her eyes at Lin Xian. It's fine if it's the others, but this Duan clan must be dealt with harshly. This is just the beginning. I will let them know the consequences of plotting against the palace of gods of war. Lin Xian's eyes flashed coldly, but it quickly disappeared. Here, I just brewed the immortal tea. Try it. Lin Xian poured a cup of spiritual tea and pushed it in front of Murong Qingcheng. Although she didn't drink it, the fragrance of the tea filled the entire room. Just as Lin Xian and Murong Qingcheng were drinking tea, another group of people appeared at the entrance of the auction house. It was a young man in his 20s named Duan Feng. He was also a young master of the Duan clan. However, compared to Duan Li, his status and strength were far inferior. Even so, he was still very arrogant. His entire nose was pointed to the sky. There were two old men behind him. Their auras were around the eighth firmament of the supremacy realm. Although Duan Feng was arrogant, he didn't dare to cause trouble openly. He just swaggered towards the auction house with his people. However, he was soon stopped. How dare you stop me? Are you courting death? Do you know who I am? Duan Feng's face darkened. This was because the moment he was stopped, he sensed countless gazes sweeping over him from all directions. Many of them had mocking expressions on their faces. That was because this auction house wasn't a place that anyone could enter casually. There were two prerequisites. Either one had a status or one had money. Those who were stopped were all people who wanted to take advantage of the situation. Everyone naturally despised such people. Now that Duan Feng was stopped, it attracted countless mocking gazes. Damn it, are you blind? Don't you know who I am? How dare you stop me? Duan Feng was furious. I'm a member of the Duan clan. You dog, how dare you stop me? Don't you want to live anymore? However, the Dragon Sword Pavilion disciples' attitude was unusually firm. The Duan clan isn't on our invitation list. You'd better leave quickly. Otherwise, don't blame us for being rude. What? Chapter 1285. You're courting death. You're really courting death. You're even threatening our Duan family? I'll teach you a lesson today. You ignorant fool. Duan Feng snorted and was about to attack. At that moment, a cold shout was heard. Stop! What's going on? How dare you cause trouble in front of the auction? Do you want your legs broken and thrown out? A young man could not do it. Brother Fei, the Dragon Sword Pavilion disciple shouted when he saw the young man. The young man was Yu Fei. He walked out when he heard the commotion outside. Duan Feng glanced at him and said coldly, "You're the one in charge?" Seeing Yu Fei nod, he continued, "Who did you find? You don't even know our Duan family. How despicable. If you know what's good for you, get him to kneel down and apologize. I'll cripple one of his hands, and this matter will be over. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude today." Duan Feng was obviously here to cause trouble. After Yu Fei heard that, he said with a smile, "Oh, I'm sorry. It's all my fault. It's our negligence." Hearing that, the surrounding people were stunned. Since when did Lin Xian become so polite? Weren't they sworn enemies? Even Duan Feng was puzzled, let alone the surrounding warriors. He knew the relationship between the two families. It was already good enough that the other party did not attack him directly after he provoked him. However, he did not expect the other party's attitude to be so good. "At least you have some knowledge. Hurry up and get him to kneel down and apologize." Duan Feng's nose was in the air, looking very arrogant. However, Yu Fei ignored him. Instead, he turned around and took out a sign from his storage ring. "Sorry, it's our negligence. I asked them to hang this sign up yesterday. Who knew that they would forget? However, it's not too late to hang it up now," Yu Fei said with a smile. Then he hung the sign on the wall. Everyone was curious and looked over. Then they all burst out laughing, because there was a line of words written on it. "Duan family and dogs are not allowed to enter." Seeing these words, the surrounding warriors were laughing so hard that they almost choked. Duan Feng took a look and almost fainted. The two elders behind him were also trembling with anger. This was humiliation. This was blatant humiliation. It was not a slap in the face, but a kick in the face. What kind of status did the Duan clan have? How dignified were they to be humiliated in such a manner? Thinking of this, the three of them trembled in anger. "You dare to insult my Duan clan? You're dead meat." Duan Feng and the other two looked ferocious. However, Yu Fei stopped smiling and said coldly, "Break their legs and throw them out. You're courting death. How dare you touch me?" Duan Feng went mad. However, Lin Xian had already made arrangements. So, as soon as he finished speaking, an expert came out and instantly broke the three people's legs. Then they threw them out like dead dogs. Of course, this was just a small interlude. Everyone just laughed, and no one paid attention to it. The moment the auction house was fully seated, the doors of the auction house closed. Without any external light, the entire hall suddenly darkened, but soon it lit up again, because on the ceiling countless fist-sized pearls were flashing like stars. For a moment, the lighting in the hall was just right. Moreover, a ball of gentle light lit up on the auction stage in front of him. Then an old figure walked over quickly. It was the auctioneer, the 10th elder. He first greeted everyone to liven up the atmosphere, then went straight to the main topic. "Ladies and gentlemen, there are two items in this auction. They are the old-time tea and the longevity elixir. Now, let's begin the auction of the old-time tea." As he spoke, the 10th elder flipped his palm, and 30 emerald green leaves appeared on the auction stage. Each leaf was stored in a high-quality jade box. There were a total of 30 leaves neatly arranged. "Ladies and gentlemen, these are 30 leaves of the old-time tea. There are 5 leaves in a group, and they will be auctioned 6 times. In other words, you only have 6 chances to get the precious old-time tea. As for when the next auction will be, I don't know. So, please cherish this opportunity." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire hall boiled with excitement. They did not expect there to be so little old-time tea. There were only 30 leaves in total. It was not enough to drink. Originally, they wanted to use it as a regular spiritual tea to improve their health and prolong their aging. But now it seemed impossible. It seemed that it could only be used as a rare medicine to heal serious injuries. But no matter what, no one wanted to miss out on the old-time tea. The auction now began. The starting price was 1,000,000 spiritual stones, and each increase must be no less than 100,000. 1,000,000 spiritual stones was not a lot, but it was only the starting price. No one cared about it, because everyone knew that the final price was far more than that. Even if the starting price was 1 spiritual stone, these people would not be surprised. Sure enough, as soon as the 10th elder finished speaking, someone bid 10,000,000. In an instant, someone offered 10 times the starting price. But no one cared. The old-time tea was worth more than that. Sure enough, the following prices climbed steadily. 30,000,000, 50,000,000, 100,000,000. The price climbed rapidly, and the atmosphere of the auction gradually surged to a peak. 2,000,000,000. A voice came from the VIP room. The bidder was Shun Lingchuan, who was in VIP room number 1. These big shots dealt with each other all year round. So when the voice came out, they all knew it was Shun Lingchuan. Shun Lingchuan's strength and status were extremely powerful, and the news of the old-time tea first came from the Shun family. So when he bid, everyone gave him face. In the end, the first old-time tea was sold for 2,000,000,000. After getting 5 jade-like leaves, Shun Lingchuan breathed a sigh of relief. He was different from those people. He had directly felt the magical effects of the old-time tea, so he was naturally at ease with this old-time tea. Of course, the result was also very good. He got the first one. He did not participate in the following auction, but the powerhouses of the big forces began to fight. The second one was sold for 5,000,000,000. The further it went, the more expensive it became. When the last group was sold, even the 10th elder sucked in a breath of cold air, because the final price reached 11,000,000,000. This kind of final price was really too outrageous. One had to know that a half Earth-level treasure was about 1,000,000,000, and these 5 leaves could buy 10 half Earth-level treasures. It had to be said that it was really too precious. When all the old-time teas were sold, the 10th elder did not continue. Instead, he let everyone rest for a while, and also left the auction stage. Next were some singing and dancing performances, and all kinds of spiritual tea, spiritual wine, and snacks began to be provided in the main hall. Everyone ate a little, and then rested for a while. Even though it had only been a short period of time, the price war seemed to have made them experience a huge battle. Chapter 1286. Even though it had only been a short period of time, the price war seemed to have made them experience a huge battle. However, they didn't dare to truly relax. Everyone was tensed up because they knew that the next auction was more important, because there was something more precious than old-time tea. That was the longevity elixir. If old-time tea was a treasure that was collected by those big shots in case of emergency, then the longevity elixir was something that every martial artist longed for, because it could prolong life. Not just 1 or 2 years, but 30 years. For those dying old people, 1 or 2 days was already a luxury, let alone 30 years. Therefore, they would do anything to get the longevity elixir. After half an hour, the 10th elder walked onto the stage again. Everyone's hearts were in their throats because they knew that the second auction was about to begin. As expected, the 10th elder was as decisive as ever. He announced the second auction as soon as he stepped onto the stage. The second auction item is called the longevity elixir. I'm sure everyone has heard of its effects. That's right. It can increase one's lifespan by 30 years. Everyone knows that life, old age, sickness, and death is the law of nature. It is irreversible. However, the longevity elixir is so heaven-defying that it can take one's life and increase one's lifespan by 30 years. I'm sure I don't need to tell you how precious it is. Seeing everyone's heated gazes, the 10th elder smiled and said again, "There are a total of 4 longevity elixirs being auctioned this time." "What? 4? Why are there only 4? "Yeah, that's too little." Hearing the 10th elder's words, everyone was stunned. In their opinion, there should be at least 10 longevity elixirs. Who would have thought that there would only be 4 longevity elixirs? 4 longevity elixirs were too little. How many powerhouses and high-ranking officials were there? Adding them all up, it was a terrifying number. 4 longevity elixirs were not enough. Seeing the dissatisfaction of those people, the 10th elder took a deep breath. Of course, he knew that 4 longevity elixirs were very little. However, this was Lin Xian's idea. Lin Xian naturally had his reasons for doing so. The rarer something was, the more valuable it was. The longevity pills were precious to begin with. If such a treasure appeared in large quantities, it would give people the impression that it was worthless. Lin Xian wouldn't do that. He wouldn't let a large number of longevity pills appear in front of everyone. Therefore, he only took out 4 pills for the countless experts to fight over. Only the treasures that one had obtained after expending countless amounts of wealth would be cherished. It would also better reflect the value of the longevity pill. Therefore, even if the powerhouses below complained, Lin Xian's decision would not change. The 10th elder had received Lin Xian's reminder, so he took a deep breath and said loudly, "Now, the first longevity pill will be auctioned. The starting price is 10 million, and each increment must be at least 1 million. Hearing the 10th elder's voice, the experts' faces turned ugly. However, they had no choice but to participate in the auction. At the very least, they had to obtain a longevity pill first. The rest could be discussed later. The longevity elixir was much more precious than the old-time tea. Therefore, the price of the longevity elixir skyrocketed from the very beginning. Soon, it broke through the 1 billion mark. 5 billion, 8 billion, 10 billion. Last time, the last set of old-time tea was auctioned off for 11 billion. But now, the first longevity elixir had broken through that price. No wonder Lin Xian had set a threshold for the auction. At this auction, those with less than 10 billion should not even think about it. 15 billion, Xia Zhuangzhu of the deity sword Villa bid. 17 billion. This was the first elder of the divine bird palace. Although they had a good relationship with the Duan family, Lin Xian did not do anything to them this time. Therefore, he could participate in the auction now. 18 billion. The Heavenly Fire sect was also a top 6th-ranked sect. The bidder was an old man with long hair and beard. His whole body was covered in flames, forming a flame robe that draped over his body. 20 billion. At this time, Shun Lingchuan from VIP room 1 spoke again. "Haha, this old man also wants to play." 23 billion. This time, the bidder was an old man. He had a head full of white hair, but his face was as delicate as a baby's. Although his eyes had seen the vicissitudes of life, they were very lively, like an old urchin. This was a powerhouse of the Merry Woods. "You guy, aren't you practicing the heavenly immortality art? Why are you still here competing for the longevity elixir?" The elder of the Morong family also spoke. 21 billion. Hearing this astronomical price, Wang, Li, and the other disciples of the Dragon Sword Pavilion were shocked. Even Lin Xian's eyelids were twitching. 20 billion. This was a huge amount of wealth. However, he also knew that the further one went, the weaker the effect of spirit stones. At least, some of the extinct treasures could not be bought with spirit stones. For example, if he did not take out the longevity elixir for auction, these people would not be able to buy it even if they had countless spirit stones. Morong Qingchen gritted her teeth. "You guy, can you give me a longevity elixir for free? Give it to you? What do you want it for? You're so young and beautiful." Lin Xian laughed. "Humph." Morong Qingchen lightly snorted, then said, "Of course, I'm not using it for myself. It's not that I can't give it to the Morong family." Lin Xian tapped his finger on the table. then looked at Morong Chingcheng and said, "But don't you want to do something? Something? What do I want to do?" Morong Chingcheng tilted her head with a puzzled expression. "For example, you can kiss me a little, or go warm the windows." "Go to hell, you bastard. You're too despicable." Morong Chingcheng's face immediately turned red. Lin Xian continued to laugh. "What? Are you shy? Since you're going to marry into my family sooner or later, why don't you do it now? I can give your family a few longevity elixirs." Hearing this, Morong Chingcheng's face turned even redder. She scolded in a low voice, "Go to hell. I hate you the most." "Sigh, if that's the case, then it's really a pity." Lin Xian sighed heavily, but his eyes were full of smiles. Then he picked up the immortal tea, took a sip, and looked down once again. The bidding in the main hall became more and more intense. In the end, the first longevity elixir was bought by the Morong family at a price of 30 billion. Instantly, the other king families and rank 6 sects sighed. Among the king families, other than the Duan family, the rest were all present. However, not many people from the Palace of Gods of War came. Because of Lin Xian, they didn't need to bid. If there was a need, Lin Xian could provide it for free. As for the Immortal Martial Academy, Lin Xian also gave one to Dean Xian. Therefore, the main competitors were the Morong family, the Shen family, and the Merry Woods. As expected, the second longevity elixir was bought by the Merry Woods at a price of 40 billion. The third longevity elixir was bought by the Shen family at a price of 53 billion. Everyone, this is the last longevity elixir, and there won't be any more in the future. Chapter 1287. Everyone, this is the last longevity pill. There won't be any more longevity pills in the future. What? There won't be any more longevity pills in the future? Everyone exclaimed in shock. Many people even went crazy and kept fiddling with their hair. Previously, they couldn't bear to bid and wanted to wait until the next auction. Who would have thought that it would be a peerless longevity pill? The longevity pill would only be auctioned once and would not be auctioned again. Why is this happening? No way. Can't we buy it even if we have money in the future? The crowd went crazy. Seeing everyone's dissatisfaction, the 10th elder hurriedly explained, "Everyone, the longevity pill is heaven-defying. I'm sure everyone knows that it requires extremely precious herbs. To tell everyone the truth, these herbs are all extinct. The young master obtained some in the Hidden Sky's secret realm. That's how the longevity pill came about. However, these pills are limited and have been around for a long time. Once used, there's no replacement. That's why the longevity pill is limited. The more you use, the less you have." Hearing this, everyone was disappointed. That's right, the longevity pill was a peerless longevity pill. Furthermore, the herbs used to make it could not be found in the Tianwu continent. Even if these people were anxious, there was nothing they could do. No, even if I have to risk my life, I have to get the last longevity pill. If we miss this chance, I'm afraid we won't have another chance in the future. The older generation went crazy and did not hesitate to take out all their wealth to exchange for a longevity pill. Soon, the price rose from 10 billion to 30 billion. It did not slow down and soon broke through the 500 mark. The third auction was 50 billion, but this time the price did not stop there. Instead, it rose rapidly. 60 billion. Suddenly, a low voice came from the main hall. The voice was not loud, but it was unusually clear. Not only that, the older generation and the experts of the various large families trembled when they heard the voice. A look of shock appeared in their eyes. Everyone's expression changed when they heard the voice. Even the peerless experts of the large factions narrowed their eyes. That was because the power of the voice had surpassed that of a ninth heaven supremacy. Of course, he had not become a true king, but he was not someone these people could compete with. A half-step king. Everyone was shocked. They did not expect such a person to appear in the auction. Lin Xian also raised his eyebrows when he heard the situation. A half-step king was a terrifying existence, even soared Venerable's peak. Who would have thought that he would appear now? Inside the palace, many people extended their souls to search for that half-step king. Humph! A cold snort caused everyone's mind to tremble. They hurriedly withdrew their soul power and didn't dare to casually probe. This was naturally a warning from that half-step king. As an existence that surpassed the supreme experts, he possessed supreme prestige. How could he allow others to casually probe him? Fortunately, the other party only gave them a warning and did not attack them. Otherwise, many of the people present would not have suffered heavy injuries to their souls. It was even possible for them to become idiots. It's clear that he's someone we haven't investigated before. On the Martial Heaven continent, kings and half-step kings were extremely powerful existences, so these people all knew about them. Even if there were some hidden kings who didn't come out all year round, these large powers still knew about them. But the person in front of them was not one of them. Although his origin was strange, his strength was a genuine half-step king's. That's why no one dared to raise the price. Of course, the king families were an exception. This was because their families also had half-step kings. Moreover, not only did they have half-step kings, but they also had supreme kings. They were the peak of the continent. Therefore, they did not fear that mysterious half-step king. 63 billion. Morong family's elder bid again. 65 billion. Shun family's elder bid. 68 billion. Mary Woods's elder bid. That mysterious half-step king snorted coldly. 75 billion. The sudden increase of almost 10 billion made those king family's elders suck in a breath of cold air. Although the longevity pellet was good, the price was too ridiculous. Moreover, it seemed like the other party was determined to get it. Even if they continued to bid, there would be no result. Therefore, the three king families stopped bidding. In the end, the fourth longevity pellet was won by the mysterious half-step king at the price of 75 billion. The items in this auction were all sold. Those king families who got the longevity pellet let out a sigh of relief. Those warriors who did not get it were extremely envious. In the VIP room, Lin Xian drank the last mouthful of old-time tea and stood up. It's my turn now. He did not plan this auction simply to sell items. He also wanted to rope in these powers. Therefore, at the last moment, he still needed to make an appearance. The hall was extremely lively. Everyone was about to leave when they saw another figure appear on the auction stage. Seeing that figure, everyone sat down again. They realized that it was Lin Xian. They knew Lin Xian's identity very well. Not only was he the owner of the auction, but he also provided old-time tea and the longevity pellet. Therefore, Lin Xian's appearance made these people very suspicious. At the same time, they also had unlimited hope. Is there a turning point? Some people were excited, especially those who did not get old-time tea and the longevity pellet. Young Master Lin, are you really not going to sell the longevity pellet in the future? If you're not selling the longevity pellet, then what about old-time tea? There should be more of that, right? A group of people asked, one after another. The hall was very noisy. Lin Xian said loudly, "Everyone, please calm down. I'm here to talk to you about this." Hearing this, everyone quieted down. They all pricked up their ears and listened carefully. I have old-time tea and longevity pellet, but I really don't have a lot. What? You have both. Then why don't you auction them? Everyone was first shocked, then dissatisfied. Why should I auction them? Lin Xian asked calmly. Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They opened their mouths but could not say the reason. Yes, why should he auction them? The longevity pellet belonged to him. He was free to do whatever he wanted. To tell you the truth, I still have some old-time tea, but I really don't have many longevity pellets left. All the longevity pellets I have can be counted on one hand. Chapter 1288. Young Master Lin, just say what you have in mind, an elder from the heavenly fire sect said. Hearing that, the others nodded. Indeed, if Lin Xian did not want to sell it to them, they could have just kept it to themselves. But now that he said it but did not want to auction it, it meant that there must be other ways to obtain it. As expected of someone from a large faction, he was smart. Lin Xian was secretly delighted and said again, there are indeed other ways to obtain it. From today onwards, I will establish a first-class hall. In the first-class hall, we will provide old-time tea. Hearing that, everyone's eyes lit up. Judging from his words, he should have a lot of old-time tea. How can we enter the first-class hall? Many people were tempted because long-term consumption of old-time tea could also slow down aging. Very simple. Become an ally of the Palace of Gods of War, and you can enter the first-class hall. My first-class hall not only has old-time tea, but also other rare spiritual wine and spiritual tea. I guarantee that they are all of the best quality, but they are all clearly priced. Lin Xian's meaning was obvious. If one wanted to buy old-time tea, they had to enter the first-class hall first. Otherwise, no matter how rich they were, they would not have the right to buy it. As for the meaning of being an ally, they all understood. Now Lin Xian and the Duan family were fighting fiercely, fighting for the leadership of the Palace of Gods of War. In the past, the Duan family was powerful and was about to take control of the Palace of Gods of War. But ever since Lin Xian appeared, he turned the situation around in an extremely short time. Now, it seemed that Lin Xian was going to counterattack. If you want to join the first-class hall, you need to prove your allegiance. I'm sure all of you are aware of this. Lin Xian said slowly. Indeed, he would not let anyone who wanted to fish in troubled waters enter the first-class hall. Hearing that, the large families fell silent and stopped thinking about this matter. Lin Xian was not in a hurry. Instead, he smiled faintly. Of course, I will give everyone some time to consider this matter. I believe that after you drink old-time tea, you will know how to make a decision. Everyone's heart skipped a beat. It seemed that Lin Xian was very confident in old-time tea. However, they had only heard of the legend of old-time tea and had never really tasted it. It seemed that he could only ask those who had taken photos of old-time tea later. Young Master Lin, where are the longevity pills? Does Class 1 Hall have it as well? Finally, someone asked the most important question. When these words came out, everyone was extremely shocked. Lin Xian explained, I'm sure everyone knows how precious the longevity pill is. To tell you the truth, I only have 5 left. Among these 5 pills, 3 of them extend one's lifespan by 30 years, and 2 of them extend one's lifespan by 50 years. What? 50 years? Many people's eyes turned red when they heard this. Who would have thought that Lin Xian actually had a pill that could increase one's lifespan by 50 years? Young Master Lin, if you have any conditions, just say it. Don't keep us in suspense. Some of the more impatient elders couldn't wait any longer. Kill 3 core elders of the Duan clan, get a longevity pill. Kill young Master Ling Feng, get a longevity pill. Kill Wu Zun, get a 50-year-old longevity pill. Kill the head of the Duan clan, get a 50-year-old longevity pill. Lin Xian's voice echoed throughout the hall. What? Hearing this, everyone was stunned. They didn't expect that Lin Xian's conditions were to assassinate the higher-ups of the Duan clan and the head of the Duan clan. That was too shocking. After all, the Duan clan was extremely powerful, equivalent to a king clan. The head of the Duan clan was the deputy palace master of the Palace of Ares, and his son, Wu Zun, was a peak venerable. Young Master Ling Feng was also a representative of the younger generation of the mainland, but Lin Xian wanted to assassinate them. That was too crazy. There were a total of 5 longevity pills. First come, first served. If you were late, you would get nothing. Lin Xian reminded them again. Everyone's mouth twitched. To be honest, they were really hesitant. Although the longevity pill was good, the Duan clan was also extremely terrifying. Once the assassination failed, the Duan clan would definitely retaliate crazily. Thus, no one dared to make a decision. However, at this moment, the mysterious half-step king asked, "Are you telling the truth?" "Of course. If you can bring their bodies back, the longevity pill is yours." Lin Xian said. "No way. Is that mysterious half-step king going to attack the Duan clan?" This is earth-shattering news. When the news of the longevity pill reached those hidden clans, someone might make a move again. Yeah, the Duan clan is in danger this time. This Lin Xian is too powerful. He actually used such methods to mobilize the heroes of the world. Everyone was shocked. In the following days, the news spread like a storm, instantly spreading throughout the entire Sky Martial continent. For a moment, everyone was talking about this matter. When the Duan clan found out about this, they were furious. Damn it, damn it. Young Master Ling Feng was so angry that he shouted like an angry lion, scaring the people around him into kneeling on the ground. They had never seen young Master Ling Feng so angry because in their memories, young Master Ling Feng had always been like an iceberg-killing god, controlling everything. However, the other party was now exposed. It could not be helped. It was because of Ling Xian's kill order. Speaking of which, they also had an assassin organization, and it was the top assassin organization in the blood field. However, compared to the other party, their assassin organization was incomparably weak, because the other party's reward was too terrifying. It was the longevity pill. It was a divine medicine that could be auctioned for 80 billion. It could even defy the heavens and take one's life. Everyone was tempted by such an item. Although it was difficult for some large factions to make a decision in a short period of time, it was hard to guarantee that no one would not secretly make a move. For a moment, the entire Duan clan was facing a great enemy. Not only that, some of the Duan clan's resources, mines, and shops were all affected. Because they wanted to join the elite hall, they had to show proof of their loyalty. Since the Duan clan was on guard and could not kill, they could only take action from the resources. Therefore, within a day, the Duan clan's businesses were severely affected. On the other hand, Lin Xian's side of the Palace of Ares was rapidly expanding. This change was like a violent storm, swift and decisive. In a short period of time, the entire situation had undergone an earth-shattering reversal. Lin Xian looked at the news in his hand and nodded continuously. The effects of the old-time tea and the longevity pill were indeed amazing. Just the elite hall alone had attracted many sixth-rank sects to join. Among them were some sects that had previously relied on the Duan clan. However, they had now defected and joined them. The Wang clan had not joined yet, but their attitude had changed. Many of the sects that had cooperated with the Duan clan had now withdrawn. It would not be long before the Duan clan suffered another heavy blow. Chapter 1289. The King clans hadn't joined yet, but their attitudes had changed. Many of the clans that had worked with the Duan clan had withdrawn. It wouldn't be long before the Duan clan suffered another heavy blow. Lin Xian knew that the Duan clan would be able to take it during this period. He handed over the matters here to the 9th Elder, and the rest while he returned to the Immortal Martial Academy. Firstly, he wanted to give Xinjingqiu more than one illusory array to get rid of her inner demons. Secondly, he wanted to forge the Red Lotus armor. In the remote sky secret realm, he had obtained many natural treasures. Other than precious spiritual herbs, he had also obtained many materials for forging weapons. Now, he had enough materials to forge an armor. Therefore, he wanted to forge it. This way, even if the Duan clan retaliated, he would have the ability to protect himself. 3 days later, Lin Xian brought Shen Jingqiu back to the Immortal Martial Academy. He didn't return to the freshman area. Instead, he asked Dean Xian to find a safe and secluded place for him. Soon, he found a mountain peak. It was located in the core area of the academy and was very safe. Moreover, the spiritual energy was abundant, and the environment was friendly. It was very suitable for cultivation. After settling down, Lin Xian started to set up the formation. His attainments and formations were terrifying. Even the formation masters of the king clans might not be able to compare to him. Therefore, setting up an illusory array was nothing to him. However, in order to achieve the best effect, Lin Xian spent 120% of his effort and a day to set up an illusory array. Qiu, it's up to you now. Believe in yourself. You can do it. Shen Jingqiu nodded heavily. Don't worry, brother Lin Xian. I can do it. The little girl was also very serious. She knew that this was very important to her. After taking a deep breath, Shen Jingqiu quickly walked into the illusory array. Originally, Lin Xian wanted to stay here for 2 days to check on Shen Jingqiu's condition. If there was no danger, he would forge the Red Lotus armor. However, the situation changed after a day because the dark red dragon flew out of the demonic beast bag. Kid, I'm awake. Lin Xian, on the other hand, had a look of surprise on his face. Could it be that your recovery failed? How could I possibly fail? Am I that weak? That's not right. If you succeed, shouldn't you be shouting in the sky? Why are you so honest now? You didn't even celebrate your breakthrough? Bah, am I so shallow that I have to make a fuss just because I've recovered my strength? The dark red dragon god blushed, but fortunately his entire body was red, so there was no awkwardness at all. Humph, kid, you've followed me for so long, but you don't understand me at all. You've only recovered to the 9th heavenly layer. What's there to be happy about? Although it was humble and said that it was unhappy, its tail was already wagging. Lin Xian rolled his eyes. All right, we'll celebrate when you return to the challenger level. I have a task for you. Help me look after the illusion array. Where are you going? The dark red dragon god asked. Then he glanced at the array in front of him and exclaimed, Io, this array is engraved well. Kid, you've improved. Lin Xian was a little proud of himself. Then he said, I'm going to refine the Red Lotus armor. The person inside is my friend. Look after her. Don't let anything happen to her. After giving his instructions, Lin Xian left. The dark red dragon god looked inside and saw a hazy figure. It's a little beauty. This kid is good. He's quite fast. He actually found another beauty. How shameful. How depraved. The dark red dragon god muttered. Then he brought out the little white monkey. The two of them hugged spiritual fruits and spiritual wine together and ate heartily. On the other side, Lin Xian was in seclusion to refine the Red Lotus armor. With a wave of his hand, the 1,000-beast cauldron appeared. At the same time, countless materials floated in the air. These materials were very precious. Each of them could make the experts of the Tianwu continent go crazy. Many of them were even materials to refine Earth-rank treasures. Fortunately, Lin Xian had the blueprint. Moreover, his soul power was strong. That was why he could inscribe the inscriptions on the blueprint bit by bit. Otherwise, he would not be able to refine the armor. While Lin Xian was refining the armor, the outside world was not peaceful. Under the huge temptation of the longevity pill, someone finally made a move. The star mineral vein. There was a huge mineral vein here. Inside, it was the precious metal star steel. This mineral vein was the property of the Duan family. The star pills dug out here could be used to make weapons and armor. It could be said that it was very important. Moreover, it was a special situation. Therefore, the defense here was even tighter than before. Not only that, there was a core elder of the Duan family overseeing it. This elder was a 9th heaven honorable realm expert. He was not an early Ninth Heaven Honorable Realm expert. Instead, he was a Ninth Heaven Honorable Realm expert. His strength was equivalent to the Ninth Elder. With such a powerful person overseeing it, the Duan family was very assured. The night was slightly cold. The entire mineral vein did not stop working. Sonorous knocking sounds could be heard. Some key places were even heavily guarded by patrolling guards. However, in the dark night, a few figures floated over quickly like ghosts. These 5 people were very fast and did not reveal any auras. Therefore, even though the patrolling guards were very vigilant, they did not notice them. These 5 people were of all shapes and sizes. One of them was a fatty. When he passed by a group of guards, he sneered, and a ball of dark green mist surged out of his palm. Next, the green mist waved and instantly enveloped a group of 10 people. Woo-woo. Immediately, those cultivators did not even have time to scream before their bodies turned into a pool of pus. The 5 of them did not stop. Wherever they passed, the groups they encountered all disappeared silently. Soon, they arrived in front of a palace. The 5 of them looked at each other, took out their knives, forks, and sticks, and quickly rushed forward. Boom! The auras of the 5 people erupted. It was very terrifying. They joined together and cooperated with the terrifying attacks. They quickly blasted forward. Immediately, the majestic palace collapsed with a bang. Huge rocks flew everywhere, and the ground sank. Everything within a radius of 10 miles collapsed. Some of the nearby cultivators did not have time to escape at all and turned into a bloody mist in the attack. In an instant, the entire mine sounded an alarm. Countless cultivators and guards gathered here. In the ruins in front of them, there was also an angry shout. "You're courting death." This voice was like thunder. It exploded with a bang, forming a violent air blade that blew away all the surrounding ruins. An old figure stood on the ground. The old man was dressed in a dark green robe that was incomparably resplendent. However, at this moment, his face was abnormally cold. A terrifying gaze burst out from his ancient eyes. It was like a fiend god spear that pierced through the void. "How dare you cause trouble in the Duan family's mine? You're courting death." Chapter 1290. In the distance, there were countless martial artists rushing over in a frenzy, surrounding the area so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The 5 black-clothed men sneered, and one of them, a tall man, shouted coldly and attacked. Immediately, the 5 of them attacked the core elder in front of them. The great battle erupted, and it was abnormally intense. The core elder of the Duan family was full of confidence, but very soon he let out a cry of surprise. "You guys are actually all 9th level supremacies." He was simply too shocked to think that the 5 people who killed him were actually all 9th level supremacies. Although they were only at the initial 9th level, their strength was still very terrifying. Under normal circumstances, a mid-stage 9th level martial artist could contend against 3 initial stage supremacies, at most 4. If there were 5, they could not contend at all and could only retreat. Now, the Duan family's elder was facing such a situation. "Old man, today is the day you die." The 5 of them roared, erupting with energy that could tear heaven and earth. After a great battle, the Duan family's core elder fought with all his strength, but he still could not escape and finally lost his life here. Seeing the strongest core elder being killed, the surrounding martial artists were all scared out of their wits and fled one after another. Similar things were happening in many places of the Duan family. Of course, some succeeded and some failed. But no matter what, the Duan family suffered heavy losses, and even a few core elders were killed. For a time, it set off a huge uproar in the entire Tianwu continent. The Duan family was incomparably furious and fought back with all their might, but there were too many assassins, and they were very scattered, so the effect they achieved was minimal. In the end, the Duan family had no choice but to recall all the important elders and martial artists. However, they did not sit still and wait for death, but quickly sought an alliance, preparing to counterattack again. For a time, there were also many forces that joined. In a blink of an eye, a month passed, and the situation in Tianwu continent became more and more tense, while Lin Xian's side was rather quiet. With the help of the illusory array, Shen Jingqiu finally overcame her heart demon and awakened the power of bloodline again. And on Lin Xian's side, he also successfully refined an armor. That armor was bright red all over, emitting light, and engraved on it was very complicated and profound. Lin Xian tested it out and found that this armor alone could block 70% of the attacks. In other words, if a ninth heaven venerate attacked him, the armor would be able to block 70% of the attack. As for the remaining 30%, he could rely on his powerful body and defense to block it. It had to be said that this was a good way to save one's life. After coming out of seclusion, Lin Xian called Yufei over and asked about the situation outside. After learning about Chang Kuang of the Duan clan, he nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. In a month's time, a few core elders of the Duan clan were killed. However, these people were killed by different forces. Therefore, no one had been able to gather the heads of 3 core elders, and no one had been able to exchange them for the longevity pill. However, Lin Xian was in no hurry. It had only been a month. As time passed, someone would definitely succeed in a sneak attack. Where's the 9th elder? Lin Xian asked. 9th elder returned to War God Palace. I heard that he had something important to do. Yufei said, return to the Palace of Ares? Forget it. Let me know when he comes back. Also, continue to monitor the Duan clan's actions. If there's anything unusual, report to me immediately. After arranging the following matters, Lin Xian accompanied Shen Jingqiu to cultivate in the Immortal Martial Academy. Shen Jingqiu had recovered her bloodline power, and her cultivation had also increased rapidly. Now, she had already reached the 4th heaven venerate realm. Lin Xian felt that the outside world was too chaotic, so he decided to let Shen Jingqiu cultivate in the Immortal Martial Academy. Anyway, it was very safe here, and the outside world couldn't attack. Moreover, there were many people of the same age here, and they could interact with each other. Shen Jingqiu happily agreed to this suggestion. In the next few days, Lin Xian continued to cultivate. Of course, the most important thing was still to cultivate Firmament 9 and Void Shattering Finger. Now, he could already form 2 Void Shattering Finger, and he could use 3 types of seals with Firmament Transformation. Not only that, but his cultivation had also been increasing. Now, he was about to reach the peak of the Venerable Realm. Lin Xian's side was going smoothly, but the Duan clan didn't have it easy. They were completely targeted, and now they didn't even dare to leave their house. Facing this situation, the Duan clan's patriarch and martial venerable could still keep calm and cultivate silently. However, young Master Ling Feng couldn't tolerate it at all. He was young and arrogant and didn't put anyone in his eyes. But now he was suppressed by a 7th heaven venerate realm brat to the point that he couldn't leave his house. This was a great humiliation to him. Therefore, he decided to retaliate fiercely. Where is that brat now? Young Master Ling Feng asked. Young Master, that brat is now in the Immortal Martial Academy. We can't enter at all. Damn that brat, he hid very well. But does he think he's safe now? Young Master Ling Feng's expression was cold. How many people can we mobilize? Our Duan clan's people are completely targeted, especially those core elders. I'm afraid that they will be assassinated the moment they leave. Moreover, Lin Xian's side is definitely watching us, so we can't mobilize the forces of our Duan clan. The subordinate said, in that case, only the subordinate clans and Skynet are left. Inform the assassins of the 8 great clans and Skynet to gather. Tell them that there's a mission for them. Young Master Ling Feng said in a deep voice. Yes, the subordinate's expression turned cold. Young Master Ling Feng said in a deep voice, since that brat is hiding in Tianwu Academy, we'll lure him out. Young Master, you mean, it's simple. Arrange 3 fake assassinations and spread the news that 3 of our core elders have been killed. After that, arrange for our men to bring the fake heads to exchange for longevity pills. Young Master, could it be that you want the longevity pills? But the other party will definitely check it. Fool, I don't want the longevity pills. Can't you think of a way to lure that brat out and check the goods somewhere else? When he falls into our trap, his life and death will be up to me. Young Master is wise. If that brat really falls into our trap, he's definitely dead. Remember, send more 9th Heaven Venerate Realm experts. The 8th Heaven Venerate Realm experts must be the elites. It's best if they can use combination formations. This time, we must succeed. Yes, the subordinate replied, and left quickly. Seeing his subordinate leave, a cruel smile appeared on young Master Ling Feng's face. No one can make me suffer. Lin Xian, you're the first. However, you'll have to pay a painful price for it. Following which, young Master Ling Feng's plan began to unfold. Soon, the news of the assassination of the core elders of the Duan clan spread. There were even many cultivators who witnessed it. Chapter 1291. Following that, young Master Ling Feng's plan quickly unfolded. Soon, the news of the Duan clan's core elder being assassinated spread. Many cultivators even saw it with their own eyes. For a time, all sorts of rumors spread. Not long after, another 2 core elders of the Shen clan were killed. Following that was the 3rd. What? Another 3 core elders were killed? Is the Duan clan crazy? Why did they let their core elders come out? Many people were shocked, and many others were suspicious. This is normal. Many of the Duan clan's businesses have been severely affected. Their resources have probably decreased by a lot. If they continue to hide, their resources will probably be cut off. That's why those people took the risk to come out. That makes sense. However, the other party is too powerful. They actually managed to kill the Duan clan's core elders. I wonder if they are from the same faction? That's right. If they are from the same faction, then they can exchange for longevity pills. Immediately, everyone became excited. Countless people continued to keep an eye on the Shen clan. Even more people went to Elite Hall to check if there were any longevity pills being exchanged. At this moment, an ordinary-looking, gray-clothed man walked into Elite Hall. That gray-clothed, middle-aged man kept a low profile. Furthermore, he looked ordinary. He also suppressed his aura very low. Hence, no one noticed him in the crowd. Elite Hall's manager did not notice him either. However, after the other party said something, they took him seriously. This is not the place to talk. Follow me to the back. Soon, the gray-clothed, middle-aged man was brought to a living room at the back. Is what you said true? The Elite Hall's manager asked. Of course. How can I lie about something like this? The gray-clothed man said. The Elite Hall's manager said. Even so, we still have to inspect the goods in advance. I'm just a messenger. The goods are not with me. Of course, you can inspect the goods, but you can't do it here. The gray-clothed man said. After all, killing the Duan clan's core elders is a big deal. Furthermore, it's 3 of them. If this news spreads, the Duan clan will definitely fight to the death with us. At that time, we might get killed before we even step out of this door. Hearing that, the Elite Hall's manager frowned. What do you want? We can deliver the goods, but we have to go somewhere else. Where? Nanshan City. The Elite Hall executive officer thought for a moment before saying, I cannot make the decision on this matter. I can only send this news up. As for the outcome, I do not know. It's fine. I can wait here 3 days. I hope I can get the information I want in 3 days. The gray-robed, middle-aged man's expression was calm. Sure. Class 1 hall will arrange a place for you. After that, the deacon pushed open the door and ordered someone to prepare the room while he quickly reported the matter. Soon, Lin Xian received the news. Lin Xian frowned. Are you saying that someone killed 3 of the Duan family's core elders and went there to exchange for longevity pills? However, they weren't willing to do the exchange at Class 1 hall and wanted to go somewhere else? The other party did say that. Older brother Xian, I feel that there's something fishy about this matter. Should we reject the other party? Yu Fei asked. Where did they choose to trade? Nanshan City. Have you explored that place? I have, but I didn't find anything unusual. Furthermore, Nanshan City isn't a force under the Duan family, and it's not too far away from Windy City. Then what kind of strength did the other party have? Did you find out? No, we didn't reveal any signs, and we couldn't find out either, Yu Fei said. Older brother Xian, I didn't do my job well. It's fine. Lin Xian thought for a moment, then asked, What do you think? The other party is too strange. I'm worried that this is a trap. Furthermore, the 9th and 10th elders aren't here. We don't have any reliable experts. After all, the longevity pill is too tempting. If we use experts from other forces, something might happen. Yu Fei spoke of his worries. Indeed, the longevity pill was a heaven-defying divine medicine. Whether it was consumed or sold, it would be sold at a sky-high price. Therefore, only very reliable people could use it to exchange. Looks like I can only go myself. Lin Xian sighed. No, older brother Xian, it's too dangerous. If it's a trap of the Duan family, the consequences will be very serious. Yu Fei quickly dissuaded. Actually, I also think it's a trap, but I still want to take a look. Lin Xian smiled. I've just refined something good recently. It's a good time to try it out. And don't worry, even if the other party has a half-step king, I'm confident that I can safely retreat. Really? Yu Fei was shocked. Could he escape unscathed in the face of a half-step king? Lin Xian smiled mysteriously. Tell that person that I will go. Yes. Seeing Lin Xian's confident smile, Yu Fei didn't try to dissuade him. After he left, Lin Xian also stopped smiling, and his expression became serious. Duan family, let me see what kind of tricks you can come up with. The dark red dragon said, Kid, don't worry. With me here, you can definitely leave safely. The profound jade platform I refined this time can teleport you 200 miles. As long as it's not a king, there won't be any problems. That's good. Lin Xian was full of confidence. Next, Lin Xian made some preparations and set off. This time, he didn't bring anyone but the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey. He wasn't worried. Firstly, he had just refined the Red Lotus battle armor, which could block 70% of the damage, greatly increasing his safety. Secondly, he had also made breakthroughs in his 2 Earth-class cultivation techniques, greatly increasing his strength. Moreover, he had the dark red dragon as a helper. If he really couldn't win, he still had the dark red dragon's profound jade platform, which could directly teleport him away. It could be said that it was very safe. Therefore, he dared to go alone. In the elite hall, the gray-clothed middle-aged man also revealed a smile when he heard the news. However, his smile was somewhat sinister. He knew that the fish had taken the bait, and the next step was to reel in the net. The gray-clothed man waited patiently in the elite hall. 3 days later, Lin Xian arrived. Greetings, young Master Lin Xian. The gray-clothed man slightly bowed to Lin Xian, and Lin Xian nodded. I don't have much time. Let's hurry. All right, young Master Lin, follow me. The gray-clothed man didn't delay and quickly soared into the sky. Lin Xian's figure flashed and followed behind. They didn't speak along the way. After about 4 hours, the gray-clothed man in front suddenly said, Young Master Lin, Nanshan City is in front. After saying that, he lowered his body and landed in a city below. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and glanced below. The corner of his mouth curled up, and then he followed. Swoosh, swoosh. The two of them landed on the street. When they arrived in the city, the gray-clothed man's footsteps were obviously much faster. Soon, he arrived in front of a mansion. The red door was 3 meters wide and 5 meters tall. It was very majestic. There were 2 lifelike statues of strange beasts in front of the door. "Young Master Lin, this is the place. Please come in," the gray-clothed man said. And Lin Xian nodded without any expression on his face. Seeing that, the gray-clothed man didn't say anything and quickly led the way. When the two of them entered the mansion, the gray-clothed man in front was completely relieved. It's settled. As long as they come in, they won't be able to escape. They had set up several formations in this mansion. Some were for defense, some were for sealing, and some were for concealing auras. Chapter 1292. Soon, the gray-robed man brought Lin Xian into a living room. Lin Xian's expression was calm as he sat down in an imposing manner. Soon, a beautiful maidservant brought over some spirit tea. The gray-robed man left after bringing Lin Xian in. At this moment, only Lin Xian and the 2 maids were left in the living room. The 2 maids were making tea very seriously. "Young Master Lin, please wait a moment. My master will be here soon." The 2 beautiful maids poured the spirit tea and stood respectfully at the side. Lin Xian nodded. Then he leaned back in his chair and narrowed his eyes. To outsiders, he seemed to be resting with his eyes closed, but in fact, he was communicating with the dark red divine dragon. "How is it? What did you find out?" Lin Xian asked. "There are at least 3 types of spirit arrays here. Moreover, these people look ordinary, but they have all concealed their strength. This is indeed not a good place." The dark red divine dragon said, "It is indeed a trap. Along the way, I have also sensed many powerful auras hidden in this villa. Even the surrounding security is very tight. I am afraid it will not be easy to enter and leave." Lin Xian snorted coldly, but he did not care. He wanted to see what these people could do. Not long after he communicated with the dark red divine dragon, the door opened. Then 2 figures walked in. The person in front was an old man. His hair was gray, but his vitality was abnormally strong. He was like a furnace. He walked with a majestic gait. His movements were dignified. From the aura he emitted, Lin Xian could confirm that he was a 9th heaven supremacy. Behind him, there was a handsome young man who also had the aura of a peak 8th heaven supremacy. Behind them, there were 8 black-robed men. They had cold expressions and carried swords on their backs. The 8 black-robed martial artists followed into the living room and stood at the side. If one paid attention, they would realize that these people had sealed all the doors and windows of the room. It seemed that they were planning to trap Lin Xian in this room. The tall and dignified old man sat down. Then he stared at Lin Xian and smiled. "There is no choice. The situation is serious. I had to ask young Master Lin to come here personally." "Young Master Lin, did you bring the longevity pill?" "I've been carrying the longevity pills with me. Where are your heads?" Lin Xian asked calmly. Seeing Lin Xian's confident and calm appearance, the tall and mighty elder's eyes flashed with a trace of coldness. Disregarding everything else, just the steady aura alone surpassed the vast majority of young martial artists. If such a person was allowed to continue growing, he would definitely become a great enemy of the Duan clan. Therefore, he had to get rid of him today. Behind the old man, the handsome young man also revealed a cold smile. In his opinion, Lin Xian was not confident. Instead, he was arrogant and had a death wish. How foolish of him to dare to come to their place alone. "My surname is Du, and my name is Kong. This is my grandson, Du Tianxing." "Humph!" Hearing this, Du Tianqing snorted arrogantly. To be honest, in Du Tianqing's heart, Lin Xian was far inferior to him. In terms of talent and strength, Lin Xian was no match for him. It was just that Lin Xian was lucky enough to become the young master of the Palace of Ares. If this identity was given to him, he would definitely be able to do 10 times. No, 100 times better than Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian frowned slightly and said impatiently, "I'm not interested in knowing your name. You just need to hand over the 3 heads of the Duan clan's core elders. As for other things, I'm not interested in knowing." Hearing this, Du Kong's face darkened, and he looked at Lin Xian coldly. Suddenly, the air in the room froze like a mountain, making it difficult for everyone to breathe. Du Tianqing also shouted angrily, "Lin, what's with your attitude? How dare you speak to my grandfather like that? Hurry up and apologize." Lin Xian sneered, "Who do you think you are? I'm talking to your grandfather. Who are you to speak here? Slap him." Lin Xian's meaning was clear. He was from the same generation as Du Kong, and Du Tianqing was from the same generation as his grandson. Du Tianqing naturally understood what he meant. He was instantly enraged, and even wanted to pull out the long sword at his waist. "Tianqing, back off." Du Kong said in a low voice, "Don't scare young Master Lin." "Scare me? You're thinking too much. How can this kind of situation scare me?" Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. "All right, you've been pretending for so long. Even if you're not tired, I'm tired. Show me what you have." "My time is precious." Hearing Lin Xian's impatient words, Du Kong frowned. "What am I pretending for? You can tell?" He suddenly had a bad feeling because Lin Xian was too confident. Could it be that Lin Xian had seen through his trick? But so what? Lin Xian had already come in. There was no way he could escape. "All right, stop wasting time. If you continue wasting time, I'm afraid Ling Feng can't wait any longer." Lin Xian sneered. "Looks like you already know." Du Kong's face was completely dark, and his eyes were filled with murderous intent. "But I'm curious. Since you already know, you still dare to come. You're really courting death." "I'm curious because I want to see what kind of tricks you have up your sleeves. But now it seems like it's really nothing." Lin Xian shrugged, and his face was filled with indifference. "Since you already know, then I'll cut to the chase. Men, kill him." As soon as Du Kong's voice fell, 2 black-clothed martial artists in the room quickly walked in. With a clang, they unsheathed their swords and charged at Lin Xian. Dazzling saber lights flashed in the air, and with a sharp aura, they slashed at Lin Xian from both sides. It seemed like they wanted to cut off his arms and legs. Clang! The sound of metal colliding rang out. The 2 dazzling saber lights in the air seemed to have collided with a giant mountain and quickly broke in half. What? He blocked it. Behind him, the 2 black-clothed martial artists' faces changed drastically, and Du Kong's face also darkened. Lin Xian also stopped smiling, and it was replaced by a cold look. His gaze was like lightning, and a dazzling light soared from his body, as if it was tearing the world apart. The sword Qi contained a sharp, murderous aura, and it was extremely terrifying, like thousands of beasts galloping. With a wave of his hand, 2 sword Qi flew out and quickly slashed behind him, instantly cutting the 2 black-clothed martial artists in half. Instantly, a bloody mist sprayed out, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. "Go, kill him for me," Du Kong roared. He had a bad feeling in his heart, so he did not attack. Instead, he quickly retreated with Du Tianqing. Soon, the other 6 black-clothed martial artists in the room attacked, and a powerful aura erupted from their bodies. They were all 8th Heaven Honorables. Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a strong, murderous aura emanated from his body. Countless lightning bolts rushed out and surrounded his body. Then Lin Xian punched out. Boom! Thunder exploded, and it rushed forward together with the fist. The power was too strong, as if the thunder god had descended. Poof, poof, poof. The three black-clothed martial artists who were charging forward bore the brunt of the attack. They were struck by the violent lightning bolts, and they immediately screamed in agony. Their body defenses and armor shattered instantly, as they could not withstand the powerful power of the lightning bolts. Boom. Chapter 1293. The three black-robed men were the first to bear the brunt of the attack. They screamed in agony as they were struck by the violent lightning. Their body defenses and armors instantly shattered, unable to withstand the powerful lightning energy. Boom. Then, the three of them exploded as well. The blood mist in the air had yet to dissipate, but Lin Xian's figure was still nowhere to be seen. Lin Xian appeared in front of the other two black-robed martial artists in a flash. His 5 fingers formed a claw as he grabbed their heads and smashed them in the middle. Boom. Like a watermelon being split open, blood splattered everywhere. In an instant, the black-robed man was dead. There was only one person left. However, at this moment, the 2 maidservants who were brewing tea earlier also shouted. They quickly took out 2 thin swords from their storage rings and stabbed at Lin Xian. The 2 swords were at a tricky angle, aiming directly at Lin Xian's vital points. Moreover, they were very fast. They even passed by the black-robed men from before. Who would have thought that these 2 frail girls were actually terrifying assassins? 2 cold lights flashed in the air, instantly slicing through the air. Lin Xian snorted coldly as countless white lightning surged out of his fist. The white lightning was very strange. It carried a cold and violent aura. It quickly formed a demonic beast in the air and pounced forward. In an instant, it enveloped the 2 maidservants. In the next moment, the power of lightning was released. It pierced through their bodies. Plop, plop. 2 charred bodies fell to the ground, emitting the smell of barbecued meat. When the last black-robed martial artist saw this, his expression changed drastically. He quickly fled outside. However, Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he instantly appeared beside him. With a kick, he split the man in half. In an instant, 8 black-robed martial artists and 2 assassins were killed. Blood flowed all over the ground. The pungent smell of blood was disgusting. Du Tianxing's eyelids twitched when he saw this scene. His body began to tremble. Just like him, as a peak 8th heaven martial artist, he usually did not put anyone in his eyes, but the scene in front of him had deeply stimulated him. Those were 8 8th heaven supremacies. They were killed in an instant. This was something that he did not dare to imagine. Originally, he was very arrogant and thought that Lin Xian was inferior to him. However, it seemed that he was very wrong. Du Kong's expression was also very gloomy. Judging from Lin Xian's methods, his strength was definitely not inferior to a 9th heaven supremacy. It seemed that the rumors were true. I admit that you exceeded my expectations, but so what? We have set a trap today. No matter how strong you are, you will not be able to escape. Where is the enforcement elder? Du Kong shouted coldly. Suddenly, the void fluctuated and 5 cold figures walked out. The auras of these 5 people were extremely powerful, far surpassing that of the black-robed cultivator from before. Their bodies exuded a violent aura, and their auras showed that they were 5 9th level supremacies. The 5 9th heaven venerables stood in the void like demon kings, firmly locking onto Lin Xian. To the sky, to the sky, to the ground, to be killed 9th heaven to be, and the sky to sky, to the sky to the sky, the sky to the sky, to the ground. Assassins. In the sky, on the ground, in all directions, formations were activated. Dazzling inscriptions flickered, and the entire villa became a cage. Kill him. Do not leave him alive. Du Kong shouted coldly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless hidden weapons flashed with a cold light. They flew out of the sky and quickly pierced towards Lin Xian. These hidden weapons were poisonous. If a martial artist below the ninth heaven supremacy was hit, he would die from the poison. Lin Xian sneered. He opened his fingers and stretched them forward. Then countless lightning surged out from his fingertips. They formed a ball of lightning and surrounded him. Immediately, the hidden weapons that filled the sky all crashed into the lightning screen and started to spin inside it. He blocked all of them. The surrounding martial artists were shocked. They could not believe it. The darts that they had shot out were very terrifying. Even a ninth heaven supremacy would not be able to block them easily. However, the other party was able to easily block it. One had to admit that this was simply too unbelievable. However, this was not the end. The darts were all suspended in the air. Then, under Lin Xian's control, they flew in all directions at an even more violent speed. Pu-piu! In the next moment, the martial artists, hidden in the darkness, all screamed. They had all been hit by the darts and were poisoned. Just when everyone wanted to escape, those darts suddenly smashed open, and those injured martial artists were blown into pieces, their flesh and blood splattering everywhere. It turned out that these darts had been injected with the power of lightning and were very powerful. Now that they exploded under Lin Xian's control, their power was terrifying. In an instant, dozens of martial artists died. You're courting death. Die, brat. The 5 ninth heaven exalts were enraged when they saw this scene, and they quickly charged towards Lin Xian. These 5 people were too violent. Even amid ninth heaven supremacy could not resist them when they joined forces, let alone Lin Xian. Thus, everyone thought that Lin Xian was really going to die this time. Ruffian dragon, it's up to you, Lin Xian said solemnly. Don't worry, it's just a few ninth heaven supremacies. I don't care about them. Anyway, I haven't exercised in a long time. I can play with them. The dark red dragon laughed strangely. Then he flew out like a bolt of red lightning. Where did this snake come from? You dare to seek death? One of the ninth heaven supremacies laughed coldly and threw a punch at the dark red dragon. Crack, crack. The sound of bones cracking rang out. In the next moment, that ninth heaven supremacy screamed. This was because his fist collided with the dark red dragon. However, he did not shatter it. Instead, it was like he had collided with a mountain. That terrifying rebounding force caused his entire palm to shatter. Foolish and ignorant human. You want to contend against this emperor with just this little bit of strength? You're really asking for death. The dark red dragon was like an old monster. He laughed strangely. Then his body expanded, and he became a dragon that was dozens of feet long. He quickly trapped 3 of the ninth heaven supremacies. The remaining 2 quickly charged toward Lin Xian. Die, brat. Those 2 ninth heaven supremacies attacked with ferocious roars. Although their 3 companions were blocked, the 2 of them were enough. This was because the 2 of them could fight against a mid-stage ninth heaven supremacy. Killing a 7th heaven supremacy was a piece of cake. Boom, boom. 2 balls of energy surged out and instantly enveloped Lin Xian. Then they quickly exploded. The void trembled, and a terrifying black hole was torn open. Countless waves of air surged, and the scene was very shocking. Meanwhile, the place where Lin Xian was at was drowned by the turbulence. Ha ha, die. In the distance, Du Qianxing saw this scene and immediately laughed loudly. At the side, Du Kong also heaved a sigh of relief. Whoosh whoosh. However, suddenly countless sword chi flew out of the energy vortex and swept out in all directions, instantly slicing the turbulence in the sky. Then Lin Xian's black hair fluttered, and he walked out like a god of war. What? He's fine? Everyone was stunned. Chapter 1294. Countless streaks of sword chi flew out from the energy whirlpool and sliced through the air. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind as he walked out like a god of war. What? He's fine? Everyone was stunned. Impossible. This is impossible. Du Tianqing screamed. Du Tianqing was indeed stunned. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. That was the combined attack of two Ninth Heaven Venerables. Its power was definitely terrifying and unimaginable, but Lin Xian seemed to be fine. It was as if the attack just now hadn't hit him at all. How could this be? How could he be unharmed? Even the two Ninth Heaven Venerables were stunned. They couldn't understand what was going on at all. Meanwhile, Lin Xian's eyes lit up and his lips curled up slightly. He was very happy because the red lotus armor that he had refined had played a role and blocked 70% of the attack. That was why he was unharmed. As expected of the red lotus armor, it was indeed powerful. Lin Xian was very excited. He was looking forward to how strong his defense would be if he refined the entire red lotus armor. Since the two of you have finished attacking, it's my turn now. Lin Xian released a powerful aura. Then, he quickly formed seals with his hands. You're asking for death. The two Ninth Heaven Venerables were furious. Although they didn't know how Lin Xian had dodged their attacks, they couldn't tolerate a Seventh Heaven Venerables attacking them. Bloodthirsty ghost claws. Blood-sucking blade. The two of them roared and used their ultimate techniques. A ghost claw that was 500 to 600 meters long slashed toward Lin Xian. Just the aftershock alone was enough to cause the entire void to crack open, let alone the terrifying consequences of being hit by it head-on. On the other side, a blood-colored blade shot into the sky, as if it was going to cut the entire sky open. This was the furious attack of two Ninth Heaven Venerables. Its power was extremely terrifying. Faced with this shocking attack, Lin Xian's expression was cold. He quickly formed seals with his hands. Then, Qi's huge body formed in the sky. As soon as it formed, it charged forward with a ferocious roar. Roar! A sound wave rushed out, forming a boundless killing intent. It rushed forward violently, resisting the blood-red ghost claw and shocking long blade. Rumble! The two collided, and the sky collapsed. Sky rock transformation. At the next moment, Lin Xian formed another seal. Another golden celestial pung appeared in the void, looking extremely awe-inspiring. The heavenly pung let out a long cry and swooped down, merging with Lin Xian's fist. Kill! Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind. Like a god of death, he charged forward. Clang! In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the two of them. The golden heavenly pang's fist whistled as it smashed out. Ghost claws flashed in the sky, but they couldn't block it at all. Bei was instantly blasted apart. Crack, crack! On top of that, ghost-clawed Venerable One's palm was also hit, causing cracking sounds to be heard. Damn it, how is this possible? He was terrified, not daring to believe this. That was because not only did his opponent blast away his ghost claw, he even shattered his fist. Retreat. This young fella's too strange. Ghost-clawed Venerable One dared not fight head-on, so it wanted to distance itself from Yangming. You want to leave? Stay. On the other hand, Lin Xian sneered. His fingers formed claws like the sharp claws of a heavenly prung, and he grabbed ghost-clawed Venerable One's arm in a split second. Crack! With a forceful pull, ghost-clawed Venerable One's right arm was directly torn off. White bones were exposed, and blood spurted out. The scene was shocking. Ah! Ghost-clawed Venerable One screamed in pain, and its face was hideous. Blood saber, the Venerable One's face changed. He did not expect his opponent to injure ghost-clawed Venerable One in an instant. What shocked him even more was yet to come. Ghost-clawed Venerable One's right arm that was torn off quickly burned in Lin Xian's hand. In the end, not even ashes were left. On top of that, numerous black flames danced on Yangming's left hand, forming a black flame longsword. Sword light flickered as Black Sword Chi soared into the sky and slashed toward Blood Saber, the Venerable One. Get lost! Blood Saber, the Venerable One, was furious. He slashed 32 saber lights with his wild blood saber in a row. The demonic saber lights quickly crisscrossed in the air like a long red river, emitting monstrous killing intents. When the fearsome red saber lights came into contact with Lin Xian's Black Sword Chi, they quickly evaporated and formed numerous red mists. In the end, the 32 saber lights evaporated completely without leaving a trace behind. This is impossible. Blood Saber, the Venerable One's face changed. When he saw the Black Sword Chi that was slashing toward him, he quickly dodged. Even so, he could not avoid it at all. The sword Chi formed by the black flames flickered in the air, then it split into 2, then 4, then 8. In the end, 64 black sword Chis intertwined to form a sword net, which directly surrounded Blood Saber, the Venerable One. TSS. Blood Saber, the Venerable One, could not dodge, so he could only take it head-on. He quickly formed 13 layers of defense and pushed the armor on his body with all his might, preparing to resist with all his might. Nonetheless, when the black sword light landed, the 13 layers of defense in front of him melted like snow and did not stop at all. What flame is this? How can it be so fearsome? Blood Saber, the Venerable One's eyes were filled with despair. He could only pin his hopes on the armor on his body because it was a half-Earth-grade treasure tool, and it had saved him many times. He hoped that this time it could also block the fearsome flame, Sword Chi. The half-Earth-grade treasure tool was indeed fearsome, and it resisted the sword net in the sky. Blood Saber, the Venerable One, heaved a sigh of relief, but in the next moment, he screamed in pain. This was because the horrifying high temperature directly passed through the half-Earth-grade treasure and burned his body. Crackle! Crackle! The black flames burned like the fire of hell, emitting a gloomy light. Soon, Blood Saber, the Venerable One, was burned into ashes, leaving only his half-Earth-grade armor. Looking at the armor that was burned full of holes, everyone's scalps went numb. What kind of flame was it? How could it be so fearsome that even a 9th Heaven Venerable One could not resist it? On the other side, Ghost Claude, the Venerable One, was completely dumbfounded. As compared to Blood Saber, the Venerable One, he only lost an arm. He dared not attack again, so he turned and fled. On the other hand, Lin Xian scoffed coldly. He pulled out his Lone Star Sword and performed the Star's Sword technique. Countless sword Chis gathered in the sky at once, forming stars that quickly fell. One of them directly enveloped Ghost Claude, the Venerable One, and smashed his body into the ground, forming a bottomless abyss. In an instant, 2 9th Heaven Venerables were killed. Everyone was stunned by this scene. Grandpa! In the distance, Du Tianqing's body trembled, and he stuttered. Why don't we run? Du Kong also took a deep breath. To be honest, he was also frightened. Although he was a 9th Heaven Venerable One, he could not kill 2 9th Heaven Venerables so easily. Moreover, looking at Lin Xian, it seemed that he had not used his full strength. Tianqing, retreat first and spread the news. Ask young Master Ling Feng to send more people, Du Kong said in a deep voice. Okay. Du Tianqing was already scared out of his wits. When he heard this, he immediately rushed into the sky. But soon he came back crying. Chapter 1295. It's sealed? How is that possible? This villa has a total of 3 layers of formations. Did you not activate all of them? Du Kong asked with a frown. No, grandfather. I've already activated all of them, but there's an unfamiliar formation outside. It's not ours at all. Moreover, that formation is very mysterious. I can't open it at all. There's another formation. Du Kong's expression changed drastically. Could it be that kid who set it up? Thinking of this, he soared into the sky, wanting to give it a try. Sure enough, after the third layer of formations, he encountered the fourth layer of formations. Du Kong's eyes shone brightly as he roared furiously. His fist was like a divine thunder hammer as it rapidly bombarded the top. Boom! An earth-shattering sound rang out, and the entire villa shook. However, the fourth formation flickered with light, and no cracks appeared. Du Kong didn't believe it. His body moved like lightning as he quickly searched in all directions. In the end, he discovered that the entire villa was completely sealed, and there was no way out at all, not to mention Du Tianxing. Even he couldn't break it open. Damn it! How is this possible? Actually, he didn't know that this formation was set up by the dark red divine dragon. With their strength and cultivation, they couldn't break it at all. In other words, this villa had indeed become a heaven and earth cage. However, it wasn't Lin Xian that was trapped, but Du Kong and the others. Thinking of this, a hint of madness appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Everyone, attack with all your strength. You must kill him, Du Kong quickly ordered. At the same time, he took out 3 spirit talismans from his storage ring and quickly burned them. These were 3 voice transmission spirit talismans that could summon 3 middle-stage 9th heaven supremacies nearby. Those 3 were stronger than him, and he had left them nearby as a precaution. He didn't expect that they would really come in handy now. In the villa, all the cultivators knew that their way out was sealed. They could only leave if they killed the young man in front of them. Therefore, for a moment, everyone became crazy. Kill him! All the cultivators attacked crazily. Hidden weapons, sword light, saber light, and palm shadows all rushed toward Lin Xian. Among them, 3 figures were very powerful. They were actually 9th heaven supremacies. With the 5 from before, and the 3 now, there was a total of 8 9th heaven venerables and 1 9th heaven venerables in the middle stage. This lineup could be said to be extremely powerful and could kill anyone. He could even kill 2 mid-9th layer Martial Highnesses, let alone a 7th layer Martial Highness Realm Brat. It could be said that this was a situation of certain death. However, no matter how Sir Ling Feng calculated, he still underestimated Lin Xian's strength. He did not expect Lin Xian to be able to easily kill an early-stage 9th stage venerable, which led to the current situation. Use the Blood Explosion Talisman. In the darkness, the 3 9th level venerables didn't attack. Instead, they led the other 7th and 8th level venerables to attack from afar. Immediately, many venerables took out spirit talismans from their storage rings, bit their fingers, and poured a small bowl of blood into them. Those talismans turned blood red and released a monstrous killing intent. Then, these blood explosion talismans were tied to the hidden weapons and quickly flew over. Whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of rays of light flickered in the air like the eyes of demons, incomparably scarlet. In an instant, countless hidden weapons with incomparably violent blood explosion talismans pierced towards Lin Xian. Looking at the sky full of blood explosion talismans, Lin Xian's expression was cold. In the next moment, he pulled out the Lone Star sword behind him, and a sharp sword chi instantly erupted. Countless black flames wrapped around the long sword, forming mysterious patterns that emitted a terrifying temperature. Moreover, the sword let out a low dragon roar, as if the entire long sword was about to transform into a giant dragon. Kill! Lin Xian held the Lone Star sword in his hand and slashed forward. The wind whistled, and the sword chi was like a dragon, accompanied by countless black flames. In the next moment, the surrounding blood explosion talismans and hidden weapons burned rapidly because they were swept by the aftershock of the sword chi. The terrifying temperature directly burned the blood explosion talismans. The hidden weapons and blood explosion talismans in front of him also disappeared in an instant. Not only that, those cultivators also let out ear-piercing screams. In front of him, The cultivators screamed as black flames quickly rose from their bodies and burned fiercely. Almost instantly, they were burned to ashes. Lin Xian held the long sword in his hand, and his black hair fluttered. His body exuded a sharp, killing intent, and countless black flames rose from under his feet, as if they were worshipping him. He was like the god of death as he walked forward. The surrounding cultivators were all stunned. That sword just now had killed more than 100 people, and a large area of empty space appeared in the manor. The remaining people were all trembling, and their faces were filled with fear. "No, I don't want to die." Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore and screamed. This fear was like a plague, spreading rapidly. In an instant, more than half of the cultivators lost their will to fight and fled in all directions. However, the entire manor was sealed, so where could they escape to? Lin Xian let out a low roar and unleashed his ice and fire dual martial souls. Instantly, those fleeing cultivators froze, and countless ice spikes drilled out of their bodies while the surface of their bodies burned rapidly. In an instant, everyone was killed. "No, this can't be real." In the distance, Du Tianqing screamed, and his face was extremely pale. Meanwhile, the expressions of Du Kong and the 3 Ninth Heaven Supremacies who were fighting with the dark red dragon changed drastically. Especially the 3 Ninth Heaven Supremacies, they quickly retreated, not daring to fight anymore. "Elder Kong, what should we do?" the 3 of them asked anxiously. "Fight. Otherwise, only death awaits." Du Kong's expression was ferocious. "We still have people. We still have hope. Furthermore, the 3 senior brothers are still on the way and will arrive soon. By then, the 4 Ninth Heaven Supremacies wouldn't be afraid of him. But we can't stop him at all." The 3 Ninth Heaven Supremacies shook their heads with fear in their eyes. "Even if we can't stop him, we have to stop him. As long as we can delay him a little more, we can win. Otherwise, we will all die." Du Kong said in a low voice, "This time, we have gathered the strength of the 8 great families. I don't believe that we can't kill him." Indeed, the 8 great families under Prince Lingfeng had sent out elite cultivators this time, and there were still many of them in the manor. However, those are all our hard work. If we die here, our 8 great families will be finished. The 3 Ninth Heaven Supremacies couldn't bear it. "You're wrong. If we die, it will be the real end." Du Kong didn't have any emotions. "As long as we don't die, the 8 great families can be reformed. All right, tell them to come out." "I understand," the 3 Ninth Heaven Supremacies said. "However, they still need some time to come out." And Du Kong nodded. "Let the weaponry refinement team go first. The blood demon team and half-demon team quickly recover." "Yes," the 3 Ninth Heaven Supremacies agreed. Then, with a flash, they flew into the depths of the manor. Lin Xian held his sword and watched silently. He didn't stop them. This was because he was here to eliminate the source of the problem. Only when those people took out all their hidden strength would he be able to make a move. Otherwise, if he kept them alive, they would be a disaster in the future. Clang, 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 rumble. Chapter 1296. The sound of metal clanging resounded in the villa, followed by the ground trembling slightly. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. A group of about 50 martial artists appeared in front of him. These people had cold expressions, and their faces had a metallic luster, as if they were not real humans but metal men. Lin Xian was a little surprised. He did not expect to meet such martial artists. Beside him, the dark red dragon frowned. Weapon fusion body refinement. What? Lin Xian did not understand. There is an ancient lost art that can fuse weapons into one's body and cultivate it into an extremely powerful divine ability. You mean these people all have ancient cultivation methods and have cultivated it? Lin Xian was astonished. You succeeded? How is that possible? That kind of cultivation method has been lost, and the requirements for martial artists are very high. Ordinary martial artists can't cultivate it at all. These people probably only heard of the legend of weapon fusion body refinement, but the method is wrong. The dark red dragon shook his head. These people must have forcibly fused weapons into their bodies. It is very dangerous, and the process is very cruel. Hearing the dark red dragon's explanation, Lin Xian also understood that these people in front of him must have cultivated an evil art. These people were really crazy. In order to pursue greater power, they did not hesitate to use such a self-harming method. In front, 50 metal martial artists rushed over quickly like a sharp sword. Soon, these people divided into 5 teams of 10 people and rushed over from different directions. The martial artists in the first team spread out their arms, and there were blades on their arms. Thinking about it, these people must have fused their weapons into their arms. The 10 people were very fast, and in an instant, they were in front of Lin Xian. The arms that had fused with their weapons quickly blasted out, wanting to kill him. Lin Xian snorted and waved his fist, accompanied by countless lightning quickly rampaging. Bang! An earth-shattering sound rang out as he collided with a martial artist who had fused with a giant hammer. Suddenly, the whole space shook, and the ear-piercing roar made many people bleed from their ears. Lin Xian's eyes were like lightning, and he was as still as a mountain. The martial artist opposite him took dozens of steps back, and the whole ground was stepped into a ditch. However, his arm was not broken. Lin Xian was also very surprised. As expected of an arm that had fused with a weapon, it was indeed powerful. Compared to martial artists of the same level, it was a whole realm stronger. No wonder these people did not hesitate to harm their own bodies and use such a cruel method. When they saw the scene, Du Kong and Du Tianxing in the distance were overjoyed as well. They realized that they seemed to have found a way to deal with Lin Xian. At least these people weren't instantly killed like before. Go, kill him, Du Kong roared madly. Immediately, the 50 metal warriors received the order, and their figures flashed like lightning, attacking once again. The first squad was like a sharp knife, rushing to the forefront. Giant hammers, sabers, swords, spears, all sorts of strange weapons appeared on the arms of these people. They flashed with a cold light and fiercely attacked Lin Xian. The second team launched a sneak attack from behind. These people had fused their legs together. With a kick, saber light and sword shadows appeared. The legs of those martial artists were like heavenly sabers. They were incomparably sharp and easily cut open the void. Squad 3, Squad 4, and Squad 5, keep up. Some of these people had fused half of their bodies. Some had completely fused, forming metal people. They could be said to be extremely powerful. Even a 9th heaven venerable would probably find it difficult to escape unscathed when faced with such a terrifying attack. Lin Xian stood in place and did not move. A cold smile appeared on his face. If it were anyone else, they would probably be helpless in this situation. Because the other party's body was really too tough, they could not blast it open at all. However, he was different. He had a way to deal with these people. No matter how strong you are only metal. You will also melt in the face of fierce fire. Lin Xian's expression was cold, and a ball of black flames appeared in his palm. Indeed, Lin Xian had terrifying black flames that could restrain metal. As expected, when the black flames appeared, those metal warriors trembled. Many of them looked terrified. Faced with the black flames, they instinctively felt a kind of fear. Don't retreat. All of you, attack. Although he has flames, he might not be able to restrain us, someone shouted. Hearing this, a trace of madness appeared in these people's eyes. With a roar, they quickly charged over like wild beasts. Stubborn. Lin Xian snorted coldly. He slapped out with his palm, and immediately a large palm of black flames appeared. This black flame came from the heavenly netherbird's origin flame. It was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, Lin Xian had refined it into a martial soul, so it was even stronger. When it appeared, the entire space became distorted. The first team was even more fiercely attacked. Their arms began to melt under the high temperature. Soon, their hands that had fused with their weapons turned into a ball of molten metal that dripped onto the ground. The metal warriors of the first team let out ear-piercing screams. There was no helping it. It was too painful. Could you imagine the feeling of having your arms melt? They were now suffering this kind of torment. These metal warriors originally had this kind of flaw. If they encountered extremely strong flames, they would not be able to resist at all. However, when they had chosen this path, they had thought that they would be lucky. There were very few such flames in the world. Furthermore, as long as it was not a king-level flame, they would not be afraid at all. However, how could they have known that Lin Xian's flames came from an ancient, peerless demonic beast? It was even more terrifying than a king-level flame. Therefore, they had no way of resisting this kind of black flame at all. The large black palm was like a bulldozer that pushed forward. Everywhere it passed, the metal warriors of the first team melted. In an instant, the threat in front of Lin Xian was eliminated. However, at this time, the people of the second team had already charged over. Demonic Blade Kick, Ghost Fire 18 Kicks, Wind Cloud Divine Kick. The shadows of the kicks flashed like heavenly blades and divine swords. They were extremely sharp. If an eighth heaven venerable realm was hit by this attack, he would probably explode immediately. Lin Xian sneered. Without even turning his head, he slapped out with his palm. Suddenly, a black fire dragon flew out from his palm and roared as it circled around. The metal warriors of the second team were instantly enveloped by the black dragon. They let out miserable cries. Their attacks were all burned in the air and then melted. Not only that, but two black spears appeared in Lin Xian's palms. They burned fiercely and quickly pierced towards the left and right. The spears were extremely sharp and carried a scorching heat. It was as if the fire god had descended to the world. They instantly pierced through the third and fourth teams. As for the fifth team, Lin Xian glanced at them. Then, black flames appeared all over their bodies. Soon, the 5 teams of the weaponry refinement team were all wiped out. Who? Chapter 1297. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Black flames danced on the ground, burning fiercely. Meanwhile, the cultivators from the weaponry refinement team were nowhere to be seen. Not even their corpses were left behind. This scene was too terrifying. The weaponry refinement team that had been roaring furiously and filled with killing intent a second ago actually had nothing left behind. For a moment, the entire villa was empty. Seeing this scene, Du Tianqing and Du Kong both felt their scalps go numb, especially Du Kong, who was even more terrified. This was because he knew the power of the weaponry refinement team. They were definitely extremely powerful. Even a 9th Heaven Venerable could not kill them. Those people were formed by the 8 great clans after spending a lot of effort. Back then, a total of 5,000 people had participated in this experiment, but in the end, only 50 people had succeeded. It could be said that this was their secret weapon. Now that they had used it to deal with Lin Xian, it should be very effective. However, who would have thought that they would be killed in an instant? Where are the Blood Demon team and Half-Beast team? Du Kong roared furiously, his eyes filled with fear. He had to delay Lin Xian and wait for the other 3 9th Heaven Venerables to arrive. Otherwise, they would be dead for sure. Elder Kong, the Blood Demon team, and Half-Beast team have not fully recovered yet. The 9th Heaven Venerable broke out in cold sweat. We can't wait any longer. Let them go quickly. We must stop them. Yes, I understand. The ninth heaven venerable gritted his teeth and nodded in the end. Then he turned around and left quickly like a ghost. Not long after, the ground in front of them suddenly flashed brightly. Two huge hexagram arrays quickly appeared. Then, two groups of people appeared in the light. Transportation array. Looks like some strange fellows have come out again. The dark red dragon looked forward with anticipation. The dazzling light quickly disappeared, and finally, two groups of cultivators appeared on the ground. This time, there were fewer people. There were only about 30 people on each side. In total, there were about 60 people. However, their auras were even more violent than the weaponry refinement team from before. The 30 people on the left were extremely strange. Their bodies were glowing red. If one looked closely, they would realize that it was blood flowing. They were all like blood men. Their cold eyes were extremely red, and they were filled with killing intent. They looked like a group of killing gods. Thinking about it, this should be the blood demon team that Du Kong was talking about. Looking at the killing intent on these people, they should have killed at least 10,000 people. Not only that, their blood seemed to have been stimulated by a secret technique, forming a special energy. However, this method of squeezing out the body's potential meant that these martial artists would not live for long. Being able to live for 10 years was already very heaven-defying. The dark red dragon god had a look of disdain on its face. It was very opposed to this method of extracting energy. Then it turned its gaze to the people on the right. Fuck, what is this? The group of warriors on the right was even weirder. Some of them had a pair of wings on their backs, some had scales on their bodies, and some had parts of demonic beasts. This was the last group, the half-demon group. What the hell are they? They're neither human nor demon. They're neither fish nor fowl. These guys are really courting death. The dark red dragon shook its head. This should be their final secret weapon. Lin Xian said coldly as he looked at the blood demons and half-fiends. It seems that in order to obtain great power, they have already turned into demons. This is not something a martial artist would do. Since it's something that shouldn't exist in this world, let it disappear. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous, and his eyes were full of fighting spirit. At the front, the blood demons and half-fiends quickly recovered after receiving the order. The eyes of the blood demons on the left exploded with a terrifying red light. Their killing intent was incomparable, as if they had gone crazy. The blood-red killing intent was agitated and shrouded the entire sky. In an instant, the entire manor was dyed blood red. The 30 people at the front all had materialized killing intent. Then they soared into the sky and charged at Lin Xian quickly. Killing intent? You're not qualified. Lin Xian snorted disdainfully. Then his eyes shone with a dazzling light. Blood Sword Massacre Inheritance. Activate. A violent energy instantly exploded from his body. Blood red sword aura gushed out from Lin Xian's body and quickly covered the surroundings, forming a sea of blood. 2 rays of blood-red light appeared in his cold eyes. Not only that, his black hair danced in the wind and was also dyed blood-red. A shocking and violent killing intent exploded from Lin Xian's body. It swept through heaven and earth, causing the entire manor to tremble violently. If the killing intent of the 30 people at the front were rivers and lakes, then Lin Xian's was a vast ocean, a vast starry sky, boundless and endless. The two were not even on the same level. What? How is this possible? How can he have such a terrifying killing intent? In the distance, Du Kong and the other ninth heaven supremacies were all stunned. How many people did he have to kill to form such a violent killing intent? 100,000? 1 million? Or 10 million? They did not dare to believe that a 20-year-old martial artist could kill so many people. How could they know that the reason Lin Xian could display such a violent killing intent was entirely because of the Blood Sword Massacre inheritance? That was the inheritance of a king. It was definitely not something that they could imagine. In front, the 30 cultivators of the blood demon group also sensed Lin Xian's aura. Instantly, they trembled uneasily. The killing intent on their bodies also became chaotic and uneasy. Facing Lin Xian, they were no longer charging forward crazily. Instead, they were like trembling kittens. They did not have any resistance at all. Oh no! The consciousness of the blood demon group is about to collapse. Behind them, a ninth heaven supremacy's expression changed drastically. In the next instant, he took out a blood-red bell. A hint of madness appeared in his eyes, and he shook it rapidly. Dang, 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 dang. Strange syllables were heard. When the blood demons heard this, they instantly went crazy. Their trembling bodies also returned to normal. However, the aura on their bodies became even more violent. The veins in their eyes were also so thick that they could not be removed. If an outsider saw this, they would know that these people had completely gone crazy. Attack. The 30 figures were like suicide soldiers who did not care about their lives as they quickly charged forward. Even if they had to self-destruct, they had to kill this young man in front of them. Lin Xian's invitation was even more arrogant. It was as if he had been reborn. The sea of blood around him surged, and a blood-red long sword condensed in front of him. Blood-splitting sky. With a swing of the sword, an unparalleled sword, light surged rapidly. It was like a blood-red rainbow that instantly enveloped the 30 people in front of him. Wherever the sword light passed, countless demonic sounds and ghostly howls could be heard. It made one's scalp go numb. At this moment, the entire 30-feet area seemed to have turned into a hellish battlefield. Bang! The blood-red sword light slashed down, and the 30 blood demon cultivators in front of him quickly exploded like dazzling fireworks. One sword, and the blood demon group was annihilated. No, this can't be real. Dream. I must be dreaming. Seeing this scene, Du Kong and the rest went crazy. Du Tianxing even knelt on the ground, trembling, and kept fiddling with his hair. Chapter 1298. In fact, the other party's killing aura had directly destroyed his mind. He could not resist at all. He could only kneel here and tremble. Below, the half-demon cultivators also went crazy and roared anxiously. They did not even need to wait for orders. They had already charged forward crazily. Just now, Lin Xian's blood-red killing sword, aura had already destroyed their minds. Now, they were already in a state of madness. They did not know what danger was at all. That was why they had charged forward crazily. Meanwhile, Lin Xian floated in midair. The blood sea and blood sword around him had not disappeared. Not only that, but they had become even clearer. They even emitted a pungent smell of blood. Today, I'll let you see what a real killing aura is. Lin Xian's lips curled up in a cold smile. He did not put away the blood sword massacre inheritance. Instead, he used it to the extreme. Dressed in a black robe, his blood-red hair fluttered. Lin Xian held a sword in his hand. He was like a god of death. The boundless blood sea surged in the air, emitting a sound that made one's soul tremble. Bloodthirsty demonic sword. First sword, spirit slaughter. Lin Xian's voice was cold. His killing aura had materialized. His arrogant aura was like a volcano, causing the entire mountain villa to tremble. At this moment, Lin Xian had transformed into a demon. The boundless blood sea surged in the sky, dyeing the entire mountain villa red. 8 streaks of blood-red sword aura slashed out in all directions with Lin Xian as the center. The ground split open and houses collapsed. It was a mess. The 30 half-demon cultivators were also turned into a bloody mist by the 8 streaks of sword aura. At this moment, nothing could stop Lin Xian. Seeing this, the 3 ninth heaven venerables' expressions changed drastically. Du Kong's face was even paler, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Dead. They were all dead. What did he spend? The elites that he had nurtured for decades had all died in this battle. He could not accept this at all. Not only that, but the more serious thing was that the entire mountain villa was now sealed. They could not escape at all. As expected, Lin Xian's second sword was aimed at these ninth heaven venerables. Bloodthirsty demon sword, second sword, slaughtering wind. It was another blood-red sword chi. Wherever it passed, a blood-red gust of wind blew through the entire manor. 4 blood-red hurricanes connected heaven and earth, as if a demon king was walking in the human world. These 4 tornadoes charged towards the 3 ninth heaven venerables and Du Kong respectively. That blood-red hurricane was simply too violent. It contained an invincible aura, as well as blood-red slaughter sword chi. Coupled with the fact that these people had been scared out of their wits by Lin Xian, there was no way they could fight back. Pung pung pung. Not long after, the 3 ninth level venerables were enveloped by the blood-colored hurricane. Although they did their best to resist, the blood-red hurricane gave off countless resplendent sword lights. They were too terrifying and instantly cut these people apart. A gust of wind blew past, and the 3 powerful ninth heaven venerables were reduced to a pile of minced meat. As for the 4th blood-red hurricane, it quickly flew towards Du Kong. Even Du Kong, who was a mid-stage ninth heaven venerable, felt his scalp go numb at this moment. This was because this aura was really too wild. Under normal circumstances, Du Kong would not be afraid. However, this hurricane was unleashed by Lin Xian in an extremely frenzied state. Furthermore, it contained the blood energy of those dead cultivators. He did not dare to resist at all. However, the surrounding paths were all sealed. Grandfather, do something. Quickly do something. I don't want to die. At the side, Du Tianxing was so scared that he wet his pants. His handsome face was extremely pale. At this moment, he no longer had the arrogance from before. He was like a lowly ant. However, Du Kong was silent. As he looked at the blood-red hurricane that was getting closer and closer, he made up his mind, and a hint of madness appeared in his eyes. His hand was like a ghost's claw, and it was as fast as lightning as it grabbed Du Tianxing. Du Tianxing immediately screamed in pain. This was because that hand had already sunk into his flesh, bringing forth a large amount of blood. Ah, grandfather, you... Du Tianxing was both shocked and frightened. He did not know what to do. However, in the next moment, his body suddenly exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Du Tianxing did not believe that his grandfather would kill him with his own hands. However, he did not know this now. The pile of blood quickly condensed in front of Du Kong, forming a fist-sized blood-red ball of light. Then, Du Kong slapped it out. Boom! The blood-red ball of light was formed by Du Kong using a secret method. It was very strange. It required the body of a cultivator as the raw material, so he killed Du Tianxing. The ball of light was like a blood-red moon, flying quickly. Then it hit the hurricane, causing a tremor like today. The hurricane swept through, and blood filled the air. The entire villa was completely shrouded in it. When everything disappeared, a bottomless pit appeared in front of them, as if it was connected to the netherworld. The 3 arrays that had been set up in the villa were also shattered by the explosion, leaving only the dark red dragon array that was still standing. Du Kong escaped with his life with the help of the blood-red ball of light. He hid at the side and kept panting, looking at the scene before him. Du Kong's face was extremely pale. His heart was bleeding. This was the secret villa that he had painstakingly built to cultivate elites for the 8 great families. Now, everything was destroyed. There was nothing left. In an instant, he seemed to have aged 100 years. He knew that everything was caused by this abominable kid in front of him. It was this kid who destroyed the 8 great families with his own hands. Anger rose in Du Kong's heart. It was like a raging fire burning in his body. However, in the next moment his body trembled. The anger in his body retreated quickly, as if it had encountered ice. Even Du Kong's body began to tremble. This was because he saw Lin Xian walking towards him. In the distance, Lin Xian held a blood-red sword in his hand. Behind him, there was an endless sea of blood. Step by step, he walked towards him. With every step Lin Xian took, Du Kong's heart sank. In the end, he rolled and crawled away into the distance. "Stop! You can't kill me!" Du Kong began to beg for mercy. "Can't kill you?" Lin Xian snorted coldly. "Give me a reason not to kill you. If you kill me, young Masterling Feng won't let you go." "Idiot!" Lin Xian was disdainful. He slowly raised the blood-red sword in his hand. "Don't do it! Don't kill me! I know a lot of secrets about young Masterling Feng and the Duan family. As long as you don't kill me, I'll tell you everything." Seeing that his threats were useless, Du Kong immediately changed his strategy. He wanted to use his value to exchange for a way out. "You're not even a member of the Duan family. What secrets do you know? I'm afraid you can't even enter the Duan family's core circle." Lin Xian sneered. "Stop struggling. I'll send you on your way." After saying that, Lin Xian raised the blood-red sword and was about to slash forward. At this moment, there was a sudden roar in the sky. "Kid, let go of Elder Kong quickly. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead." This voice was like a clap of thunder, exploding from above. Hearing this voice, Lin Xian frowned and turned to look forward. On the other hand, Du Kong on the ground was ecstatic. Chapter 1299. 3 powerful auras came from the void above. They were extremely violent and made one's heart tremble. 3 mid-stage 9th heaven venerables. Lin Xian frowned slightly and his eyes flickered. The dark red divine dragon also snorted. I didn't expect reinforcements to arrive." "Kid, be careful. They seem to have a precious weapon in their hands that can break through the last formation." "Treasures?" Lin Xian's eyes were like lightning as he looked up. Indeed, in the next moment, a blue pagoda suddenly enlarged and smashed downwards like a giant mountain. Boom, boom, boom. An earth-shattering sound was heard, and a huge crack appeared on the last array. Then the 3 ninth heaven venerables controlled the blue pagoda again and widened the crack. In the end, the entire array was split into 2. Swoosh, swoosh. 3 figures with powerful auras descended quickly. Lin Xian held his sword and sneered as he looked at the 3 of them. In front of him was a middle-aged man in a black robe and an old woman in a red robe with a walking stick. The last one was bald and had poisonous snakes crawling all over his body. The 3 of them had powerful auras, and they were like 3 mountains standing there. Behind them, hundreds of cultivators rushed over. Sky Snake Venerable, Red Flower Granny, Taoist Monk Mu, save me! Du Kong shouted crazily. "Elder Du, don't worry. We will definitely ensure your safety." The bald Sky Snake Venerable said in a deep voice, "Yes, not only that, we will also kill this kid." The middle-aged man in black, Taoist Monk Mu, was also filled with killing intent. Facing the 3 arrogant people, Lin Xian didn't care at all. Instead, he stared at the blue pagoda in Red Flower Granny's hand. A fragment of an Earth-stage treasure. No wonder it has such power to break the array. Lin Xian muttered and nodded slightly. "Humph, I didn't expect you to have some knowledge. Since you know the power of the treasure, I advise you to surrender obediently. Perhaps this way you can leave a complete corpse. Otherwise, don't blame us for tearing you into pieces." Red Flower Granny snorted with a sinister smile. However, Lin Xian was unmoved. His eyes were like lightning as he slowly scanned the crowd. Looks like you guys should be the last reinforcements. Since that's the case, let's end it. Arrogant and ignorant. You're courting death. Brat, you're dead. You won't be able to escape today. Angry shouts rang out one after another. On the other hand, Lin Xian's expression was ice cold. His entire body was surrounded by lightning and black flames. His entire being was like a god of war, unstoppable. He fused the blood-colored light sword in his hand with the Lone Star sword, and then drew a strange trajectory in the air. Blood-red sword chi, purplish-white lightning, black flames, frost, sword soul. Streaks of terrifying power were unleashed as the Lone Star sword danced through the air. Subsequently, 5 gigantic heavenly swords formed in the sky. Gale Lightning Sword, 5 sword gods, and demons annihilation. Lin Xian performed the Gale Lightning Sword technique in the face of 4 mid-stage, 9th-tier martial supremacies and close to 100 assassins. Furthermore, it was the final form of the Gale Lightning Sword technique. 5 gigantic heavenly swords appeared in the air. One of them was blood-red in color, with a monstrous killing aura. It slashed towards the 100 martial artists in the distance. Boom! As the sword landed, the ground caved in, and the void shattered. The violent killing aura immediately shrouded the 100 martial artists. Screams rang out one after another. Countless people struggled in a frenzy, trying to break out of the encirclement. However, they were all turned into blood mist by the gigantic sword, and no longer existed. In an instant, the 100 martial artists were all annihilated. What? Sky Snake Supremacy and Safflower Grandma had just arrived and had not seen Lin Xian's previous combat strength. Hence, when they saw this scene, their eyelids twitched violently. How could it be? There were hundreds of elites and countless experts. Even they could not kill them in one move. However, the young man in front of them did it. This gave them a bad premonition. The 3 of you, this brat is extremely powerful. Don't hesitate. Hurry up and attack together. Du Kong roared in a frenzy to remind everyone. Sky Snake Supremacy and the other 2 gasped when they heard that. Then, an incomparable killing intent erupted from their bodies. Kill. Furious roars rang out one after another. Sky Snake Supremacy and the other 2 quickly attacked. Tens of thousands of snakes ran around Sky Snake Supremacy's body and formed a huge flying python that charged forward quickly. Safflower Grandma activated the blue pagoda in her hand and shot out a dazzling light shadow. The power was extremely terrifying and caused the entire void to crack. Taoist priest Mu moved like a ghost. The black longsword in his hand was as fast as lightning as it pierced toward Lin Xian's back. Du Kong, who was on the ground, also roared in rage. He unleashed a violent power and waved his fists to attack Lin Xian. In an instant, the 4 top experts attacked together. They were determined to kill Lin Xian. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was laughing wildly. His blood-red hair fluttered in the air. He had an extremely arrogant smile on his face. The aura on his body was as sharp as a peerless divine sword. Let's fight. Today. The 4 of you will die here. As soon as he finished speaking, a loud dragon roar rang out from his body. The 4 gigantic swords in the sky slashed down even faster. A gigantic black sword, which carried countless black flames, like the fire of hell, slashed toward Du Kong. A gigantic blue sword, which was releasing endless chilliness, froze the void wherever it passed. It quickly pierced toward Taoist priest Mu. A purple-white lightning sword, which had an extremely violent aura, pierced through the void and swept toward Sky Snake Supremacy. The last gigantic sword, which was extremely simple, had a faint dragon shadow on it. It was as if a gigantic dragon had pierced through the void and slashed toward Safflower Grandma. In an instant, thunder roared, and the wind howled. It was like a scene of destruction. Puff, puff, clang, clang. Ah, the fist shadow of Du Kong evaporated in an instant. Not only that, his entire body was cut in half by the black flame sword. His corpse was burned clean, leaving no trace behind. In the void, the gigantic flying snake shadow was pierced through by countless lightning bolts. It screamed and collapsed. Sky Snake Supremacy was scorched black. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and flew backward. The blue ice sword released endless power of ice, which instantly froze Taoist Priest Mu into an ice sculpture. Then it shattered into countless pieces. The last gigantic sword, which was in the shape of a dragon, emitted a killing intent that could pierce through heaven and earth. It went straight for Safflower Grandma. In an instant, Safflower Grandma was scared out of her wits. She bit her finger and dripped a drop of blood on the blue pagoda, frantically activating it. The blue pagoda enlarged like a huge blue mountain, enveloping her. Clang! An earth-shaking sound rang out. The entire void cracked. Safflower Grandma and the blue pagoda were both sent flying. The 4 gigantic swords fell. Du Kong and Mu Luoren died on the spot. Sky Snake Supremacy and Safflower Grandma were also seriously injured. If this matter were to spread, it would definitely cause a huge commotion in the entire Tianwu continent. For Venerables in the middle stage of the 9th level fought Lin Xian, but the result was 2 dead and 2 injured. This was too unbelievable. No, this is impossible. How can you have such powerful combat strength? Chapter 1300. No, this is impossible. How can you have such powerful battle prowess? The surviving Sky Snake Supremacy and Red Flower Grandma went crazy in disbelief. Before they came, they were full of confidence and thought that their plan was flawless. They would definitely be able to eliminate Lin Xian. However, they did not expect the current situation. You're not human. You're a demon. A demon. They were indeed crazy. Even a late-stage Ninth Heaven Supremacy would not be able to have such terrifying power. Stupid. Ignorant. Lin Xian spat. Then he flicked out 2 void-shattering fingers, instantly piercing through Sky Snake Supremacy and Red Flower Grandma's heads. Plop, plop. Their eyes widened. Before they fell, they were already dead. Even in death, they could not believe that they had been killed so easily. 4 top experts, 9 Ninth Heaven Supremacies, and hundreds of elite cultivators had been completely annihilated. How terrifying was this young man before them? He could actually fight against the 8 great clans and even kill countless experts. How old was he? He was only 20 years old, yet he already had such battle prowess. Perhaps even the kings of the continent could not have such achievements back then. It's over. Lin Xian put away the Lone Star Sword and turned to walk outside. When he and the dark red dragon walked out of the villa behind them suddenly burned. Countless black flames swallowed the entire villa like demons. When Lin Xian disappeared in the sky, the entire Nanshan city was shaken. Actually, the experts in the city had already felt the violent energy earlier. However, that energy was too powerful, and they did not dare to go near for fear of being affected. When the force weakened, many experts nearby went to check it out. Then they were all dumbfounded and stood rooted to the ground. There was a huge, deep pit in front of them. It covered a radius of 100 miles and was unfathomably deep. The originally majestic villa was gone. Not only the entire Nanshan city, but experts from the nearby cities also flew over. This was because the impact of the previous battle had spread very far. Ordinary cultivators were only shocked by the terrifying pit. However, those experts' eyes widened, and their scalps went numb. They knew that this was where the great clans gathered. Countless elites were gathered. However, at this moment, it was actually destroyed. This was definitely a huge matter, and the Duan clan would probably be incomparably furious. One had to know that the Duan clan's current situation was extremely bad. They were often assassinated, but now their secret location had actually been destroyed. Who did this? Killing so many people should be enough to exchange for a longevity pill, right? Many people were extremely excited when they heard the news. When this news reached the Duan clan, everyone in the Duan clan was shocked. They couldn't believe that so many elite martial artists and absolute experts couldn't kill a 7th level venerable. How is this possible? How is this possible? How could that brat survive? What was going on? Tell me. Young Master Ling Feng roared in anger. The martial artists under him were so frightened that they knelt on the ground, trembling. Young Master, we really don't know. The entire manor is suspected to have been leveled, and not a single trace was left behind. I'm guessing that Brat must have brought a large number of 9th Heaven Venerables with him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to destroy the entire manor. Yes, that must be it. We were careless this time. I didn't expect him to be so cautious. Trash. A bunch of trash. Young Master Ling Feng was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He had never suffered such a loss before. Send people to investigate. We must find out the brat's whereabouts. If you find out that he's alone, inform me immediately. He was really mad. If it wasn't for the fact that he couldn't find Lin Xian now, he would definitely bring the Duan clan's men and kill them immediately. Not only the Duan clan, but all the top forces and king clans of the Tianmu continent were shocked when they heard the news. Now, the conflict between the Duan clan and Lin Xian was very intense. This was something that everyone knew. Originally, they didn't think highly of Lin Xian because the Duan clan was too powerful. But who would have thought that Lin Xian would use 5 longevity pills and cause the Duan clan to fall into an extremely passive situation? Bhutan was already like this. And now, there was even news that Lin Xian had destroyed a secret base of the Duan family. This was simply too shocking. On the other side, after Lin Xian left Nanshan City, he didn't return to the Immortal Martial Academy immediately. Instead, he flew to a large forest nearby because he wanted to get rid of the killing intent on his body. Previously, during the battle with the 8 great clans, Lin Xian used the blood-colored slaughter sword intent. He was like a god of death, abnormally fierce. The effect of that battle strength was very shocking. However, this killing intent was very fierce, and it would take some time to completely disperse. If he couldn't disperse this killing intent, it would probably affect Lin Xian's mind, and no one would be able to get close to him. In the vast forest, Lin Xian walked slowly. Everywhere he passed, countless trees and rocks were all broken. This wasn't done by Lin Xian at all. It was the effect of the killing intent on his body. Now, martial artists below the 9th heavenly layer wouldn't even dare to get close to him. And Lin Xian used the great dragon sword spirit to maintain absolute clarity and avoid being affected by the killing intent. Gradually, the blood-colored light in his eyes disappeared. His blood-red hair also gradually returned to normal. The killing intent on his body was weakening bit by bit. 3 days later, Lin Xian returned to normal. It had to be said that the blood-colored killing intent was too terrifying. It was only because he had the great dragon sword spirit that he could maintain his clarity of mind at all times. Otherwise, if it was anyone else, they would have collapsed long ago. It was hard to imagine how the Blood Sword Monarch had maintained so much blood-colored killing intent back then. Thinking of this, Lin Xian sighed. It's nothing. Kings have their own domains. Thinking about it, the Blood Sword Monarch should have stored all the killing intent in his domain. That's why he could maintain absolute clarity of mind. The dark red dragon explained. A king's domain can be said to have endless magical uses and is very mysterious. When you step into this realm in the future, you'll understand. King's domain? Lin Xian's eyes were filled with anticipation. However, his current cultivation was only at the 7th heavenly layer. He was still far from the king realm. Under normal circumstances, for a 7th heavenly layer venerable to cultivate to the king realm, even if he was a genius, it would probably take hundreds of years. Of course, this was the case if there was no fortuitous encounter. If there was a fortuitous encounter, it would allow one's cultivation to increase in a short period of time. However, this kind of fortuitous encounter couldn't be sought. Some people might not even encounter it in their entire lives. Lin Xian wouldn't place his hopes on such a faintly discernible fortuitous encounter. Although his cultivation was only at the 7th heavenly layer, his great dragon sword spirit had already reached the 8th heavenly layer. Moreover, it was at the peak. It wouldn't be long before it broke through to the 9th heavenly layer, ruffian dragon. If my sword spirit breaks through to the king realm in advance, will I be able to condense a king's domain? Lin Xian asked. This Chapter 13:01 Ruffian Dragon. If my sword soul breaks through to the king realm, will I be able to form a king's domain? Lin Xian asked. The dragon rubbed its chin and fell into deep thought. To be honest, Lin Xian's situation was quite special. His sword soul was actually able to surpass his cultivation. Theoretically, it should be possible. However, I don't know if he'll be able to control it. The dragon said. Can I? Lin Xian's heart trembled. If that was the case, then he would be a huge step away from the king realm. He only needed to find enough energy to awaken the great dragon sword soul. Once the king's domain was formed, Lin Xian believed that as long as he could control the great dragon sword soul, he would be able to control the king's domain. At that time, he would be able to control the king's domain. Just thinking about it made him excited. Let's go back to the Immortal Martial Academy. Lin Xian's figure flashed, and he turned into a ray of sword light that soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. Immortal Martial Academy, Starpoint Peak. This was Lin Xian's new residence. At this moment, the 9th Elder, 10th Elder, Yu Fei, and the others were waiting anxiously. What do you want me to say? How can you let the young lord go to such a dangerous place alone? The 9th Elder looked at Yu Fei and the others and shook his head. That's enough. These people can't control what the young lord wants to do. Don't scold them. The news has already spread. The young lord is fine, and the Duan clan's manor was completely destroyed. The 10th Elder persuaded. As for Yu Fei and the others, they were covered in cold sweat and didn't dare to speak. At this moment, a ray of sword light flashed in the sky and landed on the Starpoint Peak. Brother Xian, Yu Fei, and the others were overjoyed. The 9th Elder and the 10th Elder also heaved a sigh of relief. Young Lord, you're finally back. Young Lord, if you didn't come back, the 9th Elder would have eaten all of them. The 10th Elder laughed. I'm sorry for making everyone worry. Lin Xian briefly explained the situation, but it still made everyone's heart palpitate. Oh, right, 9th Elder. Why did you go back a while ago? Could it be that something big has happened in the War God Palace? Lin Xian asked. The 9th Elder and the 10th Elder were core elders of the War God Palace. Previously, when the two of them returned together, it meant that something big had happened. That was why Lin Xian was so concerned. Young Master, don't worry. Nothing big happened. The two of us went back to bring something for young Master. The 9th Elder smiled. Take something? What is it? Lin Xian was even more curious. Naturally, these are the cultivation resources that the palace master left for you. Elder Jiu said, as he took out a storage ring, the resources my father left for me? Lin Xian was very curious. He quickly took the ring and probed it with his soul force. He was stunned. This is too rich. Bottles of pills, piles of spirit fruits, cultivation techniques, weapons, and defensive equipment. This was simply a mini treasure trove. Lin Xian had only seen such rich resources in the remote sky mystery realm. He had never seen anything else other than that. Ninth Elder, these are all for me? Lin Xian confirmed once again. To be honest, he had said that he had to rely on himself to obtain cultivation resources. He did not believe that he would suddenly obtain so many cultivation resources out of thin air, even though these resources were given to him by his father. Young master, don't worry. These are given to you by the palace master. Furthermore, this is only the first portion of the resources. When your strength increases, there will be more resources. There are more resources. So rich. Lin Xian was pleasantly surprised. However, the 9th Elder and the 10th Elder sighed. Young master, you have suffered all these years. The two of them felt very guilty because these resources were nothing to the core disciples of the King family. However, as the son of the War God Palace Master, Lin Xian had never enjoyed such good resources. It had to be said that it was really hard to be confident. Don't worry, young master. The War God Palace will be your home in the future. The War God Palace will provide you with all the resources you need. Lin Xian asked and found out how extravagant the core disciples of the King family were. It was no wonder that those people's cultivations were so high, and their strength far exceeded that of others. The resources that they usually used were not something that ordinary warriors could imagine. Only Lin Xian had the great dragon sword soul, and many fortuitous encounters could compare to those people. Now that he had become the young master of the War God Palace, he would definitely not fall behind those core disciples of the King family in terms of resources. He probed and found that these resources were divided into 4 parts. The first part was pills that could be consumed by supremacies. Moreover, the effects were very good. The second part was a half-Earth rank artifact that contained an Earth rank artifact fragment. It was very powerful. The third part was a set of battle armor called the Starry Sky Battle Armor. The fourth part was various cultivation techniques and secret manuals that were suitable for supremacies. When your strength increases to half-step King Realm and King Realm, there will be more resources. The 9th Elder explained. Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. The first portion of the elixir resources was completely acceptable to him. As for the second portion, the treasured sword named Chongshan contained an Earth rank fragment treasure, which was indeed very powerful. However, Lin Xian probed and found that it was about the same as the Lone Star sword in his hand. However, the Lone Star sword was a nimble and speed-type sword, while the overlapped mountain sword was a powerful sword. It could be said that they both had their strengths. As for the third part of the Starry Sky Battle Armor, Lin Xian was a little confused. It was different from what he had imagined. It was not a ready-made battle armor, but a very small, star-like stone. Elder, how do I use this? Lin Xian scratched his head with a puzzled expression. Young master, you just need to pour your blood into it. The 9th Elder explained. This Starry Sky battle armor is very special. It comes from the mysterious Starry Sky secret realm. Unlike the battle armor on our continent, it needs to absorb a cultivator's blood before it can be unfolded. Moreover, this battle armor is very powerful. It can block 70% of any attack below the King Realm. 70%? Isn't that the same as the Red Lotus battle armor? Lin Xian was tempted. He quickly cut open his palm and placed the blue stone on the wound. Instantly, the stone started to absorb blood like a bottomless pit. Lin Xian was extremely shocked by the speed at which it absorbed blood. Fortunately, the 9th Elder had warned him, so he didn't resist. After absorbing about 1/3 of his blood, the stone stopped absorbing blood and quickly merged into Lin Xian's palm. In the next moment, Lin Xian could clearly sense that the blue stone in his palm was like his body. Starry sky battle armor. Lin Xian bellowed, and a set of blue armor quickly appeared on the surface of his body, covering him in an instant. It covered him from head to toe, and only his eyes were exposed. The blue battle armor flickered like stars under the sunlight. After giving it a try, Lin Xian noticed that the starry sky battle armor was really able to block 70% of the damage. This made him extremely delighted. After all, the red lotus battle armor that he had just refined was also able to block 70% of the damage. Its effect was extraordinarily good. Chapter 1302. First of all, the universal armor was a complete set while the red lotus armor was only a single piece of armor. According to the blueprint of the red lotus armor, the entire red lotus armor should be able to withstand 90% of the damage. In other words, the red lotus armor's grade was even higher than the universal armor. However, the materials used to refine the red lotus armor were very precious, so Lin Xian was only halfway done. But now, with the new star armor, it could make up for his lack of defense. With a thought, the star armor quickly disappeared and returned to his body. There was no trace of it on the outside. With another thought, the star armor appeared instantly. What a magical armor! Lin Xian smiled. The ninth elder said, "This armor is indeed magical. Not only is its defense strong, but it can also transform into any form. It's very precious." "Oh, yeah. Where is the Star Mystery Realm? Why haven't I heard of it?" Lin Xian asked. The ninth elder said slowly, "The Star Mystery Realm isn't on the Tianwu continent. It's hidden in the boundless starry sky. The Mystery Realm is very dangerous. It's said that only martial artists above the King Realm can enter. But if you can come out safely, you can at least bring out a piece of star armor." Lin Xian asked, "That means the other king clans also have this kind of star armor?" "The king clans all have this kind of star armor, but there won't be too many. Usually, there won't be more than 10 pieces. Does the Duan clan have it?" "Yes, before the Duan clan rebelled, they once obtained 3 pieces. One is with young Master Lingfeng, one is with Wuzun, and the last one is with the Duan clan's patriarch," the ninth elder explained. "I see. I didn't expect young Master Lingfeng to have such an armor. Looks like I'll have to put in more effort to kill him." Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "Young Master, are you planning to attack young Master Lingfeng?" The ninth elder was surprised. Lin Xian nodded. "I do want to attack him. He schemed against me this time, so I have to pay him back. However, we must discuss the plan carefully. We must kill him in one go. Young Master, if there's anything you need, just let us know," the ninth and 10th elders said at the same time. "Don't worry. If I need your help, I won't be courteous," Lin Xian said with a smile. At this moment, the Crimson Divine Dragon also came out. When he saw the galaxy armor on Lin Xian's body, he immediately exclaimed, "Kid, where did you get your armor from?" "Dad gave it to me. What do you think? Don't you look handsome in it?" Lin Xian laughed. "Your father gave it to you? Then where did he get it? Brat, do you know that this is battle armor made by the Heaven's Legacy race?" "Heaven's Legacy race? What is that?" Lin Xian was puzzled. Even the ninth and 10th elders were puzzled. They had never heard of the Heaven's Legacy race. Thus, Lin Xian told him everything he had heard about the Star Mystery Realm. "The Star Secret Realm is in the sky." "That's right. That should be a secret realm left behind by the Heaven's Legacy race. Brat, you're quite lucky to be able to obtain the star armor made by the Heaven's Legacy race," the Crimson Divine Dragon exclaimed. "Heaven's Legacy race? What's that? Is it very powerful?" "Of course it is. The Heaven's Legacy race is a very mysterious race that specializes in all kinds of manufacturing. Moreover, they were very famous in the ancient times, and even the ancient times. However, They are too mysterious. Very few people have seen them. Only some of their products have been passed down in the world. The galaxy armor you're wearing is one of them. However, it's a relatively low-level one. What? This is low-level? Lin Xian's eyes widened. Of course it's low-level. It can only block 70% of the damage. You have the Red Lotus armor, right? That blueprint should also be from the Heaven's Legacy race. What? The Red Lotus armor too? This time, Lin Xian was really shocked. That was a battle armor that could block 90% of the damage. He didn't expect it to be made by the Heaven's Legacy race. This is nothing. This is just the tip of the iceberg of the Heaven's Legacy race. When you become stronger, you'll know how terrifying the Heaven's Legacy race is. Let me put it this way. A king is very powerful, right? Lin Xian and the others nodded. The ninth elder said, "Of course, they are the pinnacle of existence on this continent. However, the Heaven's Legacy race once created a puppet that can easily tear a king apart." The dark red divine dragon revealed an explosive piece of news. What? This time, everyone was dumbfounded. A puppet was able to tear apart a king? No matter how they heard it, it sounded like a myth. The dark red divine dragon snorted. "You don't have to make such a fuss. The Heaven's Legacy race is far more powerful than you can imagine. Moreover, the mysteries of this world far surpass your understanding. Cultivate well. One day when you leave this continent and break through the endless sea, you will know what it means to be vast." Now that you mention it, even I am tempted. Lin Xian clenched his fists, even the ninth elder, and the others were shocked. This was because they had only seen some legends in ancient books. They knew far less than the dark red divine dragon. Everyone discussed for a while before calming down. Then Lin Xian looked at the fourth treasure. It was the cultivation technique manuals. Lin Xian looked at them and found that they were roughly divided into two categories. One was for cultivation, and the other was about the history and knowledge of the continent and martial arts. The cultivation technique was divided into physical and spiritual. The ninth elder said, according to the palace master, when a martial artist cultivates, his body and soul cannot be separated. He has to cultivate both. He even proposed the wooden bucket principle, which states that a cultivator's strength is determined by his weakest aspect. Therefore, both the body and the soul must be cultivated. Even if you can't specialize in them, the difference can't be too great. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, the closer he got to the end, the more he felt the importance of these two aspects. There were a total of 2 cultivation manuals. One was the sky spill visualization art for cultivating the soul, and the other was the furious dragon art for cultivating blood chi. These 2 cultivation techniques had reached the level of earth rank martial arts. Moreover, they were extremely rare cultivation techniques. Lin Xian had seen many earth rank martial arts, but most of them were fist techniques, sword techniques, saber techniques, and other martial arts with extremely strong attack power. Very few of them cultivated the martial artist's own cultivation techniques. And now, he finally had such a cultivation technique. If a martial artist wanted to unleash extremely strong combat power, he had to be strong first. Only then could he withstand that kind of powerful explosion. In the following days, Lin Xian began to cultivate on Point Star Peak. He did not directly cultivate the sky spill visualization art and the furious dragon art. Instead, he first looked through the basic martial arts knowledge. Chapter 1303. Originally, Lin Xian was just curious and wanted to see what kind of knowledge there was. But after reading it, he was extremely shocked and felt that his worldview had been overturned. It turned out that some of his previous understandings were not comprehensive and even wrong. Some of the sayings in these books open his eyes. In the past, because of the existence of the great dragon sword spirit, Wine Lord and the others, Lin Xian knew that this world was more magical than he imagined, and that he had a long way to go. But now, after understanding this knowledge, he finally knew why those people were so strong. The strength of a martial artist was one thing, but how much of it they could unleash was different. For example, for people of the same realm, some could unleash 10,000 pounds of strength, but some could only unleash 5,000 pounds of strength. There were even some who could unleash 12,000 pounds of strength. There was a huge gap between them. There were many factors that influenced it, such as one's own conditions, martial techniques, and experience. Take cultivation techniques. For example, yellow grade and black grade cultivation techniques were too crude and could only unleash a portion of a martial artist's strength. Only when it reached spirit grade cultivation techniques could it unleash a martial artist's full strength, but that was all he could do. Earth grade cultivation techniques that were above spirit grade could unleash strength that exceeded the martial artist's own strength. For example, early stage earth grade cultivation techniques could unleash strength that exceeded a martial artist by 3 to 5 times. If it was a martial artist with 10,000 pounds of strength, after unleashing an earth grade cultivation technique, it was very likely that he could unleash 50,000 pounds of strength. This was a difference of 5 times, far surpassing people of the same realm, just like when Lin Xian unleashed the Gale Lightning Sword technique previously. He directly killed 4 Ninth Heaven Venerables who were far stronger than him. It was estimated that the strength he unleashed at that time was more than 5 times. Not only that, martial techniques and treasured weapons could also be stacked. If a martial artist had an earth-grade martial technique and a high-grade treasured weapon, it was not a problem to unleash more than 10 times the strength. Of course, the prerequisite for all of this was that one had to be strong. Otherwise, it would be like a baby holding a treasure sword and a peerless expert holding a stone. The result was obvious. As for soul power, it was roughly divided into 2 types. One was object control, mainly used to engrave inscriptions and control objects. The other was illusion, which used soul power to directly attack. Both of them had their own characteristics. For now, Lin Xian was walking on the first path of inscription. For example, Zhao Shui's Void Sky Eyes clearly walked the path of the second type of illusion, directly using soul attacks. Lin Xian currently did not have any thoughts of using illusions to attack, but his great dragon sword soul had both physical attacks and the ability to cut through illusions. Therefore, he was not afraid of being attacked by illusions. After understanding everything, Lin Xian began to cultivate the Tian Yen visualization art. This was a way to train one's soul power. There were a total of 9 diagrams, and each diagram was a unique pattern. The further one went, the more complicated it became. What Lin Xian needed to do was to use his soul force to quickly draw out the diagrams. If he could complete it within the time limit, it would be considered a success. Then he would be able to cultivate the next diagram. Don't underestimate these diagrams. The first one had over 10,000 diagrams, densely packed together. Ordinary martial artists would feel dizzy just by looking at them. With Lin Xian's current soul power, he could easily complete the first 3 diagrams. However, he failed to complete the 4th diagram. This aroused his fighting spirit even more. So, he had been cultivating the 4th diagram these days. In addition, he also cultivated a cultivation method that strengthened his blood qi, the Furious Dragon Art. This was a cultivation method that increased a martial artist's blood qi and strengthened their physique. The body was a martial artist's capital. Only with a strong body could one withstand the doubled attack power. Otherwise, even if one had a powerful martial skill, they would not be able to use it. The Furious Dragon Art was the best cultivation method to build a martial artist's body. The Furious Dragon Art had a total of 5 levels. Each level could withstand a 5-fold increase in attack power, and it could be stacked. In other words, when he reached the 5th level, Lin Xian could withstand a 25x increase in attack power. 25x. This was an unimaginable number. If he mastered it, he would be invincible in the supremacy realm. For these two cultivation methods, Lin Xian even prepared different pills to assist in cultivation. It could be said that he had thought it through very well. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, a month had passed. A month later, Lin Xian broke through. First, his great dragon sword soul broke through to the 9th level of the supremacy realm. His cultivation had also reached the 8th level of the supremacy realm. Secondly, he had already mastered the 4th diagram of the Heavens Rise visualization diagram. And his soul power had also greatly improved. He had also cultivated the Furious Dragon Art to the 2nd level. It could be said that Lin Xian's strength had undergone a tremendous change. Now, he did not need to use an Earth-rank martial art to easily kill an early-stage 9th level supremacy. Even a mid-stage 9th level supremacy was not his match. He could even contend with a late-stage 9th level supremacy now. In addition, he had the Starry Sky armor and the Red Lotus armor. The combination of the two could definitely offset 80% of any attack. At that time, even a late-stage 9th level supremacy would not be his match. This time, he had taken another big step towards the King Realm. Young Master, you've broken through? The 9th Elder and the others were very excited. They could feel a sense of fear from Lin Xian's body. After learning of this situation, the 9th Elder and the 10th Elder both gasped. How long had it been? The young master's strength had already surpassed them. This was something they did not dare to imagine. This was not completely the effect of resources. Even if the core disciples of the King clans were given such resources, they would not be able to improve to such an extent in a short month. Talent. This was definitely talent. Lin Xian's heaven-defying cultivation talent was something that the 9th Elder and the others had rarely seen in their lives. Perhaps even the kings of the Tianwu continent could not reach such a level when they were young. This kind of talent is too powerful. The 9th Elder praised. The 10th Elder also nodded in satisfaction. Yes, whether it is temperament, talent, or perseverance, they are all top-notch. I'm afraid there are very few people in the continent who can be compared to the young master. What young Master Ling Feng? What Tianwu for young masters? They are just older. If they were the same age as the young master, I'm afraid they would not be the young master's match. The 9th Elder coldly snorted. After hearing this, Lin Xian smiled faintly. He did not care about the title of Tianwu for young masters at all. This was because his eyes had already moved away from the same generation. His target were the older generation figures, the kings who stood at the peak. Only those people could arouse his battle intent. However, there was one thing that he had to do. How is the Duan clan recently? At this time, it was time for Yu Fei to stand out. Reporting to Brother Xian, the Duan clan is already in a terrible state. Many of their core elders have been killed. Moreover, half a month ago, a half-step king gathered the heads of 3 core elders and exchanged them for a longevity pill. Oh, someone exchanged for it? Was it that half-step king from the auction? Yes, it was him. Chapter 1304. Half a month ago, a half-step king collected the heads of 3 core elders and exchanged them for a longevity pill. Yu Fei reported. Oh, someone exchanged for it? Was it that half-step king from the auction? Lin Xian asked. Yes, it was him. Is there any other news? Lin Xian asked again. Yes, although the Duan clans suffered heavy losses, it wasn't enough to topple them. Moreover, Prince Ling Feng and the martial saint were also attacked twice, but they both failed. There was even a half-step king who died in the hands of the martial saint. Hearing this news, Lin Xian was also greatly astonished. Half-step king was an existence that surpassed the martial saint realm. It was extremely terrifying. Sword Saint was also a half-step king when he was at his peak. However, such a ferocious person actually failed in his assassination. Not only that, he was even killed by the martial saint. Just how powerful is this martial saint? Lin Xian sucked in a breath of air, and a trace of seriousness appeared in his eyes. Obviously, the martial saint's strength was out of his expectations. However, thinking about it, since the other party dared to use the title of martial saint, it meant that he was extremely powerful. Young master, the martial saint is indeed difficult to deal with. Although he is only in the martial saint realm, his battle strength has already surpassed some half-step kings. It can be said that he is extremely powerful, as expected of the Duan clan. A martial saint had surpassed the half-step king realm, and there was an even more terrifying Duan clan leader above him. It could be assumed that the martial saint wasn't far from the true martial saint realm. No wonder the other party was so ambitious and wanted to seize the palace of war, while Lin Zhan was in seclusion. If it weren't for Lin Xian, the other party might have already succeeded. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't touch the martial saint right now. However, I won't let that Ling Feng guy go. It's time to settle some things. A trace of coldness appeared in Lin Xian's eyes. Young master, you want to make a move on Prince Ling Feng? Hearing this, the eyelids of the ninth elder and the others twitched. They couldn't help but be shocked. Although Lin Xian's strength had increased greatly, Prince Ling Feng wasn't an ordinary person. He was one of the four peak experts of the younger generation. Furthermore, Sir Ling Feng had the advantage of his age. Therefore, he was much stronger than Lin Xian. Not only that, but he also had countless experts around him. It would be extremely difficult to kill him. Not long ago, there was a half-step king warrior who tried to assassinate young Master Ling Feng, but failed. One could imagine how difficult it would be to assassinate young noble Ling Feng. But now, Lin Xian actually said that he wanted to touch young Master Ling Feng. Young Master, please reconsider. Although that young Master Ling Feng deserves to die, now is not the time to make a move on him. Ninth Elder shook his head. The 10th Elder also advised, that's right, young master. Why don't you wait until you've reached the 9th heavenly layer before making a move? However, Lin Xian shook his head slightly. The Duan clan is powerful. Although they are being suppressed now, it won't be long before they recover from their shock. At that time, it will be too late to make a move. Taking advantage of their current situation, we should make a move decisively. At least, we should get rid of that young Master Ling Feng first. Speaking up to here, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. Moreover, I don't plan to fight him head-on. I have my own methods. Young master, if you have any methods, just tell us. If it's feasible, we will agree. But if the success rate isn't high, us old men won't let you take the risk. 9th Elder and 10th Elder spoke in unison. Indeed, Lin Xian had a noble status. He was their young master and their hope. They wouldn't allow any danger to befall Lin Xian. Lin Xian seemed very confident. He slowly said, we can set up a trap and make him come out of the Duan clan. Just like how he set me up, we can do the same to him. Hearing this, 9th Elder and 10th Elder were puzzled. Although that's the case, how can we lure him out? The Duan clan is in a bad situation now. With his vigilance, he probably won't come out. Lin Xian smiled. I just destroyed one of his secret bases. He must want to kill me now. If I report my whereabouts to him, he will definitely bring people here. No, it's too dangerous. Elders, I'm not done yet. Why don't you listen to me and make a decision? Lin Xian continued. Last time he sent Skynet to kill me, and I controlled a person named Falcon. This assassin's cultivation is at the 8th heaven of the Venerable Realm. Although he's not the top, he should be considered an upper echelon of Skynet. I want to use him to lure out the leader of Skynet. As long as he comes out, I'm confident that I can control him. How about this? I'll use the leader of Skynet as a spy to send a message to young Master Ling Feng. I'm sure he won't suspect anything. As long as we set up an inescapable net and a killing formation, we'll definitely be able to kill him." Hearing Lin Xian's words, Ninth Elder and the others were shocked. "What? Young Master, you've also controlled Skynet?" They were too shocked. Skynet was an extremely powerful assassin organization in the Blood Realm. Their actions were extremely strange. Moreover, even if they failed, they would self-destruct and no one would be caught. But now Lin Xian had actually controlled one of their people. This was too shocking. If that's really the case, then this matter might not be impossible. Ninth Elder nodded in agreement. This was indeed a good opportunity to kill young Master Ling Feng. Although young Master Ling Feng was only of the younger generation, he was a symbol of the Duan clan. Moreover, he was the most famous person in the Tianwu continent. If he was killed, the Duan clan would definitely suffer an unimaginable loss. This was also what Ninth Elder and the others wanted to see, so they were tempted. However, 10th Elder frowned and said, "Although that's the case, we're not strong enough to kill everyone in the Duan clan. At most, we'll be able to tie." "Don't worry about that. With Ruffian Long here, we can definitely set up a peerless killing formation." Lin Xian smiled. "Don't worry, leave it to me. I'll definitely kill them. As long as it's not a king, there won't be any problems." Crimson Divine Dragon was very confident. If he was given time to set up a killing formation, he was even confident that he could kill a half-step king. Ninth Elder and the others also knew a little about Crimson Divine Dragon's origin. Now that he had spoken so confidently, they immediately let go of their worries. "Young Master, what do you need us to do?" Lin Xian pondered for a moment. Crimson Divine Dragon said, "I want to set up a killing formation, and I need some special materials. I'll make a list, and you guys should quickly find them." Indeed, this wasn't an ordinary formation. It was a killing formation that could kill half-step kings, and it needed special materials to set it up. Crimson Divine Dragon waved his claws and quickly made a list. Chapter 1305. Skynet was an extremely mysterious assassin organization in the Blood Realm. Now that it was controlled by young Master Ling Feng, it had become a sharp sword in his hands. These years, Skynet had assassinated many peerless experts for young Master Ling Feng. Among them, there were many 9th level venerables and even peak 9th level venerables. There were even rumors that Skynet had once assassinated a half-step king at its peak, and had even succeeded. This statement added a bit of ferocity to the Skynet organization. It could be said that Skynet was an extremely powerful organization. Even ordinary 6th grade sects didn't dare to provoke them. Falcon was an assassin of heavenly kings, and a 4-star assassin at that. Skynet's assassins were ranked from 1 to 5 stars according to their strength. A 4-star assassin could already assassinate any 8th level venerables. It could be said that they were the backbone of Skynet. On this day, Falcon brought back a shocking piece of news. "What? You said you found traces of Lin Xian?" Falcon's news shocked many people. Among them, the eyes of several 5-star assassins blossomed with terrifying light. "Where is he?" Quickly informed the head venerate and young Master Ling Feng about this. Many people moved quickly. However, Falcon shook his head and said, "It's useless. Even if young Master Ling Feng knows, I'm afraid he won't have time to counterattack. Because Lin Xian's speed is very fast. I'm afraid he'll reach a safe place soon. At that time, we won't be able to make a move. Damn it, that kid is too cunning. No matter what, we can't let him go this time. I'll go inform the head venerate." Among them, a gray-robed old man said with a grave expression, "Falcon, you come with me." The head venerate was the leader of heavenly kings. He was incomparably mysterious. Apart from young Master Ling Feng and a few five-star assassins, no one else knew what the head venerate looked like. And now, Falcon, a four-star assassin, actually had the chance to see the head venerate. It had to be said that this was too shocking. At the same time, this also showed how important Lin Xian's information was. After passing through layers of secret passages and arrays, Falcon finally arrived in front of a pavilion. He knew that this was where the head venerate lived. Remember, you only need to tell us what you know. As for other things, you don't need to say anything. The gray-robed old man warned coldly. "Milord, don't worry. I know what to say." Falcon nodded respectfully. However, an undetectable light flashed in his eyes. "Head venerate, I have an urgent matter to report." In the next moment, the gray-robed old man respectfully said, "Come in." A cold voice rang out. Then, the pitch-black door in front of them suddenly opened, revealing a gloomy passage that seemed to lead to the netherworld. Falcon took a deep breath and followed the gray-robed elder into the passageway. This was a curved staircase with ancient walls on both sides. Hanging above were oil lamps with flickering flames. Although the stairs were not high, Falcon seemed to have experienced thousands of years. Finally, he arrived at the highest level. There was a large hall there, surrounded by dark green flames. Seeing the flames, Falcon's pupils shrank as he recalled a rumor. That was because this kind of dark green flame used the flesh and blood of powerhouses as lamp oil. Thinking of this, Falcon broke out in a cold sweat. Then he withdrew his gaze from the green flames and looked to both sides. He saw white skulls hanging on the walls on both sides. Beside each skull was a line of small words. Falcon took a closer look and realized that those were the names and cultivations of the cultivators. He realized that those people were all Ninth Heaven supremacies when they were alive. The strongest were even-peak Ninth Heaven supremacies. They were densely packed and innumerable. The walls on both sides seemed to be made of white bones. Was this the true strength of the Skynet organization? It was simply too terrifying. Falcon felt a chill in his heart. This was the first time he had seen such a scene. If others knew of this, their jaws would definitely drop. One had to know that Ninth Heaven supremacies were the backbone of any sect. They were also peerless experts in the eyes of others. However, there were actually countless Ninth Heaven supremacy skulls hanging in this hall. It was simply too shocking. "Greetings, head venerate." The gray-robed old man bowed respectfully. Falcon also withdrew his thoughts and knelt on the ground respectfully. He kowtowed and shouted at the same time, "Greetings, head venerate." There was a throne made of white bones. It was about 2 meters tall and pure white. It emitted a terrifying, baleful aura. At the front of the armrest, there were 2 skulls that flickered with a strange light. Those were the skulls of half-step kings. At this moment, there was a slender palm above the skulls. The slender fingers lightly tapped on the bones. A cold voice resounded in the void. "What business do you have?" "Reporting to head venerate, we have discovered Lin Xian's tracks." The gray-robed old man bowed and said, "What?" Hearing this, the voice in front suddenly became solemn. At the same time, a surge of killing intent surged out and instantly covered the entire hall. When this killing intent appeared, the gray-robed old man and Falcon trembled and broke out in cold sweat. They were like small boats in a storm that could be swallowed up at any time. "Where is that fellow now? Tell me in detail." "It's like this." This news came from the 4-star assassin, Falcon. "How about we let him explain it to you?" The gray-robed old man said, and looked at Falcon. Falcon took a deep breath and raised his head to look ahead. He saw that on the cold white bone throne sat an ice mountain-like figure. It was a woman. She sat on the white bone throne like an emperor. She wore a black robe with a blood-red totem on it. She wore a golden mask, and her face couldn't be seen. Only a pair of cold eyes without any emotions looked down. Reporting to Head Venerate. "It's like this," Falcon quickly said. Luo Head Venerate heard this and coldly said, "There's no need to report this to Prince Ling Feng. We'll deal with it ourselves." "Yes," the gray-robed old man said respectfully. "This subordinate will go organize people." "No need, I'll go myself." Luo Head Venerate stood up, and his cold voice resounded. "That brat is full of tricks. He must have a peerless expert protecting him. It's not that I don't believe in your strength, but I don't want any accidents to happen this time. So, I'll go myself." Hearing this, the gray-robed old man was shocked. How many years had it been since the Head Venerate personally made a move? One had to know that not only did the Head Venerate have a high position, he was also the strongest in Skynet. When Luo Head Venerate made a move before, even those peak 9th layer Venerates would tremble. He never thought that he would have to deal with a brat. Chapter 1306. In the past, when Luo Head Venerate made a move, even those peak 9th layer Venerables would tremble. Who would have thought that she would have to deal with a brat now? But this was also good. With the Head Venerate making a move, there would be no mistakes. The gray-robed elder also let out a sigh of relief because Lin Xian had given them a lot of pressure during this period of time. The other party had created storm after storm, pressuring them until they couldn't breathe. Now, with the Head Venerate making a move, they could definitely kill him. Falcon knelt on the ground, his heart filled with joy. He was now Lin Xian's slave. His goal this time was naturally to lead the Head Venerate to make a move. Now, it seemed like he had achieved his goal. Since she had decided to personally assassinate Lin Xian, Luo Head Venerate no longer hesitated. She looked at the gray-robed elder and said, "You can leave." Then she looked at Falcon, who was kneeling on the ground, and said coldly, "You come with me." "Yes." The gray-robed elder and Falcon respectfully agreed. Falcon then stood up, while the gray-robed elder quickly retreated. In an instant, only Falcon and the golden-masked Luo Head Venerate were left in the hall. "Dark Crow, come out!" Luo Head Venerate shouted. Then, the void split open, and a strange crow flew out from the darkness, landing on the Head Venerate's shoulder. The crow was completely black like black jade, but its eyes were blood red. Not only that, its body also had a cold aura. Falcon swallowed his saliva. He had heard of this kind of crow before. This was a type of demonic beast. It was extremely evil and specialized in eating the corpses of experts. It also had powerful illusion and concealment abilities. To an assassin, it was the best companion. However, this kind of crow was extremely rare and hard to feed. In the entire Skynet organization, only Luo Head Venerate had it. Luo Head Venerate waved her sleeve, and an invisible force surged out, enveloping Falcon. Then the two disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already in the sky. The dark crow cawed twice, and then its body quickly grew to a size of more than 10 meters. It flapped its wings and quickly disappeared with Luo Head Venerate and Falcon. In a forest not far from Immortal Martial Academy, Lin Xian sat on a huge rock. On the side, the dark red dragon and the snow-white fox were lazily leaning against each other. The surroundings were very quiet. No demonic beasts dared to disturb them. All of a sudden, Lin Xian opened his eyes as a cold smirk appeared at the corner of his lips. "He's here." Through the beast slave seal, he was able to learn from Falcon that Skynet had already taken action. Next, he just needed to keep track of their whereabouts. After some time, Lin Xian stood up and said to the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey beside him, "They're coming soon. Stop fooling around." Both of them knew the severity of the situation, so they quieted down. Lin Xian quickly formed a seal with his hands, using the Blood Sword legacy to create a blood shadow doppelganger. Apart from him, no one else could tell if this blood shadow doppelganger was real or fake. After having his doppelganger sit cross-legged on the boulder, Lin Xian set up a magic array as a defense for his doppelganger. Then he brought the crimson divine dragon and the little monkey to hide. With the dark red dragon, even if they hid nearby, they wouldn't be discovered. Not long after they were done, a gray ray of light appeared in the sky. It was the Luo head venerate and the others. However, the two of them were hiding in the void and didn't release any aura, especially the Luo head venerate. His entire body seemed to be transparent. If it wasn't for Falcon as a spy, Lin Xian wouldn't have been able to discover them. Head venerate, that brat is below. Falcon transmitted from the side. You stay here and don't move. Be careful and hide your aura, Luo show-honored master instructed before flying down. She was very fast and instantly arrived above Lin Xian's doppelganger. Magic array? Disdain appeared in the Luo head venerate's eyes. Then she slowly pulled out a treasured blade. The entire process was silent. Although the magic array below looked very exquisite to outsiders, it was useless against her. Her figure flashed, and she turned into a flash of light, her speed reaching the extreme. The exquisite magic array didn't have any use, as it was pierced through by the Luo head venerate. In the next moment, a blade light flashed. Boundless killing intent turned into a fine blade light that instantly slashed down. The entire void was like a mirror splitting in half from the middle. This blade was clean, efficient, and vicious. No one in the realm of paragons could block it. The figure sitting on the boulder was no exception. His body was instantly split in half. However, the Luo head venerate quickly frowned. She noticed that the body that fell wasn't a real person, but a pool of blood. Doppelganger? Her pupils constricted as she had a bad feeling in her heart. The other party actually made a doppelganger here. What did he want to do? Did he lure her out? Or did he run away the moment she made her move? She didn't know. So in the next moment, the Luo head venerate's eyes were like lightning as she looked around, wanting to find the person hiding in the dark. However, at this time, a burst of applause came from behind. Amazing, truly amazing. That blade just now, even a peak 9th level paragon wouldn't be able to block it. A voice rang out, breaking the silence. Who? The Luo head venerate's body froze as her hairs stood on end. Before she made her move, she had already looked around and didn't find anyone. But now, someone had walked out from behind her. If the other party was an absolute expert, if they made a move against her, she would already be dead. In the next moment, she suddenly turned around. Her body released countless blade lights that formed a defense. What? It's you. The Luo head venerate's expression changed. She didn't think that the person behind her would be Lin Xian. He was the target she wanted to kill. This was your trap? The Luo head venerate was smart and instantly understood. She gave a cold snort. You spent so much effort. What is your goal? While speaking, she quickly looked around to prevent herself from being surrounded. She knew about the Duan family's villa being destroyed. She also knew that Lin Xian had a powerful force in his hands that could destroy 9th level paragons. So, at this moment, she was extremely careful. She was afraid of being surrounded by the experts Lin Xian brought. After all, no matter how strong she was, she wouldn't be able to block the combined attacks of countless absolute experts. Relax, I didn't bring anyone else, Lin Xian said with a faint smile. The Luo head venerate looked around and didn't find anyone. She gave a cold laugh. Do you think you can stop me by yourself? She looked at Lin Xian, the killing intent in her eyes not hidden at all. Although the assassination didn't succeed, it wasn't too late to make a move now. After all, the other party's cultivation and strength couldn't compare to hers. If she wanted to make a move, no one would be able to stop her. One blade. She only needed one blade to kill the other party. Chapter 1307. One slash. She only needed one slash and she would be able to kill him. However, she didn't slash out. Not only that, she was completely stunned, because Falcon quickly descended from the sky and came nearby, respectfully bowing to Lin Xian. "Master," Falcon respectfully called out, like an incomparably devout believer. "Get up." Lin Xian nodded. Luo Headsec saw this and was incomparably shocked. Betrayal. Someone from their Heaven's Net organization actually betrayed them. This was simply too hard to believe. One had to know that the Heaven's Net assassins were all trained from young. They were absolutely loyal to the organization. Even if they met with certain death, they would self-destruct. They would never reveal any information. It could be said that they were loyal. They would never betray them. But now, someone actually betrayed them, and it was a 4-star assassin. How did he do it? "Falcon, why did you betray us?" Luo Headsect didn't understand. "Because he is my master." Falcon's expression was cold, like he didn't recognize Luo Headsect. "Humph!" Luo Headsect snorted. "Although I don't know why you betrayed us. You actually dared to betray the organization. There is no way for you to live." Falcon's betrayal truly made Luo Headsect furious. However, Lin Xian just sneered. Rather than threatening him here, why not think about his own situation? "You spent so much effort to get Falcon to betray us. Your goal was to lure me out." Luo Headsect sneered in disdain. "What? Do you think you can kill me with your strength?" "Kill you? No, no, no." Lin Xian shook his head. "You're so strong and proficient in assassination. If you die, it would be a pity. However, if you can become my servant and work for me, then my strength will increase by another notch. That would be the best result." "What? You want to get me to betray you?" Luo Headsect was stunned, then snorted, "Truly naive. Brat, stop with your flowery words. Die for me." Luo Headsect shouted. The long blade in his hand slashed down. The saber light was shocking, and the killing intent was shocking. This saber strike was incredibly terrifying. Most likely, even a 9th Heaven Venerable would not be able to withstand it. However, Lin Xian used the Furious Dragon Incantation and Illusory Demon Steps at the same time, exploding with 5 times the speed. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fan dodged the terrifying attack. With a flip of his palm, the 1,000-beast cauldron floated in the air. What? He dodged it? This was impossible. How can he be so fast? Luo Headvenerate was shocked. She didn't believe it. One had to realize that this saber strike of hers was extremely frightening. There was absolutely no 9th Heaven Venerated cultivator that could block it. However, the other party's speed was really too astonishing. In fact, it was even faster than her saber light. Her face darkened. She wanted to attack again, but in the next moment, her body trembled. This was because a black ray of light suddenly flew out from the small black cauldron floating in the void and instantly entered between her eyebrows. Ah! Luo Headvenerate's body trembled as he let out a pitiful cry. Clang! The treasured saber in his hand also fell to the ground. His entire being had descended into madness. Get out of here! Luo Headvenerate roared, releasing a powerful killing intent. This killing intent condensed into a formless saber that fiercely slashed at the black light. However, she had still underestimated the 1,000-beast cauldron. That was an Earth-grade treasure. Its power was unfathomable. If Lin Xian used the great dragon sword spirit, he might be able to block it. However, Luo Headvenerate couldn't. Although she was a 9th Heaven Venerate and her killing intent was shocking, facing an Earth-grade treasure, she had no chance of resisting. However, Lin Xian was also shocked. Last time, when he had subdued Falcon, it had only been an instant. However, this time, after such a long stalemate, the other party still hadn't completely subdued him. It had to be said that this was too shocking. As expected of the head venerate of the Heaven's Net organization, her strength was truly strong. Lin Xian sighed in shock. Luckily, he had the thousand-beast cauldron and the beast slave imprint. Otherwise, if he had to face Luo head venerate, he wouldn't be able to fight a huge battle. However, even so, using the thousand-beast cauldron this time had cost him a broken earth-grade treasure. This price was extremely expensive. After an incense's time, Luo head venerate's legs went soft, and she sat on the ground. It was as if she had gone through a huge battle and didn't have any strength left. Lin Xian took out a pill from his storage ring and flicked it out. Eat it. Luo head venerate listened, and obediently picked up the pill on the ground and put it in her mouth. Very quickly, she recovered her strength. Master. In the next moment, she stood up and walked over to Lin Xian and knelt down gently. At the side, Falcon also knelt down respectfully. If anyone saw the scene, their jaws would drop. Who was the head venerate of the Heaven's Net organization, an extremely powerful ninth heaven venerate. Her status was equivalent to the sect master of a sixth-rank sect. Such a person was in existence that could call the wind and summon the rain in the sky martial continent, a peerless expert in the eyes of the world. However, right now, she was kneeling in front of Lin Xian. Seeing this scene, Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then he stretched out his finger and gestured. "What's your name?" "Luo Bingshan." A moving voice rang out. "Very good. I'll call you Bingshan from now on. Now, stand up." Lin Xian said, "Yes, master." After receiving the order, Luo Bingshan quickly stood up. At the side, Falcon was still kneeling respectfully on the ground, his head buried deep in the ground. "Bingshan, take off your mask." Lin Xian was very curious what kind of face was under the golden mask. To be honest, when he saw Luo Bingshan previously, he was also very surprised. He did not expect the leader of the Heaven's Net organization to be a woman. Furthermore, it was a mysterious woman wearing a mask. As a man, he still had this bit of curiosity. "Yes," Luo Bingshan replied respectfully. Then she stretched out her slender hands and gently took off the golden mask on her face. At the side, Falcon was still kneeling respectfully on the ground. Without Lin Xian's order, he would not move at all. The golden mask was slowly taken off, and a beautiful face appeared in front of him. Lin Xian was also slightly surprised. He did not expect the other party to be so beautiful. Delicate facial features and a white face, she was like a peerless beauty. However, she had a gloomy aura, as if she was 1,000 miles away from people. Indeed, she had the temperament of an ice beauty. "Put it on," Lin Xian said. "Yes, master." Soon, Bingshan put the golden mask on her face again. However, from her gaze, it could be seen that she was extremely respectful to Lin Xian. Think of a way to lure child Lingfeng out. Next, Lin Xian began to assign tasks to Luo Bingshan. After everything was done, Lin Xian let them go back. Looking at their backs, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "Humph, child Lingfeng, it's time to settle the score with you." Chapter 1308. Next, Lin Xian returned to Star Point Peak and cultivated while waiting for news from Bingshan. During this time, the 9th Elder and the 10th Elder had also returned. They had already collected all the materials written by the Dark Red Dragon. The Dark Red Dragon looked at the materials on the ground and said confidently, "Don't worry, although my strength hasn't fully recovered with these materials, I can definitely set up a king's killing formation." Then he let out a strange cry and disappeared in a flash of red light with all the materials on the ground. Star Point Peak quieted down again, and Lin Xian also focused on cultivating. The Gale Lightning Sword and illusory demon steps that he had obtained a few years ago had already been trained to greater completion. At first, The 5 swords could kill late-stage 9th level martial artists, but the illusory demon steps allowed him to be as fast as a peak 9th level martial artist. Now, his main focus was on Void Shattering Finger, 9 Changes of Firmament, Sky Spill Visualization Diagram, and Angry Dragon Incantation. These 4 martial arts were all Earth-class martial arts, and their power was beyond imagination. However, as Lin Xian's soul power and physical fitness improved, the speed at which he cultivated these Earth-class techniques also increased. Now he could already store 3 Void Shattering Finger and use the first 4 changes of 9 Changes of Firmament. However, Sky Spill Visualization Diagram still hadn't broken through. Lin Xian knew that when he could complete the 5th diagram, no one below King level martial artist would be able to surpass him in soul power. 10 days later, the Dark Red Dragon sent news that the King's killing formation had been set up. Hearing this news, Lin Xian was overjoyed. He knew that everything was ready, and he only needed to wait for Prince Lingfeng to arrive. Not long after, Luo Bingshan also sent news that she had successfully deceived Prince Lingfeng. Great! Lin Xian clenched his fists. He had guessed correctly. Luo Bingshan's position was very high, and Prince Lingfeng definitely wouldn't doubt her words. However, Prince Lingfeng didn't dare to be careless. According to Luo Bingshan's news, she had brought a large number of 9th level martial artists, and many of them were peak 9th level martial artists. Even a half-step king would have a headache facing such a power. Fortunately, Lin Xian had already arranged the king-killing array in advance, which was capable of killing any cultivator below the king realm. Otherwise, he really wouldn't have been able to contend with the other party. Go! This time, Lin Xian brought along the 9th and 10th elders. 3 days later, Lin Xian, Elder Jiu, and the others landed on a lone mountain. This mountain was called Chongling Mountain. It was far away from the city, and could be said to be very remote. The trees on the mountain were lush and verdant. Birds and beasts flew away, bringing with them a rich vitality. In one of the empty spaces, the dark red dragon was dancing with joy. The setup is complete. It was finally done. Ha! This emperor is a genius. Lin Xian, Elder 9, and the rest landed and looked around curiously. Where is the array formation? 9th elder was puzzled. The 10th elder also frowned. Is there a formation here? Of course there is. Not only is there a formation, it's a peerless formation. The dark red dragon said proudly, I've set up a king-killing array here. It can definitely kill any cultivator below the king realm. There's also a spatial formation that can trap everyone and prevent them from escaping. It can also prevent us from being trapped. You can say that as long as they come in, they'll definitely die. The dark red dragon said proudly. So powerful? Elder Jiu and Elder Jiu stared. Lin Xian also nodded with satisfaction. Not bad, not bad. However, the dark red dragon continued. Although it's powerful, there's also a shortcoming, and that's the range of the formation. These formations aren't very big. They only cover a mountain. If you want to attack, you have to grasp the timing. Otherwise, if some people can't enter, it'll be futile no matter how strong the formation is. Is it a problem of distance? Indeed. It seems like we need to discuss it properly. However, a mountain is enough, Lin Xian said. Next, Lin Xian and the rest began to simulate various battle scenarios. After everything was set up, Lin Xian began to appear in the vicinity from time to time. It didn't take long for the Duan clan to discover him. Reporting to young master, Lin Xian is indeed near Chongling Mountain, the scout reported. How many people are with him? Young Master Lingfeng asked. He had already heard the news, but now that it was confirmed, he was finally excited. Only 2 elders from the Palace of Ares. So few? Upon hearing this, many cultivators frowned. Young Master Lingfeng also asked in a deep voice, Are you sure you didn't miss anything? No, the scout reported. However, they're very careful. Moreover, their movement techniques are very strange. They all have methods to conceal their auras. Even I only discovered them after a long time. I see. He must be relying on some special method to think that others won't be able to find him. That's why he dared to bring 2 guards with him. Ha, he's dead for sure this time. Young Masterling Feng was also ecstatic. However, he didn't lose his rationality. We can't be careless. There might be experts hiding in the dark. However, so what if there are experts? This time, I'll bring enough cultivators. We must kill him. Listen up. Immediately gather 59th level supremacies. Among them, I want 10 peak 9th level supremacies. Also, inform the Skynet organization to let Luo Bingshan bring along a 5-star assassin and follow me. This time, young Master Ling Feng could be said to have mobilized all the forces in his hands. Peak 9th level supremacies were extremely terrifying existences. One of them could destroy a secret villa like the previous one. If 10 peak 9th level supremacies stood together, even a half-step king wouldn't be their match. Only a true king wouldn't be afraid of such a formation. Not only that, but there were also countless 9th level supremacies and the entire Skynet organization. One had to know that Luo Bingshan was the king of assassins who could assassinate peak 9th level supremacies. To be honest, if he hadn't set up a king's killing formation, Lin Xian and the others wouldn't have been able to resist. However, now, young Master Ling Feng's speed was very fast, like 10,000 lightning bolts. Not long after, he brought countless peerless experts and quickly set off for Chongling Mountain. As for Lin Xian, he had also received news of Luo Bingshan and was fully prepared. On this day, when Lin Xian left the mountain again, he finally realized that someone was watching him. Seeing this situation, Lin Xian was secretly delighted. Then he quickly landed on the ground and walked towards the vast forest. Behind him, there were many people following. They were faintly discernible, but they didn't make a move immediately. Clearly, they still suspected that there were peerless experts guarding Lin Xian nearby. Soon, Lin Xian gathered the 9th and 10th elders and had them protect him by his side. Then he slowed down again. The people behind him were still following him at a leisurely pace. Finally, someone couldn't help but make a move. Chapter 1309. Finally, someone couldn't help but make a move. A sword light instantly slashed forward like a rainbow. Endless killing intent enveloped Lin Xian and the other 2. It was extremely terrifying. The 9th elder snorted coldly and then shattered the sword light with a punch. His gaze was like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. "Who is it? Come out." As soon as this voice sounded, the surrounding air exploded like the roar of 10,000 beasts. However, no one answered him. There were only countless figures flashing in the distance. The 10th elder sneered. This group of people finally couldn't take it anymore. Should we kill them? No hurry. These people are probably just probing. Moreover, that young Master Ling Feng hasn't appeared yet. Let's wait a little longer. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. We must make them believe that there are only 3 of us, and no extra guards. Only then will young Master Ling Feng appear. All right, the 10th elder side. They'll have a good time later. Then, the 3 of them once again traversed through the forest. However, after the probing just now, the people behind them were clearly bolder. Many had even revealed their true bodies and followed behind Lin Xian and the others. Instantly, the 9th elder and the 10th elder's faces darkened. This was because they realized that many people behind them had extremely powerful auras that far surpassed theirs. There were even peak 9th stage martial artists. Damn it, this young Master Ling Feng is really careful. He actually brought peak ninth stage martial artists, and there was more than one. The ninth elder's expression was ugly. If not for the killing formation, he would probably want to escape now. The 10th elder's expression also darkened. That's right. I also saw a few peak ninth stage martial artists. Moreover, they were all famous experts in the War God Palace. With such a lineup, even half-step kings would probably die. Lin Xian's eyes also flickered. Not only that, there are also many assassins surrounding us. Those people are all 5-star assassins and can assassinate ninth stage martial artists. Some can even assassinate peak ninth stage martial artists. At this moment, young Master Ling Feng's subordinates were everywhere. It could be said that this was a situation of certain death. Even half-step kings couldn't escape. The terrifying assassins were like dark killing gods, hiding in the surroundings, waiting to strike. In the eyes of these people, even ninth heaven venerables were prey. What more Lin Xian and the others? Fortunately, Lin Xian had subdued the head venerable of the assassin organization in advance. Otherwise, he would definitely be in danger now. The dark red divine dragon also poked its head out. When it saw the assassins around it, it couldn't help but curse. Damn, that guy is too vicious. He actually sent out so many people. Brat, I didn't expect you to be so valuable. Hearing these words, Lin Xian rolled his eyes. He was indeed valuable. Perhaps not even a half-step king could enjoy such a situation. Young master, hurry up and do it. I keep feeling uneasy. That's right. These people are too powerful. They can kill us in an instant. If they suddenly attack, and we don't activate the formation, we'll really be finished. The ninth elder and the 7th elder's faces turned ugly. The current situation was beyond their expectations. Moreover, they had never truly seen the power of the killing formation. Although the dark red divine dragon had exaggerated, they were still not completely confident. However, Lin Xian revealed a cold smile. No matter. Let's wait a little longer. We must lure them all into the king-killing formation. This time, I'm going to give the Duan clan a big gift. In truth, he originally only wanted to kill young Master Ling Feng. However, he had changed his plan now. He wanted to kill all the cultivators who had come this time. This was because he didn't expect young Master Ling Feng to send out so many people. There were actually 10 ninth heaven venerables, 40 to 59th heaven venerables, and countless assassins. This number was extremely terrifying. It was probably close to half of the Duan clan strength. If these people were all killed, then the Duan clan strength would undoubtedly be reduced by more than half. They would suffer heavy losses. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the 9th elder and the 10th elder's eyelids twitched. However, they were soon overjoyed. If so many 9th heaven venerables and peerless experts died, the Duan clan would probably go crazy. Thinking of the Duan clan suffering heavy losses, the two of them couldn't wait. In the distance, countless cultivators appeared like ghosts. Their terrifying aura was like a huge mountain, suppressing everything in the world. The birds and beasts in the mountain all prostrated themselves on the ground, trembling. They didn't know what had happened, but that aura was like that of a king, deeply suppressing them. The sky also darkened. It was as if a dark cloud had covered the sky. An oppressive aura spread out in all directions. It was as if a great battle would break out at any time. Young master, I've checked. There doesn't seem to be any hidden elites in the surroundings. There's only that brat Lin Xian and the 2 elders. Only these few people? Young Master Ling Feng smirked coldly. This brat is really bold. Until now, he still had some doubts. However, in the next instant, young Master Ling Feng was overjoyed. That was because he saw Lin Xian and the others suddenly rise from the ground and rush into the sky. It was as if they wanted to escape. This meant that the other party was really guilty. However, there were already countless five-star assassins lying in ambush in the sky. At this moment, they were like ghosts. With shocking long streaks, they ruthlessly slashed at Lin Xian and the others. Instantly, they were once again pushed down the mountain. Want to leave? Not so easy. Young Master Ling Feng smirked coldly. Now, he finally believed that there were no elites protecting Lin Xian. Otherwise, he wouldn't have escaped so pathetically. Go. Break his legs first. Make him kneel on the ground to welcome me. Young Master Ling Feng's black hair fluttered as he looked down like an emperor. Instantly, the 7 five-star assassins in the sky and a few Ninth Heaven supremacies quickly flew forward. These people were very fast. They were like shooting stars and arrows, especially the 5-star assassins hidden in the void. They were even more silent. They were like ghosts. Lin Xian's expression was also grave. They couldn't activate the king-level killing array now. They could only use themselves as bait to lure young Master Ling Feng and the others. Hence, they were in a very dangerous situation now. Elders, you must be careful. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. This was because the people who had come were all exceptional elites. Moreover, there were 5-star assassins. Although Ling Xian had completely grasped their positions, he still had to deal with them with all his might. After Lin Xian's warning, the martial artist assassins in the surroundings all moved. A terrifying aura exploded instantly, like a sudden clap of thunder. It lit up the entire sky. That aura was like a vast ocean about to swallow Lin Xian and the others. Countless sword lights lit up in the sky. They were like shocking rainbows. With cold killing intent, they ruthlessly pierced towards Lin Xian and the others. When they moved, they were like a sudden clap of thunder. Young Master Ling Feng's subordinates were definitely very strong. Attack! Lin Xian also shouted. His body was like a flickering shadow, instantly disappearing from the spot. The 9th Elder and 10th Elder also shouted angrily. The two of them joined forces and quickly defended the surroundings. Chapter 13:10. Lin Xian unleashed his lightning martial soul, which resonated with the dark clouds in the sky. Instantly, countless bolts of lightning, as thick as mountains, struck in all directions. Those early-stage 9th Heaven martial artists couldn't escape in time and were instantly split in half. Blood mist filled the air, and the pungent smell of blood quickly spread in all directions. The 9th Elder and the 10th Elder also burst forth with super-strong battle prowess, killing a 5-star assassin alive. That 5-star assassin's body fell from the void, and his eyes widened. Until his death, he didn't believe that the other party could discover his tracks. Lin Xian and the other two's attack seemed to have angered young Master Ling Feng. Soon, more figures rushed over from afar. The ground trembled, and the wind howled. It was as if countless Asuras were coming back to life. Lin Xian's body was covered in sword light, and he was like a peerless god of war. None of the supremacies who were targeted by him could survive. On the other side, the 9th Elder and the 10th Elder were also roaring. They had Lin Xian's warning and knew the location of all the assassins. Therefore, although they were in danger, they weren't hurt. Not only that, they seemed to have killed many 5-star assassins. Finally, the actions of Lin Xian and the rest angered those 9th Heaven supremacies. One of the 9th Heaven supremacies charged towards Lin Xian, while the other charged towards the 9th Elder and the 10th Elder. The 9th Heaven supremacies were very terrifying. The moment they attacked, they displayed a great ability that could tear the sky and earth apart. Lin Xian and the 9th Elder were forced to retreat. Lin Xian and the 9th Elder looked at each other. Their bodies were like lightning as they flew towards the mountain peak in the distance. This was what they had discussed before. As long as the 9th Heaven supremacies attacked, they would immediately retreat. Chase. We definitely can't let them escape. In the distance, Young Master Ling Feng saw this scene and revealed a cruel smile. He quickly chased after them with a large number of experts. Not only that, he even ordered people to seal off the entire mountain peak. He had already thought about it. After capturing Lin Xian, he wouldn't kill him immediately. Instead, he would torture him to death and let him taste all the torture in the world. Only then could the hatred in his heart be dispelled. Soon, Lin Xian, Ninth Elder, and the others retreated to the isolated mountain. However, the surrounding assassins did not intend to let them go. Countless assassins sealed off all directions, and there were even peerless powerhouses that charged towards the three of them. Lin Xian snorted coldly. His expression was extremely solemn as a powerful aura burst forth from his body. He held the Lone Star sword in his hand and brandished it. Terrifying sword chi swept out in all directions. A middle stage Ninth Heaven Venerable was furious. He executed a powerful fist technique and punched forward. However, it was sliced in half by an incoming sword chi. A ninth layer late stage Supreme Expert roared angrily. In his hands was a long spear, moving through the void like a flood dragon. However, he still couldn't stop that murderous sword. Other than venerables at the peak of the 9th level, no one could block Lin Xian's sword technique. Die, brat! A venerable at the peak of the 9th level flew into a rage. He raised his hand and struck out with a blood-red palm. Blood surged as if countless demons were screaming. A terrifying, murderous aura enveloped the surroundings. Meanwhile, Lin Xian formed a seal with his palms and shouted, 9 transformations of the firmament, Dijiang transformation. Instantly, the void trembled, and a huge, strange bird appeared in the void. It had 6 legs and 4 pairs of wings. Its body was huge like a mountain, and its face was a mess. It was impossible to see its real face clearly. Not only that, but its entire body was also surrounded by blazing flames. It was like a divine flame bird, Dijiang, an ancient mutated beast. It was extremely terrifying and powerful. At this moment, when Lin Xian executed it, it instantly roared in all directions. In the next instant, the terrifying energy collided with the peak 9th Heaven Venerable, exploding with resplendent light. In the sky, the 9th Heaven Venerable roared angrily. He realized that the other party could actually contend with him. This was simply too shocking. One had to know that the other party was only an 8th Heaven Venerable, while he was a peak 9th Heaven Venerable. The difference in strength between the two of them was more than 10 times. How could the other party be his match? However, he did not know that Lin Xian was proficient in many kinds of earth-tier martial arts and could erupt with more than 10 times the strength. Even a peak 9th Heaven Venerable might not be able to contend with him. Seeing that Lin Xian could actually contend with a peak 9th Heaven Venerable, young Master Ling Feng and the other peerless powerhouses were also shocked. To be honest, Lin Xian's strength was beyond their expectations, especially young Master Ling Feng, whose expression was even more terrifying. Other than being younger than him, the other party's talent and strength were not inferior to his. If he did not get rid of the other party this time, he would definitely be the most difficult enemy to deal with in the future. Humph. So what if you can contend with a peak 9th Heaven Venerable? I have 10 peak Venerable in my hands. I don't believe you can block all of them. Young Master Ling Feng was extremely confident. Although the other party could block 1 peak 9th Heaven Venerable, it was impossible for the other party to block 2 peak 9th Heaven Venerable. Moreover, he had 10 peak 9th Heaven Venerable in his hands. Just in terms of strength, his side far surpassed Lin Xian by dozens of times. The two of them were not on the same level at all. In front, just as Lin Xian executed the 9 changes of the firmament to contend with a peak 9th Heaven Venerable, 8 mid-9th Heaven Venerable suddenly appeared around him. Their expressions were cold and like killing gods, they quickly attacked Lin Xian, as if they wanted to blow him up. A terrifying aura spread out, and countless cracks appeared in the void. It was too terrifying. When these mid-ninth Heaven Venerable joined forces, they were not inferior to a peak ninth Heaven Venerable at all. Lin Xian also felt the danger. He immediately snorted coldly, and his body was like lightning, quickly disappearing from the spot. In the next moment, his body appeared in the sky. However, just as he appeared, the 5-star Wine Lord's assassins attacked him from all directions. Lin Xian let out a long roar, and countless black flames surged out of his body, turning into a black wave that swept out in all directions. In the void, 3 5-star assassins did not have time to escape at all. They were swallowed by the black flames and immediately let out miserable screams. Not long after, they were burned to ashes, and not even their bones were left. It was not over yet. Lin Xian's palm moved again, and he quickly formed the next seal. 9 changes of the firmament, Juyen change. Now, he had already executed the first 4 changes of the 9 changes of the firmament, and this was the 4th change. As he formed the seal, a huge red ape flew out from his fingers, and it quickly grew in the air. It was like a giant, and it was hundreds of feet tall, standing between heaven and earth. This was a divine ape, and its eyes were like lightning. Its palms reached the sky, and it was extremely powerful. As soon as it appeared, it lifted its huge foot and stomped on the 8 mid-ninth Heaven Venerables below. The furious dragon art, in addition to the 9 changes of the firmament, 2 earth-grade martial arts, erupted with power that was 10 times stronger than Lin Xian's. This stomp was not something that the mid-ninth Heaven Venerable ones could resist. Poof, 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 poof. As expected, their bodies exploded, and they turned into countless blood mists drifting in the forest. Lin Xian was like a god of war, and he was extremely brave and ferocious, shocking everyone. Chapter 13:11. On the other side, 9th Elder and 10th Elder's situation was not optimistic. They were not as strong as Lin Xian. Facing a peak 9th level venerable, they could not contend at all, and could only retreat. This was with the help of the dark red divine dragon. Otherwise, they would have been killed long ago. Lin Xian's face was gloomy. His figure was like lightning as he quickly arrived beside 9th Elder and 10th Elder. The Lone Star sword was like a bolt of lightning as it slashed out, instantly forcing the peak 9th level venerable to retreat. 9th Elder, 10th Elder, are you two all right? Lin Xian asked with concern. We're fine. Our bones are very tough. Their faces were pale, but they did not suffer any serious injuries. Although they were not injured, their expressions were not relaxed at all. They looked around and frowned. The entire lonely mountain was surrounded by a dense mass of martial artists. They were completely sealed off. Among them, there were a large number of 9th level venerables. There were even 10 peak 9th level venerables sealing off all directions. Not to mention them, even a half-step king would not be able to escape. Kid, I have to admit that you have indeed exceeded my expectations. In such a situation where death is certain, you are still able to kill so many of my guards. A cold voice sounded out. Then the crowd dispersed. A tall and handsome youth walked through the air, with several peak 9th level venerables following behind him. The youth was dressed in a golden robe. His black hair was like a waterfall. His gaze was like lightning, and his expression was cold, without a trace of emotion. This was the famous young Master Ling Feng of Sky Martial Continent. Seeing Lin Xian and the rest being surrounded, he finally came out. You are Ling Feng's? Lin Xian looked forward. This was the first time he had seen him. I have long heard of your name, but it seems that you are nothing much." Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. "What did you say?" Hearing this, young Master Ling Feng's face immediately darkened. "Kid, you are courting death." The surrounding martial artists also shouted coldly, "How dare you be disrespectful to the young master? Quickly kneel down and kowtow to apologize with your death." On the other hand, Lin Xian raised his head and laughed arrogantly. "Humph! How impressive! You really think you are a king? You dare to ignore everything. Although I'm not a king, I'm more than enough to deal with you. In front of me, you're just an ant." "Ooh." Young Master Ling Feng's face became cold again. Lin Xian sneered. "Is that so? Since you're so confident, do you dare to fight me one-on-one?" "Just the two of us. This is a battle to the death. No one else is allowed to interfere." Lin Xian's voice was sonorous and resounded in all directions. "This is a matter between the Lin family and the Duan family. Why don't the two of us settle it? Do you dare to challenge me to a duel to the deaths?" Lin Xian pointed his sword at young Master Ling Feng. "One-on-one? Just you?" Young Master Ling Feng was stunned for a moment before laughing maniacally. "What? You don't dare?" Lin Xian stared straight ahead. "It's not that I don't dare. It's that I'm not worthy. Who do you think you are to fight me?" Young Master Ling Feng sneered in disdain, as if he was a god. "To be honest, the only people who can fight with me in the younger generation on this continent are the other three young masters. The others are not qualified to fight with me at all. You two are not qualified." Young Master Ling Feng's black hair fluttered in the wind. His aura was abnormally strong. He was like a god of war as he walked forward step by step. With every step he took, the void trembled and the ground cracked. Those behind him followed suit. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Looking at this scene, the dark red divine dragon was overjoyed. "This is great. The other party has already entered the king's killing array. Not only him, the surrounding people have also entered. I'll activate the space array now and seal them all here so that they won't be able to run around." The dark red divine dragon was very excited. He quickly waved his dragon claws and secretly formed a space array at the outermost periphery. This array was very magical and could prevent these people from escaping. To be honest, the dark red divine dragon hated young Master Ling Feng. That was because young Master Ling Feng's cocky and arrogant attitude made the dark red divine dragon very unhappy. He couldn't wait to step on him. Hearing the dark red divine dragon's voice transmission, Lin Xian was also overjoyed. This was great. The other party had finally fallen into his trap. The act he had put in so much effort into was not in vain. "Brat, to be honest, I'm not interested in someone like you, because I can destroy you with a single finger." Young Master Ling Feng's expression was arrogant as he looked down on everything. "But don't worry, I won't let you die so easily. I'll first break your 4 limbs and break all the bones in your body. Then I'll pull out your tendons and skin you alive. I'll also make you my slave. I'll let everyone know who the real young master of the Palace of Gods of War is." At the end, young Master Ling Feng's handsome face was abnormally sinister, and his eyes were bloodshot. Obviously, he cared a lot about the title of Young Master of the Palace of Gods of War. Originally, as long as the Duan family took down the Palace of Gods of War, this title would be his, and he would become the most dazzling person in the younger generation of the Tianwu continent. But halfway through, it was forcefully snatched away by Lin Xian. This drove him crazy, but it was all good now. Soon, he would be able to take back this title with his own hands. After this battle, he would still be the 4th young master of the Tianwu continent and the most dazzling person in the continent. And Lin Xian would be his slave, a dead dog. Thinking of this, young Master Ling Feng couldn't help but raise his head and laugh wildly. The surrounding peerless experts also sneered. But at this moment, a ray of light suddenly lit up. A terrifying killing intent erupted like a flood and engulfed the world, causing everyone's heart to go crazy. A terrifying blade light pierced through the void and ruthlessly slashed towards young Master Ling Feng. What? No. The group of people were shocked as they widened their eyes in disbelief. That arrogant laughter also stopped abruptly as if someone was choking them. They didn't believe that there were hidden experts in the surroundings who dared to make a move on young Master Ling Feng. Young Master Ling Feng was also stunned. The smile on his face turned ugly. He didn't expect that when he was at his proudest, someone would actually dare to make a move on him. And that blade light was too shocking, causing him to feel fear and trepidation. Now, he couldn't count on those peerless experts because that blade light was too fast. It arrived in front of him in an instant. At this critical moment, young Master Ling Feng roared. A blue armor quickly appeared on his body and covered his entire body, leaving only his eyes exposed. Clang! In the next moment, the shocking blade light ruthlessly slashed over and slashed on the armor, creating an earth-shattering sound. The terrifying force sent young Master Ling Feng flying, crashing into a small mountain beside him. Young Master, those peak 9th stage venerables went crazy and ran forward like crazy. As for the other assassins, they stared at Lin Xian, preventing him from escaping. Boom! The small mountain ahead exploded, and huge rocks flew everywhere. Young Master Ling Feng walked out of the rubble. He was wearing blue armor and looked extremely valiant. However, his face was abnormally ugly. The starry sky armor quickly changed and finally revealed young Master Ling Feng's face. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he had suffered internal injuries. Chapter 13:12. The universal armor quickly changed, revealing young Master Ling Feng's face. There was blood at the corner of his mouth. Clearly, he had suffered internal injuries. His eyes were like a venomous snake. They were extremely ferocious as he stared at the void. Anger, extreme anger. That attack was too dangerous. If not for the universal armor that could resist 70% of the damage, he would have died. Who is it? How dare you attack me? I will make you wish you were dead. Young Master Ling Feng was like an injured beast as he roared. To be honest, he was furious. Previously, he was still high and mighty, looking down on Lin Xian. But in the blink of an eye, he was sent flying and almost assassinated. He could not accept such an outcome. When the others saw that young Master Ling Feng was fine, they heaved a sigh of relief. But then they looked at the void with gloomy expressions. What? It's you? In the next moment, everyone was stunned. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Young Master Ling Feng's body stiffened, and his mind went blank, because there was a figure floating in the void, black robes with red totems engraved on it. The slender figure wore a golden mask. Killing intent filled the air like a god of death. Luo Bingshan, the head venerate of the Skynet organization, the king of assassins. She was the one who had attacked. Only young Master Ling Feng had the universal armor and could dodge that attack. If it were anyone else, they would have been split in half. Not to mention the 9th level supremacies. Even the 5-star assassins in the void were stunned. They did not expect their boss to attack young Master Ling Feng. What was going on? Luo Bingshan, you betray me. Young Master Ling Feng's face was ferocious as he roared in the void. He did not expect that the assassin was not Lin Xian's protector, but his own subordinate. The assassin that he had groomed actually tried to assassinate him at the most critical moment. If this were to spread, no one would believe it. But now it had really happened. The 9th level supremacies were also shocked. They all roared, Head Venerate Luo, are you crazy? You dare to attack young master? Surnamed Luo, did you take the wrong medicine? How dare you betray young master? Luo Bingshan's expression was cold. He dares to go against master. He deserves to die. Crazy, really crazy. Hearing Luo Bingshan's words, everyone's mind went blank. Even young Master Ling Feng was trembling. But soon he screamed, Master? What master? Am I not your master? The surrounding martial artists were also stunned. Right? Could it be that Luo Bingshan had another master? Luo Bingshan snorted disdainfully and said in a cold voice, You're not worthy of being my master. After saying that, she ignored the crowd and quickly landed on the lone mountain. With a flip of her hand, the peerless saber was put away. Luo Bingshan strode forward. Finally, he arrived in front of Lin Xian. Under everyone's astonished gaze, Luo Bingshan slowly knelt down. Luo Bingshan came before Lin Xian and slowly knelt down. His tone was extremely respectful as he shouted, Greetings, master. Seeing this scene, everyone felt like their heads were about to explode. Shock. Absolute shock. They had never imagined such a scene in their entire lives. Luo Bingshan had actually knelt down in front of an 8th heaven venerable realm cultivator. This was too unbelievable. One had to know that the other party was a 9th heaven venerable, the king of assassins and the head of Skynet. His status even surpassed the sect master of a 6th grade sect. It could be said that his status was very high. Even when he saw young Master Ling Feng, he would only bow and salute. He had never seen him kneel before anyone. But now, Luo Bingshan was kneeling. Moreover, he was kneeling willingly and respectfully in front of a young man. Seeing this scene, young Master Ling Feng was so angry that his entire body trembled. He gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. Luo Bingshan was the king of assassins, and he had spent a lot of effort to rope him in. Usually, he treated him like an important guest, rather than saying that they were subordinates. It was more like a cooperative relationship. Of course, young Master Ling Feng had wanted to take Luo Bingshan under his wing more than once. He even wanted to make him his concubine. But no matter what he did, he failed in the end. He knew that Luo Bingshan, as the king of assassins, had his own pride. Such a person couldn't be subdued and could only be treated as a cooperative partner. But now, the scene in front of him had deeply shocked him, something that he couldn't do. His sworn enemy, Lin Xian, had actually done it. How could he accept this? On the other side, Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. Get up. You did well. Yes, thank you, master. Luo Bingshan slowly stood up and stood beside Lin Xian. Young Master Ling Feng was so angry that he laughed. Good, good, good. Kid, I have underestimated you. I didn't expect you to be able to subdue such a person. This is really out of my expectations. But so what if I've subdued him? I have 10 peak 9th heaven venerables on my side, and countless peerless experts. You can't escape at all. At the end, young Master Ling Feng laughed maniacally again. Today is the day you die. All of you, go. Use your full strength and kill them. Young Master Ling Feng roared crazily like a demon. Kid, how dare you go against young master? Go to hell. The Palace of Gods of War only has one young master, and that is our young Master Ling Feng. The 10 peak 9th heaven venerables quickly attacked like gods of war, causing heaven and earth to tremble. They turned into lightning bolts and quickly charged toward Lin Xian and the others. Not only them, but the surrounding cultivators also attacked. Terrifying auras exploded, and the entire sky was completely chaotic. With so many people and the 5-star assassin in the void, it could be said that this was a peerless force that no one could stop. Looking at this terrifying scene, the 9th elder, 10th elder, Luo Bingshan, and the others' expressions were extremely solemn. However, they all gripped the weapons in their hands tightly, ready to fight to the death. Lin Xian's black hair fluttered in the wind, and his eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. Then he shouted, "Ruffian Long, attack! Kill them all!" Facing so many people, Lin Xian finally used his ultimate move, the King's Killing Formation. Boom, boom, boom. The sky trembled, and the ground cracked open. Strong winds swept through, and dark clouds roared. In an instant, the sky and earth of Lone Mountain changed color. Terrifying killing intent rose from the sky like peerless gods piercing through heaven and earth. This killing intent was too terrifying. The five-star assassins' expressions changed, and they were all terrified, as if they had seen a ghost. Even Luo Bingshan was shocked. This killing intent was not something she could compare to. At the most critical moment, the dark red divine dragon activated the King's Killing Formation and released a shocking killing intent that completely enveloped Lone Mountain. Young Master Ling Feng, Duan clan, didn't you want to kill me? Today, I'll give you a big gift. All of you will go to hell. Chapter 13:13. Hearing his voice, the entire King's Killing Formation erupted with unparalleled energy, turning the entire area into a peerless killing formation. D****. What is this? Impossible. There's actually a killing formation here? Why didn't I detect it before? This aura is too terrifying. It's definitely not something a supremacy can release. Everyone was horrified. And even the peerless experts' expressions changed because they realized that this killing intent was too terrifying and they couldn't withstand it at all. The five-star assassins were even trembling because in front of this aura, they were like ants facing a giant dragon, unable to resist at all. Young Master Ling Feng looked as if he had been struck by lightning, and his entire person became abnormally ferocious. Impossible! This is impossible. Why is there a killing formation here? Go. Break it for me. Young Master Ling Feng roared crazily as if he had gone mad. His body was quickly covered with the galaxy armor, blocking all the killing intent. However, he wasn't in a good situation. Although the galaxy armor could block 70% of the damage, the killing intent here was too terrifying. Even if it was weakened by 70%, it was still not something he could withstand. At this moment, regardless of whether it was a ninth heaven supremacy or a five-star assassin, their faces were pale and filled with despair. Once the King's Killing Formation was activated, it was earth-shattering, enveloping everyone and turning them into azure hell. However, at this moment, a peak ninth heaven supremacy roared crazily. Everyone, don't be deceived. He's only an eighth heaven supremacy. It's impossible for him to have such a powerful killing formation. This must be an illusion. He's trying to interfere with us. As long as everyone works together and rushes out quickly, we can break the formation. At that time, that kid will definitely die. This was a peerless expert and also young Master Ling Feng's guardian. At this critical moment, his thunderous voice stunned everyone. Instantly, everyone quieted down and quickly adjusted their bodies. Yes, this can't be real. There are so many of us, and there are even 10 peak ninth heaven supremacies. If we work together, we can definitely break it. At this moment, everyone's hearts were filled with hope. However, in the next moment, they fell into the abyss of despair. Once again, the King's Killing Formation trembled and released a shocking sword light that tore through heaven and earth, directly splitting the peak ninth heaven supremacy, who had shouted earlier, in half. Pooh! The corpse split open from the middle and fell to the ground. Blood and internal organs spilled all over the ground. The pungent smell of blood quickly spread out. No, this scene made everyone around feel as if they were struck by lightning. Their faces were deathly pale. The hope that had just risen in their hearts was extinguished, just like that. Previously, They had thought that this was just an illusion technique which did not have much power at all. However, just as they finished speaking, a ninth heaven peak venerable had died in front of them. Moreover, he had been directly killed by a beam of killing intent. They now knew that this was not an illusion, because no illusion could affect all of them. This was a true peerless killing array, one that could instantly kill a peak 9th level killing array. Everyone had lost their courage in the face of this killing array. Each and every one of them was in utter despair. Lin Xian and the others arrived at a corner of the killing array and were protected by countless killing auras. The power of this king's killing array was beyond his expectations. It could even kill someone at the peak of the 9th level. He knew that the people below were finished. None of them could escape. Although he was not a bloodthirsty person, he did not have any pity at this time. Because these people wanted to kill him. He was just returning the favor. Kakik, how is it, kid? My king's killing array is powerful, right? The dark red dragon looked around and was very satisfied. As for the 9th elder, the 10th elder, and Luo Bingshan, they were extremely shocked and dumbfounded. They did not expect that there would be such a terrifying killing array in the world that could easily kill a peak 9th level venerable. Looking at the terrifying aura, it was likely that no one below the king level could escape. But soon the 9th elder and the others laughed wildly. In the past few years, they had been suppressed by the Duan clan. Many of their companions had been killed by the Duan clan in battle. It could be said that they were extremely miserable now that they had Lin Xian, their young master. They could finally avenge this grudge. The 9th elder's eyes were like lightning. His eyes were red as he stared at a figure in front of him. Old Dog Duan, last time you brought people from the Duan clan to kill my good friend and forced us out of the palace of gods of war. Now, your retribution has finally come. The 9th elder pretended to be crazy as he stared at a peak 9th level venerable in front of him. That was an extremely tall old man with thick arms like a demon. His body exuded a terrifying aura. When he heard the 9th elder's voice, his expression was extremely ugly. Humph, I'll let you be arrogant for a while. When I go out later, I'll definitely kill all of you remaining evils. The tall old man's expression was ferocious, and his voice was like thunder that shook the surroundings. The dark red dragon sneered and quickly activated the king's killing array. Immediately, the sky trembled, and a shocking sword light descended, piercing through the tall old man. The tall peak 9th level venerable was pierced through the heart by thousands of arrows, and his corpse was nailed to the ground. Awesome. Ha ha! Old friend, I've finally avenged you. The 9th elder laughed wildly. Seeing that, the 10th elder was also excited. He quickly scanned his surroundings and finally stared at a peak 9th level venerable. Evil-eyed boy, I'll see you killed with my own eyes today. The 10th elder stared at a short old man with red hair. There was an evil eye between his brows, and he looked like a demon. At that moment, he used all of his strength and turned into a flash of light, shuttling quickly through the entire killing array. Hearing the 10th elder's words, the other party let out a sharp cry. Just you wait. When I go out, I'll definitely kill your entire family. However, what responded to him was dozens of purple lightning bolts. They were like lightning dragons that descended from the sky, and the terrifying lightning drowned him. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying lightning bolts pierced through heaven and earth, blasting the evil-eyed boy into pieces. Ha ha! The evil-eyed boy is finally dead. The 10th elder was also excited. The remaining peak 9th level venerables had extremely ugly expressions. They quickly gathered beside young Master Ling Feng. Young Master, quickly use the spatial teleportation scroll. Let's leave this place. Young Master Ling Feng looked at the corpses all over the ground and his heart was bleeding. These were the elites of the Duan family. Many of them were peerless experts in the ninth heaven, and they were the backbone of their family. Now that they were killed here, it was too painful. However, he also knew how powerful this killing array was, so he didn't dare to take it head on. At that moment, when he heard the advice of the elders, he immediately took out a black scroll. Lin Xian, you killed so many of my experts today. When I go out, I'll definitely kill your entire family. Not only that, everyone related to you will die. Young Master Ling Feng's expression was ferocious. In the next moment, he bit his finger and dripped blood on the black scroll. Chapter 13-14. In the next moment, he bit his finger and dripped his blood onto the black scroll. Instantly, the scroll opened up and formed a black light that enveloped young Master Ling Feng and the few peak ninth heaven cultivators. They turned into a black light and disappeared. That scroll was extremely precious. It was a spatial scroll that contained a spatial array that could teleport people out instantly. It could be said to be the best method to save one's life. Such a life-saving item was extremely precious in the Tianmu continent. Among these people, only young Master Ling Feng had it. If it was any other array, young Master Ling Feng and the rest might really be able to escape. But this time, it did not work. Previously, Lin Xian and the dark red divine dragon had already set up a spatial array around the king's killing array in order to prevent others from using the spatial array to escape. Indeed, not long after young Master Ling Feng and the rest disappeared into the void, they were shaken out by a strange force. What? The spatial scroll has lost its effect. How is this possible? Young Master Ling Feng's expression was extremely ugly as he roared crazily. The peak ninth heaven honorables around him also had looks of despair. This was spatial teleportation, an extremely precious method to escape. But now it had actually lost its effect. Who was the other party? He actually had such an unfathomable method. Not only could he set up such a powerful killing array, but he could also prevent them from escaping. Impossible. How is this possible? He's just a brat from the wildlands. How can he have so many methods? Young Master Ling Feng did not dare to believe it. He realized that he had completely underestimated the other party. Too mysterious. The other party had endless methods that far surpassed him. Kill. Kill him for me. As long as he's dead, this array will definitely stop. Young Master Ling Feng roared crazily. The peak ninth heaven honorables around him also went crazy. Now that their escape route had been sealed, they could only survive by killing Lin Xian. In the next moment, they all stared in the southeast direction because that was where Lin Xian and the rest were. Brat, go to hell! A peak ninth heaven honorable roared and quickly pulled out the treasure sword on his back. His entire body turned into a shocking sword light as he quickly stabbed towards Lin Xian. This was an all-out attack from a level 9 peak expert, and it was incomparably terrifying. The sword light shattered the entire void, forming a black torrent that instantly arrived in front of Lin Xian and the others. Die. The long sword was like a dragon carrying a shocking aura as it pierced forward. The vengeful attack of a peak ninth heaven venerable was extremely terrifying. In an instant, it had arrived in front of Lin Xian. Die, brat! This peak ninth heaven venerable realm cultivator's expression was savage, and it was as if he could already see Lin Xian being pierced through by the sword. However, a purple light suddenly flickered, and a terrifying sword light descended from the sky, directly piercing through the top of the venerable master's head. A terrifying murderous aura swept out and killed the peak ninth heaven venerable. Clang! The ninth heaven venerable Tier's corpse, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground with a resounding clang. All of you are unforgivable. Since you dared to kill me, you can stay here forever." Lin Xian's voice resounded in all directions. "Shameless boasting. Brat, you're too arrogant. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me." Three peak ninth heaven venerables roared angrily and quickly charged over from afar. One of them had a cold expression, and powerful lightning surrounded his body. He was like the god of thunder, bringing with him a powerful sea of lightning as he charged over quickly. The other person was extremely tall, and his entire body flickered, as if it was made of gold. His entire body was filled with power. He could easily tear apart heaven and earth with a raise of his hand. The last person was even more terrifying. Just his aura alone could cause the wind and clouds to change. A purple light flickered in his palm, emitting a terrifying energy. The energy gathered in the air, forming a purple light blade that slashed towards Lin Xian. The three peak ninth heaven venerables combined could definitely destroy everything. However, they could not stop the king's killing formation at all. Poof! A low sound was heard, and instantly, the purple light blade in the void cracked and turned into countless pieces. At the same time, the entire king's killing formation was activated, and a terrifying murderous aura shrouded the surroundings. The void cracked, and the ground caved in. Terrifying murderous sword light pierced through heaven and earth, rampaging in all directions. The three peak ninth heaven venerables roared angrily, resisting the murderous sword light with all their might. However, this was the king's killing formation, and it was extremely terrifying. The three ninth heaven venerables could not resist it at all. First, it was the powerhouse surrounded by purple energy. The purple light blade he shot out was instantly shattered. Not only that, but his arms also cracked rapidly, and countless cracks appeared. Then his arms cracked, turning into a bloody mist. Next, it was his entire body. In front of such a peerless killing weapon, peak ninth heaven venerables could not resist at all. In an instant, a peak ninth heaven venerables was killed. Next, it was the powerhouse whose entire body was emitting golden light. He was a powerhouse in body refinement and was extremely terrifying. Even a half-Earth grade treasure could not hurt him at all. However, in front of this murderous aura, his golden body quickly cracked, turning into a pile of rotten flesh. The last lightning venerables were even more unlucky. The terrifying murderous aura directly detonated the lightning on his body, and he instantly exploded into a bloody mist, no longer existing. Seeing this scene, everyone's scalps went numb, and their faces were filled with despair. Even the powerful peak ninth heaven venerables could not resist, let alone them. Join forces, break out of the encirclement. In the distance, Prince Lingfeng also roared crazily. He had the cosmic battle armor that could block 70% of the damage, so he was still alive. Of course, this was not just the effect of the cosmic battle armor. He was not constantly swallowing natural treasures to prevent himself from dying. The remaining peak ninth heaven venerables did not dare to charge anymore. They quickly gathered together and discussed with each other how to launch a surprise attack. Not long after, a red-haired old man revealed a ferocious expression. He gritted his teeth and said, "Brat, I'll let you experience my Duan family's forbidden technique today. God-slaying demon-slaughtering formation." The last three peak ninth heaven venerables joined forces and shot out a series of mysterious trajectories. Instantly, three arm-like streaks of blood flew out of their bodies and quickly intertwined in the air. Not only that, but many cultivators in the surroundings also exploded, turning into a bloody mist. The bloody mist seemed to be guided by an unknown force, and all of them came to the front of the three ninth heaven venerables. Soon, the bloody mist increased, and finally formed a bloody sword. This bloody sword was 30 meters long and it floated in the air, emitting a dense bloody aura. It could even block the murderous aura formed by the king-killing formation. As for the three-peak ninth heaven venerables, they burned all the spiritual power in their bodies and exploded with an extremely powerful energy. Six palms grabbed the bloody sword aura and slashed forward fiercely. Boom! The bloody sword slashed forward, and the entire space collapsed. Even the murderous swords could not block it. Chapter 13:15. Boom! The blood-red sword slashed forward, and the entire void collapsed. Even the killing swords could not stop it. Soon, the blood-red sword arrived above Lin Xian and the others and slashed down quickly. The killing aura in front of Lin Xian actually cracked, as if it could not withstand the power of the blood-red sword. Meanwhile, Lin Xian and the others' pupils constricted, and they quickly retreated. A terrifying hole appeared where they had been. It was bottomless and emitted a dense killing aura. "What's going on?" Lin Xian asked in a low voice. The ninth elder and the others were also panicking. Could it be that the killing formation has been broken? The dark red divine dragon's expression was also ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's fine. The formation is not broken. It's just that we were careless just now. I didn't expect these people to have such a forbidden technique. The sword just now was indeed terrifying because it was formed by the lives of three-peak ninth heaven supremacies burning their spirit power, dozens of ninth heaven supremacies, and hundreds of eighth heaven supremacies. It could be said that its power was boundless. Die, brat." The three-peak ninth heaven supremacies were pale. It seemed that the sword had consumed too much of their energy, but they still spared no effort to push it forward. "Are we going to attack?" Lin Xian's eyes were like lightning as he gripped the Lone Star sword tightly. The dark red divine dragon shook his head. "Next, I'll let you see what a true king's killing formation is." It turned out that the dark red divine dragon had not fully activated the killing formation's power because it had consumed a lot of his energy to use it. However, the other party had obviously provoked him now. Therefore, he had to attack with all his might. In the next instant, the king's killing formation trembled and exploded with an incomparable light. Countless killing aura condensed in the air, forming many giant dragons that roared in all directions. With a swing of their tails, hundreds of martial artist assassins were instantly smashed into a bloody mist. Corpses flew everywhere, and blood splattered everywhere. The entire mountain peak was like azure hell. It was extremely terrifying. One of the giant dragons even charged toward the blood-red sword. With a roar, the giant dragon crashed into the blood-red sword and instantly broke it. That terrifying force caused the three-peak ninth heaven supremacies to vomit blood and fly backward. "How dare you sneak attack me? You're all dead." The dark red divine dragon was enraged, and it waved its claws. Boundless killing intent formed multiple chains that locked the three ninth heaven venerables in the void. Lin Xian's figure flickered, arriving in front of the three and taking their storage rings. Two of them roared angrily and wanted to self-detonate to drag Lin Xian down with them. However, hundreds of sword lights appeared in the void and completely pierced through the two of them. The other person was also pierced through the heart by thousands of arrows, nailing him to the void. The last three peak venerables died on the spot, and a large number of the surrounding cultivators died as well. Now, only a tenth of them were still alive. Those who were still alive were terrified and screamed miserably. They regretted coming to kill Lin Xian. If they hadn't come, they wouldn't have to face such danger. However, it was too late now. On the other hand, Lin Xian's gaze swept across the surroundings like lightning before finally locking onto a figure. Ling Feng. Lin Xian snorted coldly as he gripped the Lone Star sword tightly and strode forward. The king's killing array was extremely terrifying. Until now, those peerless experts had all died, and only a few useless cultivators were still running for their lives. However, there was an exception among them. One expert was still alive, and that was Prince Lingfeng. He was wearing the galactic armor, and his entire body was emitting a blue light. He was like a god of war walking on the earth. With the galactic armor's powerful defense, Prince Lingfeng had forcefully resisted until now. However, his situation was not optimistic because he didn't have many spirit herbs left. If he couldn't escape now, he would die here sooner or later. In the next moment, his body trembled as he felt a gaze lock onto him. Lin Xian. Prince Lingfeng gritted his teeth with a ferocious expression. It was this young man in front of him who had destroyed everything he had. Now, he wanted nothing more than to tear the other party apart. Lin Xian's expression was even colder. He snorted and strode forward with the Lone Star Sword. The two of them were mortal enemies to begin with. There was nothing to say. Now that they met, there was only a battle. Seeing the other party charging over, Prince Lingfeng roared at the sky ferociously. "Brat, who do you think you are? You dare to make a move against me? Didn't you just rely on a killing array to kill countless of my experts? Without the killing array, you're not my match at all. Your Lin family is also not my Duan family's match." He was really mad. Previously, he was incomparably arrogant and took all the upper hand. However, he didn't expect that just because of a killing array, all the advantages he had before were all gone. Not only that, but he also suffered a crushing defeat. All the peerless experts around him were dead, and he was the only one left. Those experts were all his strength. It was even half of the Duan family's strength. Now that all the experts under him were gone, the Duan family found a serious blow. All of this was thanks to Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian laughed coldly. "You don't need to provoke me. I didn't plan to use the killing array in the first place. I alone am enough to deal with you. Today, I'll let you know that even without the killing array, I can still kill you." Lin Xian's black hair fluttered, and his battle intent was high. He held the Lone Star Sword, and his entire person was like a sword god, emitting a dazzling light. Boom. In the next moment, he swung his long sword, and a terrifying sword chi swept across heaven and earth, violently slashing forward. This sword was powerful and heavy, as if a raging dragon was lying in the void. Clang! Prince Lingfeng swung his fist, contending with the huge sword chi in the sky. Then, there was an earth-shattering explosion. However, his body flew backward, crashing into countless mountains. He had suffered serious internal injuries in the killing array just now, so he couldn't use his full strength now. Moreover, Lin Xian's sword was too terrifying. Lin Xian didn't pursue after sending his opponent flying. Instead, he stood in the void and said coldly, "I know you have the imperishable golden pill. Hurry up and eat it. Otherwise, you're not my match." Prince Lingfeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and stood up slowly. He took out a golden elixir from a storage ring and swallowed it quickly. Then, all the injuries on his body healed instantly, and even his strength reached its peak. "Brat, I'll let you know the difference between us. In front of me, you'll always be an ant." Prince Lingfeng regained his confidence. Lin Xian didn't say anything. Instead, he used his actions to answer the other party. He swung the Lone Star Sword, and countless sword chi slashed forward. "It's useless. I have the astral armor, which can block 70% of the damage. Your sword chi can't hurt me at all." Prince Lingfeng laughed maniacally, and his entire body emitted a dazzling light. He was like a god of war, shuttling through the countless sword chi. Then he came in front of Lin Xian and threw out a punch. Boom. Terrifying energy exploded like an ancient beast. You're tuning into the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.